Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-2025. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders, past and present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson and I'm the chair of the committee. I welcome the Minister, Minister Sharpe, and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of climate change, energy, the environment, and heritage. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making time to give evidence today. All witnesses will be sworn in prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. For all other witnesses, could you please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation? And please, Mr Chappell, we'll start with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Tony Chappell and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Environment Protection Authority, and I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Anthony Lean, Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm. With a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and the crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for the government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. But we will begin now with questions from the crossbench, and I believe I get to start.
Oh, okay, good.
So thank you. We've done a bit of a switching of the orders, if you remember, from the...
Oh, no, that's fine.
Yes, yeah, so thank you. Minister, I would like to commence by asking you about the new forestry panel that has been set up to look at the sustainability of forestry, corporation and forestry. I'm just curious about what role did your office or department have in the selection of the panel members?
Well, as you know, that the expert panel is Peter Duncan, former Chief Scientist Mary O'Kane, and a former member of the Legislative Council, Mick Veitch. The decision about who was made was, discussed internally with government, and it was decided by Cabinet. So that's sort of the process. Obviously, I was asked about those people and think that they're all very good, and I'm very pleased that they're there.
Does it concern you that there is nobody on that panel with forest expertise in terms of ecology and the function and ecosystems?
No, it doesn't, because particularly, Peter Duncan has a long history, and I know that he has worked with forestry, but he's also worked in water. He's a very good and has been a very good public servant and understands, I think, a lot of these issues broadly across government. Mary O'Kane, who I, fortunately have actually worked with when she was the chief scientist, I think is, and I've had a little, not a lot to do with her, but over the years I've obviously watched the work that she's done. I think that she's extremely intelligent. I think that she is a scientist, and I think that she really understands the issues that need to be weighed up here. And look, I think Mick Veitch is an excellent choice, particularly for his deep knowledge of being from Tumut and being from around that part of the world where the softwoods is very important. He also grappled with some of these issues from opposition. So no, look, I'm comfortable with that. The important thing is that the Forestry Industry Action Plan consultation being run by the expert group is going to, seek input from a whole lot of people. And I would encourage everyone who has an interest in it, and I know there are many, to really, step up and be part of that.
Were you aware at the time of his appointment that Peter Duncan was actually the CEO of the Forestry Corporation for the years that he was?
I did. I've become aware of that. Whether it was actually before that, I actually couldn't tell you. I am aware of that. But I have, zero concerns in relation to this. Peter's gone on to do a lot of work again. He assisted the government when we were doing the machinery of government, when we came into government. I've worked, I again respect him as a very diligent public servant who I think understands the issues.
And is there any opportunity, or would the government consider actually revising the constitution of the panel to include a person who actually has understanding of forest ecology and the ecosystem functions of forests in New South Wales?
No, we're not planning on doing that. Again, as you're aware, there's a very comprehensive process going on through the creation of the Great Koala National Park, for example, and there's industry and there's environment and scientists involved. Input into that, I think that there is, I know many of these very good people who I would anticipate will, put submissions in and engage with the expert panel, and they'll be taken seriously.
So do I read that, Minister, as you expect that it will be the community and the citizen science that will do the heavy lifting of that panel to be able to have that level of input?
Well, let's remember also the panel is supported through the process, through government as well. We have some very good scientists in my department. We have some very good work that's being done that obviously also informs all of that. There's been, there's a cross-party, there's a whole of government approach to this. There's been a lot of input in relation to both the Great Koala National Park and, the sort of next steps in relation to the Forestry Industry Action Plan. So, no, I'm comfortable with the mix of people that we've got. And, if there's a concern there about sort of forestry ecology, the thing that I would say is people should not be concerned that is not going to be dealt with. There is a lot of information. I really... Okay, this is also good. I can provide a bit of extra advice as well. But, we've got some very good people there. I take forestry ecology really seriously. I am very pro-science. That is going to be picked up. I really want to allay any fears, if you have, of that in terms of the expert panel. I think they are people of integrity. I think they're diligent. And I think that they will listen to everything that comes through and really balance that work. The other part of it, which I can update the committee, is that the NRC is also, there's an expert panel that's chaired by the NRC, which is working also on sort of the business case for we have to provide business cases for what, when we make these kind of plans. So they'll also have input there.
Thank you. And, I don't think there's a concern about the people on the panel. I think the deepest concern the community has expressed is the absence of particular expertise on the panel.
I understand that, but I really feel that people should not. So the plan itself is looking at all of the different options around how we will look at forests into the future, and I think that that's a very serious thing that the government's undertaking, and will again seriously evaluate all of the material that it's put before it.
So just finishing up on that, do you expect that the work, results of consultation, reports and recommendations of the panel, will all of that be through a transparent process, and will there be genuine openness and transparency around how that panel works, what the material it receives, who that material comes from?
Look, I might have to take. I mean, as you know, my general setting is any information that's provided should be able to be made public. But this is the expert panel. They've just been announced. It's actually they're independent of me. I don't get to direct them. So I think that they'll work up their plan, and which we would share with people. But my expectation is that it will be a pretty open process. But I can't give you more details because I'm not on the expert panel and I'm not running it.
And do you expect, so how do we know then what the public reporting process will be?
Well, I would anticipate, they've literally just been appointed, I would anticipate that information about that will be made available very soon.
And is there an opportunity for people to participate in what the process should look like, or is this that panel will determine and tell New South Wales?
I'll work through that. But again, I know how much interest there is in the future of forests and what we do with them. And I think that it's really important that whether it's industry, whether it's local communities, whether it's scientists, whether it's the people who are protesting in the forest now, that they actually have an opportunity to have input. So if there's, and again, I have really great faith with the three people on that panel that they will be open to suggestions, but I just can't speak for them, and I wouldn't want to.
Would you be willing to pass on to the panel that you expect a level of transparency, and that is because none of that has been expressed in the public material so far that's been put out.
I mean, they're just getting their legs under the desk. So, look, I'd give them a bit of time. But, I think it's well known that my general approach to all of these things is a desire for the government to be as open as possible.
Minister, can I ask how you think that the 150 threatened species that are currently being impacted by logging will be protected while we continue logging public native forests?
They will be dealt with in the way that they are currently dealt with. It depends on what the threatened species is. But as you know, under the rules, there's a requirement for Forestry Corp to undertake certain actions, and they are required to follow those rules. And that's the way in which these matters are managed. It would continue to be so in the same way, unless it's things like the koala hubs, for example, in the area, which, as you know, we've stopped. There's harvesting is not being undertaken there.
It's fair to say, though, Minister, that it's not really working, that the conditions and the prescriptions are not really working, and that's why we have got this backwards and forwards with the EPA and Forestry Corporation and prosecutions in court. So at the moment, we are literally directly managing the extinction risk by continuing to log. Does that concern you?
Well, any extinction risk concerns me, as you know. The trajectory in relation to many animals, over 1,000 animals and plants in this state are on the threatened species list. That concerns me a great deal. But we manage them in a range of different ways, and we'll continue to do that. My view about the way in which this is managed and the interplay is that this is the system that's there. I really want Forestry Corp to follow the rules, but we have an independent regulator sitting here whose job is to make sure that happens and has been willing to take action where necessary.
Do you accept, though, that the rules as they currently are contributing and driving, or the risk of driving further extinction?
I think that these can always be. Look, the rules can always be improved, but the system does allow for that. When species are uplisted, there's then site-specific conditions. The whole work around greater gliders has been as a result of that. That is exactly what it's built to do. So I think that we are able to do that. Could it be improved? Probably. What does that look like? You're probably aware that the CIFOA. I can never say that.
Integrated forestry operations.
Integrated forestry with a C in the front. Yes, that. I always get it wrong. Is due to have a look at it. Where the EPA and Forestry Corp are talking about that, but there's a lot going on in the forestry space. And I mean, the one thing that I've learnt since being the minister is that you sort of pull at one thing, then there's all of these other cascading effects here. We're trying to get it right through the Forestry Industry Action Plan, as well as in parallel pursuing the Great Koala National Park and other national park establishments. As well as working through when there's an uplift in threatened species. All of those things come together, and we're working through all of those.
Thank you. Mr Raddick.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. In March 2024, at the budget estimates hearing regarding Energy Coast treatment of transmission-affected landowners, you said, I am, of course, concerned and take all complaints and issues that come to me in relation to the way in which people may be behaving with landowners very seriously. We actually are investigating those and making sure that that is not the case." End quote. I'm keen to know how those complaints and issues investigated and what were the outcomes.
I need to take on notice the details of actual complaints and then what has occurred, so I'm not able to take you through that. But the point that I would make is we've made a lot of changes in relation to how Energy Co is working, particularly in local communities. There is now more staff who are actually working in the regions with a variety of community actors. As you know, I've been out and talked to farmers in Central West Arana, for example, and continue to have a lot ongoing consultation, particularly with the mayors in the various renewable energy zones. Trying to meet with them very regularly. So, in relation to specific complaints, we can do that. What I can flag, though, is that we are looking at ways to improve the complaint system, and I'll have some more news in relation to that very soon.
Well, I look forward to that. Now, I understand there...
And I'll make sure that your office is briefed.
Thank you. Terrific. I understand there's now, across New South Wales, over 100 community organisations that are very concerned about the res, that have just sprung up organically. So from transmission lines across the Dungowan Valley, battery energy storage systems and solar projects outside of Tamworth, solar and wind transmissions around Dunedoo. It just goes on and on about people who've got lots of concerns. These are just plain citizens. So how is the government taking into serious consideration the concerns and angst of so many New South Wales communities?
Well, I can't speak to how many groups there are, but I can say that we take, groups who raise issues we take very seriously. We have made changes to routes as a result of feedback from people. Central West Arana was moved in terms of the Cassilis impact, the proposals in terms of the New England renewable energy zone have been moved to reduce the number of landholders that are affected. We're working very closely within the kind of 1 kilometre zone to work with people in terms of their individual properties and how they're impacted. So there's a huge amount of work that goes into trying to get the best route. It is challenging because sometimes when you move it, there are groups that weren't affected that then become affected. It's not an easy thing to do. Again, you move one thing and then it impacts elsewhere. But we're working through that very closely. We're working through the agreements with landholders in the Central West Arana. My advice is that we've got around 87 of the 90 landholders have made agreements, with Energy Co, and we're working through that. The scoping for the preferred route in relation to New England has been submitted to planning, and then there's ongoing work with that. It's a challenging task, but we take all issues that people raise with us very seriously.
And during question time this year in June, I asked you about the strategic benefits payment schemes.
Yes.
and the tax implications. So
Yes.
the New South Wales government is giving large sums of money to landowners, and then the federal government is what we're fearful of, and I've spoken to many farmers out there as well. They're very fearful that they're going to be, these compensation payments are going to be treated as income tax.
Yep.
So in your response to that question, you said that the tax implications vary depending upon individual circumstances, and that similar schemes operate in other states. Further, you said that you would raise this with your fellow energy ministers in a meeting with them on the 19th of July this year.
And I did that.
Thank
and
you.
we got it in the communique, and the energy ministers are writing to the treasurers, particularly to the federal treasurer, to look at what could be done to support people through this place. So I don't have an answer for you today,
Okay.
but I did raise it, and obviously it's a matter for the Commonwealth Government. But can I just say that energy ministers across the country were keen to, basically give the feds a nudge in relation to this and see what they're able to do.
So when you say nudge, so is it possible that these compensation payments could just be treated truly as compensation and not as not be subject to income tax, which could in many cases be 48% of the compensation payment? No,
exactly. The issue raised, I think, is important, and that's what we're raising. I'm yet to get anything back from the federal treasurers, and I assume that they'll report back to energy ministers very soon. in due course, and I'd hope that we would get a serious hearing on it. I agree with you that it's an issue. It's not something that I have control over, but it is something that I have raised and will continue to raise with our federal counterparts.
Well, I appreciate that, thank you, because I know that it's a lot of concern, because sometimes these farmers they think they're getting a lot of money, but then they get to lose about half of it. Now, another thing related to the res is the question of insurance, public liability insurance. So some of these farmers who don't, they will find that right next door to them, there will be basically an industrial site with up to $1 billion or more of capital investment. Now, if there's a farmer there and a fire starts on their farm, and it goes and then damages this public, these big projects, they are very, very worried about being liable for them. Now, the typical farmer in New South Wales has a public liability insurance policy for about $20 million. But a lot of them are saying, well, look, we need a lot more public liability insurance than just $20 million, because they might inadvertently damage $1 billion. Some insurance brokers that I've spoken to have stated that this challenge will likely not be resolved until the first case is determined through the courts as to who is actually liable. It would seem the most common sense way to avoid this scenario is for New South Wales Government to require any developer operator of a renewable energy infrastructure project and or associated infrastructure to indemnify any and all external risks if an incident, including a fire event, occurs resulting in any public liability insurance claim. Did you have any views on this issue of how farmers could end up becoming bankrupt through a minor error, an inadvertent error, which damages public property?
There's quite a lot in that, Mr. Ruddick. I am aware of the issue. Farmers have raised it with me, and New South Wales farmers have raised it with me. The detail of how the interplay between the government's insurance arrangements, private companies in relation to those that are building wind and solar farms, for example, and how that works with neighbouring landholders is not something that I know in detail. I'm very happy, though, to take it on notice and to provide you with information in relation to that.
Well, thank you. Now, because look, I think it is very important because things are going to happen from time to time. So we definitely do need to look at lifting that insurance somehow. And I think the government should be liable. The farmers didn't ask for this to be built next to them. Minister, I refer to your answers given to a supplementary question in the last round of budget estimates, and I thank you for emailing them through just yesterday afternoon. You say in one you say in your reply that the exhibition period was from from September 17 to 15 October 2021. Yep. That is 28 days. Do you feel that this was sufficient time for affected communities to provide evidence?
Well, as you'd be aware, this was obviously done under the previous government, so I can't speak for that. I mean, it's not unusual that there is an extension in relation to that. That clearly wasn't given at that point. So, look, there was a consultation period. I believe that it met the minimum requirements. Whether it was adequate or not, I can't speak to it because I was not in government then.
Okay, thank you.
Minister, can I just ask when when your government will stop logging the Great Koala National Park?
Well, that's not the way in which I'd put that. I mean, it's an interesting question. As you're aware...
Sorry, when will your government stop logging the Great Koala National Park assessment area?
Well, there's a bit... Well, we already have in terms of the koala hubs. That is what has stopped there. There is plantation harvesting that is occurring there, of course. And then there is a range of other activities that are happening. But, this has been asked since, before the election in terms of what our commitment was around this. We are going to create a Great Koala National Park. It is going to be fantastic. It is going to help us save koalas in the wild.
It's also going to be very logged.
There's also a process that's being worked through, which we've been very open about in relation to the Aboriginal First Nations panel, the Environment and Science panel, and the industry panel as well that are working through the assessment. There's an economic assessment that's being done, which I think is going along. I haven't been yet to be finally briefed on that. So we're working through that process, and at the same time, there's coordination. There's also the fact that there are closer attention and rules being placed, and Mr Chappell can confirm this for me if I'm wrong, I don't think I am, in relation to the way that the harvesting is being undertaken in the Great Qualla National Park.
Sorry, can I just ask the question though, ask for an answer to the question when? We have been told this year. There's just nothing for the community to understand when we will stop logging within the Great Qualla National Park. That was the question,
Well,
Minister.
it depends in the end about how big. We haven't decided about how big the park will be, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, just perhaps this year, next year, this term of government, just
Well, we're
something
definitely
again.
well. So
something.
just to work back from that, the commitment was that the Great Qualla National Park will be created in this term of government. We are working through in relation to the assessment area and what is in or out. I would hope it is as soon as possible. But you know, if you want to give me, you know, I don't want to put too much of a time frame on it, other than we're working towards the end of the year in terms of the assessment of the maps, and then there's work in terms of finally gazetting it, which I would hopefully be as soon as possible. But there's still a lot of work to be done. I've had both environmentalists and the timber industry come and talk to me about this. I want to make sure that we get it right. One of the commitments we made is that there is a real impact in communities. There's huge opportunities as well that come with the park, but we need to work through the way in which everyone gets an opportunity to put forward their proposals, and that's what's being undertaken. And I'm not going to slow that down. I'm not going to speed that up unnecessarily.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. It's great to see you here. And I do love the flair that the glasses bring.
Yeah.
The red glasses, they're fantastic.
Thank you. They're new, and I can see much better. So
They do look
good to be able to see you better, Wes.
Minister, well, I was about to say that. It's
I
bringing a
didn't
little
pinch
bit of
them from
treasurer's
Mookie.
flair to
No,
estimates. It's wonderful.
Didn't pinch them from Mookie.
Alternative sources.
Minister,
He sells them.
Minister, I want to
Moving
start
along.
off with the issue of asbestos.
Yep.
Is the EPA investigation into asbestos within mulch and gardening products still ongoing?
Yes.
It is. Minister, in the 15th of November, you stated that green life was, and I quote, the common thread through this entire issue in a Guardian article. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I think so. Yes,
Not the 15th of November.
Yeah.
I assume they quoted. 15th of November isn't right.
Sorry, 15th of February.
Yeah.
My apologies.
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was confused.
Yeah, no, sorry.
Look, I assume that's what I said, and I'll take it at face value that I did.
Yes. Mr. Chappell, on the same date, you're quoted in the same article saying a conclusion as quickly as possible was desirable in relation to the investigation. Is that correct?
I'd have to read the article, but it sounds about accurate.
Sounds right.
Excellent.
Sounds like something you'd say.
The public perception of one organisation being the common thread to the asbestos in the mulch issue is still prevalent on the EPA website.
Well, it still remains the case.
Okay, that's interesting, Minister. Thank you for providing that answer. Mr. Chappell, it says on the EPA website on the website on the frequently asked questions page, to date, the common link between the majority of the positive sites is the same supplier. But I do note that it hasn't been updated since March. Do you believe that that's an accurate statement as well, Mr. Chappell?
Yes.
You do. Okay. Mr. Chappell, you also conducted an interview with The Guardian earlier this month. Is that correct?
I can't recall an interview with The Guardian this month.
Okay.
But I may have.
Well, there was an article published on the 8th of August, so I assume that the interview was in
It's
about
not always
the
an
same
interview.
time.
Sometimes you just provide
Yeah.
quotes.
No, I appreciate that. And it identifies that there were 600 tonnes of material that was disposed, 3 facilities fined, and 7 of 13 sites tested had asbestos.
6,000.
Do you recall that? 600 tonnes of asbestos.
No, it's 6,000. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
No,
well,
I think Mr. Fang, you're maybe conflating two different issues. I think that interview and those comments relate to a recycled building product
Recovered
and analysis of facilities that
Chair,
produce that.
Sorry, I just, I'm not asking you, Chair, I'm asking the witnesses. The comments are unhelpful.
So sorry, I was
I
just.
think she's trying to give you assistance.
I appreciate that. I'm just seeking to tease some stuff out. However, the Chair is not, I'm not asking the Chair, I'm asking the CEO of the EPA. So.
But I think it's important to note that the mulch and production of mulch is an entirely different product, a different issue to recycled building products from construction demolition waste.
I appreciate
which
that.
Is
So
the subject
can
of
I
that.
can I determine from that then there are 2 separate inquiries occurring in parallel?
Yes, there's 2 different issues that are being dealt with.
Okay. Mr. Chappell, I've got here the clean-up notice that was provided to Transport for New South Wales, and I'm going to table that. I've got a copy here for the Secretariat, and we're short people. You might be aware of this, though. Do you have a copy of the clean-up notice in front of you?
I don't have it
Doubt
in
it.
front of me, but
Okay,
I am
thank you. Well,
broadly
there's a
familiar
copy
with
there
it.
for the Secretariat, one for Mr. Chappell, if you could pass that to him. Now, Mr. Chappell, you'll note on the bottom of the first page that it states that the EPA believed that there was more than 10 tonnes of asbestos on the site
Thank you.
in relation to the Rozelle interchange mulch issue. Can you confirm that that's the case?
No, that the comment is 10 tonnes of material containing asbestos, so it's quite different to 10 tonnes of asbestos.
Okay.
It's referring to contaminated material that would include asbestos as a contaminant.
Okay, well, let's delve down into this a little bit. How much mulch did you believe was on the site?
At the time, Mr. Fang, I'd have to take that on notice as to what the EPA's view at that point in time was in terms of the volume on the site.
Okay.
The point here is that there was a lot of mulch with, unfortunately, asbestos in it, but it was actually a very small amount. I believe it was less than 10%.
Well,
that's right.
Minister, I'm going to get to that.
Oh, okay.
will
Well,
be
good.
coming
I
to
hope
that.
your maths are good.
Hey?
Hope your maths are good.
No. So, Mr. Chappell, if you turn to page 3 of that clean-up notice, you'll see that it was issued under clause, there was highlighted on page 3, dot point Q. Clause 133 of the Protection of the Environmental Operations General Regulations Guide 2022 provides the following matters are prescribed for the purposes of paragraph B of the land pollution definition, more than 10 tonnes of asbestos waste.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the dot points S and T, it talks about asbestos waste is defined under clause 50, and then the EPA reasonably suspects that the pollution incident is occurring or likely to occur at the premises, namely, A, more than 10 tonnes of asbestos waste has been applied to land at the premises in the form of mulch containing asbestos.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Chappell, what would have occurred if it was under 10 tonne that you expected was there?
The 10 tonne threshold is for material in total, not for the volume of asbestos. But I think let me take that on notice because there'd be a variety of other tools that can be used for any pollutant.
But just
But
to be
the-
clear, Mr. Fang, the point here is that there should have been no asbestos
No,
in any
Minister,
of these.
I am coming to that.
Okay.
I'm asking if we could just stay on focused on the questions that I'm asking at this stage. So, Mr. Chappell, is it fair to say that by indicating that you believe that there was more than 10 tonne of material that with asbestos, you in fact triggered a separate part of the Act that allowed you to do, I guess, have a greater scope of action than would have happened under 10 tonne?
Well, not necessarily. The clean-up notice essentially puts regulatory obligations on the timely remediation of that site.
Okay. Minister, are you able to provide to me an idea of exactly how much asbestos was removed from the Rozelle interchange?
I'd have to take that on notice.
I think you indicated that you thought about 1/10 of it was asbestos. Was
Well,
that
I
right?
think this no. So just to be very clear, I don't want to mislead the committee. That overall, in terms of what was examined in volume, and Mr. Chappell can confirm if I'm wrong in this, but I'm doing this from memory. I think it was by what was
10
tested.
square.
It was about 10 square metres of asbestos was found.
Okay.
The total tonnage, Mr.
Okay.
Fang, was about 6,500 tonnes that
Yep.
that we traced through the exercise.
But that was at
Of
all the
total
sites. That
material,
wasn't just
that's right.
Rozelle.
Total.
All right. Could I just table another document, please? Now, this has been provided to me.
Now, Mr. Fang, can I just say something
Well-
before you go on? I think it's actually quite important.
Well, Minister,
This
can-
in-
oh, well, I
This
appreciate you can
investigation, no, just to be very clear here, this investigation is still is still being
Well,
considered.
Minister, that's
and
I appreciate that.
the
You-
work
you
that
will
the
understand. I'm trying to be methodical here. I don't want to jump ahead. I want to just continue with the questions. I'm asking the questions.
Well, I would like you to be careful about the way in which you are providing information, which so far has been incorrect on at least 3 occasions.
Minister, all I am doing
The
is
point-
asking, Minister.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
I think
point
this
of
is
order.
actually quite important.
Minister
Yes.
has
There's an active investigation that's being undertaken, and the EPA has to work through
And I'm coming to that.
and I would be
Minister.
concerned if, and I'm not suggesting that there's a problem to date. I'm just saying that you've been incorrect on three occasions.
No, I'm teasing out some
And
issues.
there is, and if there is, the investigation is ongoing. I would
Okay.
not want you to undermine what is a very important investigation.
Well,
So I'm
Minister,
just saying to
we
you,
will
please
see
be
where
careful.
We will see where we land when we get to the end of these questions.
Sure.
Minister, what I've just tabled is the Transport for New South Wales fines sheet, like FINDS, fines sheet of asbestos, which indicates that there was less than 200 grams actually found on site.
Can I raise a point of order?
Yes.
And that is that I haven't seen the documents
Yes.
that have been
I don't.
tabled.
You don't need to see them, Mr. Primrose.
I-
I'm
I-
providing
I-
them to the minister, and I'm asking the questions. of the
Order.
minister.
Mr. Fang,
I would
I'm
like
just hearing
to
the
be
point
able
of order.
to-
Yeah.
Right? As a member of the committee, the minister has alerted us that you may be taking us into matters that are still under
To the
investigation.
point of order.
And I haven't
He's
finished
just
yet.
finishing as well.
And I would like to be able to see those documents so I can then raise a point of order.
I understand.
subsequent to
I understand the point of order. I think it's a really valid point of order. It's really something that we can manage as a committee. It's just about timing. Are you content, Mr. Fang, to just wait a moment while the Secretariat prepares your document? For the other members of the committee, is there another line that you can pursue while we organise that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Chappell, assuming that there was less than 200 grams of asbestos found on the Rosal interchange site, as that Transport for New South Wales document indicates, did the EPA dramatically overestimate the amount of asbestos on the Rosal parklands in order to be able to trigger provisions in the Act?
No.
No. Okay. Mr. Chappell, how much asbestos was found on the Green Life site when you tested it?
I think there have been a number of tests on that site, so I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
I also, just to be, I think, clear that there is a comprehensive investigation underway with pursuing a number of persons of interest.
I appreciate
and
that.
It's a well-established principle. I think I do
I'm-
need to be very
Mr.
cautious
Chappell,
in
I'm coming to
commenting
these
on,
matters. I'm coming to these matters.
on the investigation.
I am coming to these matters. So, Mr. Chappell, I'm about to table now the some test results from Green Life that I believe was conducted by the New South Wales government. I would expect through the EPA. Now,
Where did you get those
Yeah,
from?
Mr. Fang, could we ask where these documents are
I'm
from?
able. I have the ability to liaise with people, and these documents have been
So
provided
where
to
have
me.
you got them from? I don't
I've been
believe these are in the
provided them.
public domain.
I've been provided them, Minister.
I would
Minister,
again- I
did
would-
the EPA
Alright.
advise you that
Yeah.
that they found no asbestos in their testing at the Green Life site?
Mr. Fang, we're going to take all of these on notice.
Yeah. I'm getting very concerned if you're not able to assert whether these are documents in the public realm, and they are documents subject to legal proceedings and criminal prosecution proceedings, then I am concerned.
No. Well,
As chair of this committee,
Chair,
I am concerned.
Chair, I have the ability to put questions to the minister, and I am
You
doing so
do?
in relation to this.
You do, Mr. Fang, but I'm just concerned
well,
about the
okay,
provenance
well-
of these
well,
documents.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
If the member persists in insisting that he is not going to reveal the source of the documents, I think we're subject to sub judice here. So I ask you to call him to order, and we
There are
To
no
the
cannot,
charges.
point
There are
of
no
we cannot
charges. There is no
consider
sub judice.
we
To
cannot
the point of
consider
order, the member
documents
has indicated.
which may
understand your point.
jeopardise an investigation that's ongoing. And I ask you to call him to order and either stump up with the source or drop it.
Well, we know where this is going, and requesting the chair to call him to order is intended for the very purpose of removing him. So we know what that is. Let's call that out for what it is. But secondly, there is no requirement to It's not a court of law. It's not an evidence base. The member is methodically putting questions to the minister. It's not for the minister to then quibble with. We all know, and you did it in opposition as well, Minister, you get sources who give you information. He's asking questions. If she wants to take it on notice, she can take it on notice. Secondly, the indication that she would take every question on notice, I think, is inappropriate. She doesn't know what the questions are that are going to be put to her. So I ask that you let the member continue. His time is very limited, that he put the questions. If she wants to take them on notice, she's able to do that, and she well knows that.
Further to the point of order, I mean,
Primrose.
I don't know about the provenance of this information
wasting
at all.
time,
I don't
Peter.
know whether it's inaccurate. I don't know whether it's a draft. I
You are
don't know
wasting
whether
time.
it's in fact been changed, or it might be totally accurate. I mean, without knowing the provenance of it, now we're
He doesn't
now
need
we're
to
asking
prove
the minister
documents,
to
and you're
comment
wasting
on it.
time. We know what this is.
Okay, thank you, everyone. That's incredibly helpful. I think that there is a point of order. I think it is a very valid point of order that there is a genuine concern about these documents and whether they would, in fact, if they became public or if we are discussing the content of these documents here and now, that they could undermine a criminal prosecution that the state is bringing on behalf of the people of New South Wales. I think that is a very serious matter
Well,
for
Chair,
this
I'd
committee.
ask the
And
clock to be stopped for one.
Mr. Fang,
Yes.
could we please refrain from this? I'm happy to discuss this further in confidence, but at this point, perhaps you could redirect, you could take a different tack,
Chair,
and that we could discuss
I'm
this
about to
in
table a
camera.
press release from the EPA, so this is in the
I'm
public
very
domain.
content with you
Let's just leave
tabling
that.
press releases, and
Let's
I'm very
move- let's
content.
move on.
But Mr. Fang, could you please hear that document is a document of concern at this point?
Well, I don't understand why it is.
And if we could
I
progress
might
on
make
that
the point,
basis.
Chair, that Mr. Buttigieg's suggesting that it's sub
Mr.
judice.
Fang.
There are no charges that have been laid at
Mr.
this time,
Fang,
so there is no
it's
Point
about
of
a
order.
criminal
Point
investigation.
of order.
Are you content to carry on now with these public documents and just leave
wanna
the
continue
other
my
document
questioning,
to
Chair.
side at the
Point
moment?
of order, Chair.
Yes.
If I may.
Ms. Ward.
It is not for Mr. Primrose to determine or be the arbiter of what documents are able to be used in this parliament. We are a house of review. We're able to...
I think it was actually Mr. Buttigieg's
Sure.
point of order that I was upholding.
Certainly, but I think it is very clear that we should not be wasting further time and allow the member to continue his questioning. I think he's been provided with documents and there's a referral to a public document. So if
It's
we can move
perfectly
on.
in
Thank you.
order for the committee to make that decision about whether documents presented to it are then published.
We've all had source documents from people, so we're able
Yes,
to...
but-
So
act on
let's
them.
move,
It's our
but
job.
we do
Let's
get
move
the
on.
opportunity to consider them. Carry on, Mr. Fang.
I'm now going to table the EPA press release that was released on the 26th of April 2024. Mr. Chappell, are you aware of that one?
I'm sure if you can share it with me
You're the CEO.
to refresh my memory. I
Mr.
will
Chappell,
be.
you're the CEO, and it related to Green Life.
We issue probably a dozen press releases a week, so I'm just.
Well,
not
I expect that
familiar
this
with
one
the
would have had
specifics of
a
this
little
one.
bit more focus than some of your other ones,
Just give
Mr.
us a
Chappell.
copy. Just give
Um,
us a copy so that we can see
There is a
it.
copy on the way. I've passed it.
Well, don't accuse public servants of not knowing what they're doing when they haven't got the document in front of them. It's very rude.
Mr. Chappell, you'll note that this press release makes no admission that the EPA's testing found no asbestos on site.
Well, Mr. Fang, I'm not going to talk about particular elements of evidence that were gathered either at that point in time or are part of an ongoing investigation. I'm not clear on the concern.
Mr. Chappell, you
Your
put a press
point.
release out that effectively says that the EPA's been strong and strengthened the licence conditions for VE resource recovery, which is Green Life resource recovery. That you've enforced on them conditions related to the disposal of stockpiles of mulch and that they can continue operation. You've not identified anywhere here that they were investigated, that there was no asbestos found, and they were cleared to go back to operation.
Okay, I'd again
And
make
that's-
this. Can I just make this point? What is in that press release is accurate, and I'm not quite sure what you're trying to allege here, but this is subject to an ongoing investigation. It would not be proper at all for the EPA
to be exposing through this public hearing the details of that investigation,
Minister.
which is still being undertaken.
Minister,
so
do you agree-
the press
Minister, I
press
appreciate-
release stands. If you disagree with the EPA,
No,
you're allowed to do
Minister,
that. But I would
this wasn't a
again
question to you, it
enforce.
was a
I would
question to Mr.
again
Chappell.
remind you that there is an active investigation that's taking place, and I would again remind you
Minister,
that the way in which investigations are undertaken by the
you're ne-
EPA is
you're-
actually different to the way
you're
in
now
which
wasting my
police
time.
do that. No,
I'd
I'm
ask
trying to
you-
actually explain to you
Well,
how it works.
I'm asking questions, Minister.
I'm going
and
to take a
I've
point
got
of
limited
order
time.
at this
The
point.
minister's
Minister,
trying to answer them.
No, that wasn't a question to the Minister. Minister,
Well,
I
I'm
will
gonna
put
take
a
a point
question
of
to you
order.
now.
Just to be
I have a
clear,
point of
I'm
order.
allowed to answer
Now.
any question
Excuse
I
me,
like.
Minister.
everyone. I've just got a point of order, and I will hear it. Thank
Sorry,
you,
it's
Mr.
a-
Diallo.
Time wasting in the extreme.
I
Yeah,
just
I know
wanted to
it's
raise an
Get on
issue
with it.
around this previous document that was.
Yes.
I believe that in light of the provenance being unclear, it's at the discretion of the committee whether the document be tabled. And so
Well, we vote on that at the
Chair.
end. Don't waste
Chair.
my time
No,
now.
no.
Wasting
we-
time, and
we
Chair,
either-
that would mean any document the government objects to
We vote
cannot
on
be
the
produced
end.
by the opposition. That is absolute rubbish, and there's no
We vote
precedent
on
for
at
that.
the
Can you let
end
him get
whether
on
we
with his
make it
questions,
public.
please?
Minister,
It's
can we
The
outrageous.
question of whether
sorry,
a document
Chair,
can be
can we add
tabled is
another 5
subject to
minutes to my
leave.
time? Because
This-
this
I'm
is just-
sorry, I'm
Not at
the
this
time
point.
in the
wasting
middle
has
of my
been-
point of
Not
order.
at this point.
Well, your point of order is irrelevant. Minister, I'm going to
Well,
put a
that's for
question
the
to
chair
you.
to
You're
be.
not the chair.
Minister,
That is-
in May, 7
I
News
have a
reported
point of
the
order,
cost of
Chair.
this issue was around
Order.
$100
I have a
million.
point of order.
Mr.
Minister,
Fang.
can you
I was
guarantee
in the
that this
middle
of
$100 million
my-
Mr.
scandal
Fang.
with replacement mulch
Mr.
that has been
Fang.
sourced from a site that has already been discovered
Mr.
to
Fang,
have asbestos?
nobody can hear you, Mr.
is
Fang, and
actually
nobody is
not-
listening because there was a point of order taken, and you're not adhering to the rules of this committee.
This is a
the
This
point
is
of
an
order.
absolute disgrace from the government to cover this up.
So I'm seeking,
covering up.
a ruling
There's no
from the
cover
chair
up.
Yes.
as to whether
Absolutely
the
there is.
tabling of a document is subject to the leave of the committee.
Oh, please, you're getting desperate.
So,
That's how desperate you were to cover this up.
no, I think at this
If you
point,
can't provide the
Okay, on
provenance
the
of the
point of order,
document,
on
then
the
it's up
point
to
of
us
order.
whether we allow you to table it.
on the
How
point of
desperate
order,
are you- How desperate are you to stop these questions being put to the minister?
How desperate are you to stop her from answering them?
okay, come on, committee, let's get this together. On the point of order, there are two documents that I am concerned about that are in doubt at the moment, and let's just reserve what happens with those
Yeah, whether
two
they're published or
documents
not's a matter
at
for
this
the
point.
committee in the deliberative
And we will
to
deal with
assist the
that
committee.
in the deliberative. And I'm afraid that the time is now over, and we are back to the
Chair,
crossbench.
to that point,
and you will
are
have
at the-
plenty
after the time.
You
after
will
the
have
ti-
plenty of
Well,
time
no,
in your next session to continue. This is the nature
Chair,
of the hearing.
After the bell rang, you sought to include questions that ran after. The points of order taken by the opposition were extensive, and I'd ask to be given another additional few minutes so I can
Mr.
put the rest of
Fang,
these
you are
questions.
completely in control of your own time, and you manage it how you do. And the committee is now moving on, and we are up to
Chair,
questions
you-
from the crossbench.
You granted
Chair, I
yourself
would-
extra
Mr.
time.
Ruddock, we will start with you.
Well, point of order, Chair.
And
Point of
Ms.
order.
Mahalik, it's over to you now.
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
But look, I think Wes has got a fair point. I mean, he's got some questions. I mean, they were deliberately wearing down the clock.
Yeah,
Um,
clearly.
Rubbish.
Point
Clearly.
of
No,
order.
we
these
can
are
we can
points
move
of
dissent
order.
in the chair if you like.
Clearly. There's no
Point of order,
precedent
Chair.
here.
This is now bordering on disrespectful and unruly behaviour.
Point of order, Chair.
And he is deliberately cavilling with your decision. I ask that you call him to order and consider kicking him out
To the
because
point
it's
of order.
verging on disrespect and rudeness. And the House has dealt with this matter. And I ask you to enforce the House's rules.
To the point of order, Chair.
Ms. Ward.
Thank you. I think that there's been fault by all committee members here, excluding the crossbench, where time has been deliberately taken up with multiple points
Well,
of
that's your
order.
view.
Hang on, I haven't
Well, I think
finished.
it's
I
fair.
haven't finished. It is very clear there is an intent here to try and have this member removed, and I think he is asking diligently thorough questions backed up
Well,
by
if he
evidence.
behaves himself,
Can I
there'll be
finish my
no
point of
intent.
order without you yelling at me, please, Mr. Buttigieg? You speak about respectful behaviour, and yet you're demonstrating the complete opposite. So why don't we allow the member to ask his questions and have a couple of minutes to finish them off in fairness? That is what the member is here to do. That is his job, and the minister knows that. She's been in this
Thank you.
seat. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm just going to rule. I'm going to rule here and now, and it is over. That session is done, and it's over to the crossbench.
you,
Ms.
Madam
Mahaley,
Chair.
So you can
please
give yourself
commence.
have a
additional
very
time.
small time
I-
here with the minister.
Thank
I'd
you.
love to ask
Ms.
some
Mahaley, go
questions.
ahead.
Okay. Minister,
Hi, Tanya.
hello there, Minister. How are you?
Good, thanks.
So you know what? Probably where I'm going to start.
I don't know.
And
I've
of
got a
course,
few
it's going
things
to
for
be about
you.
the gold mine.
Oh,
and
yep,
I'd like to know. I would
So
like
which
to know.
ones?
You?
Sorry,
agree-
McPhillamys, is that? Or,
Yes,
yep.
yes,
Yep.
yes. The big issue of the last 2 weeks. Can I just ask you, do you agree with the Premier's position that Minister Plibersek is in error?
I think that New South Wales is disappointed in relation to the outcome, given it had gone through our independent process, and we're hopeful that the mine will continue. I'm not aware of the information that Ms Plibersek had in relation to this.
So can I ask you on that, Minister? So did Minister Plibersek meet with you, speak with you directly or your office in relation to her decision to essentially kibosh the mine by enacting Section 10 of the Act?
The short answer is no, but just so you're aware, I'm happy to take you through the process. So, no, she did not speak to me. I've never spoken to the Minister in relation to this, nor her. I'm not aware. I haven't spoken to her office. As part of the process, she did seek input from me in relation to making that decision, and I wrote back to her and said that basically it had been through our independent process, that Heritage had been this was very specifically on the Heritage matter, had been I'm trying to think what the word is for it, that Heritage had been satisfied that the Aboriginal people who had been involved in the application, I forget, it's a long-term thing.
This is
from
Heritage New South
2019.
Wales. They were satisfied,
that they were
right.
satisfied that was right, and provided advice in relation to that.
Would you make that that correspondence public, Minister?
I can
Would you be
take that on
prepared
notice.
to do that?
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
take that on notice and
Yeah.
make that public?
Yeah.
I think people would be delighted to read that. Can I just also ask you then, in relation to where further on Plibersek's decision, have you, since she's made that decision, sought to meet with the Minister in relation to that, or
No,
to
I
speak with her
haven't.
staff,
I mean-
particularly to relay the concerns and again reiterate New South Wales' position and the position that you just advised the committee of, and that is that Heritage New South Wales did not have any concerns in relation to any Aboriginal, Indigenous cultural artefacts or
Well, I mean, I don't read too much. I don't want you to go too far. This was obviously a lot of this happened prior to the change of government. So, but it went through the independent planning panel. It was approved, and I know that.
But hang on, but you
Yeah.
were asked specifically.
Yeah,
you
we said
you've-
that was fine. Yes, that's
that
fine.
New
So I
South-
just yeah,
Heritage New
that's
South
fine.
Wales did not have any
Correct.
concerns or any in relation to any need to protect any part of the site there. Is that right? Any part of the 2,500 hectares?
I would need to. Yes, I've provided advice, but I just need to be very clear about what's in and out in terms of the scope of that. So I'm happy to come back to you about it. There's no big deal here, but you're sort of putting a long list of things that I'm not sure.
Was the minister actually asking when she wrote to? Is that the minister? Sorry, the federal minister wrote to your department or to
Yes,
you
as
directly
part of the process,
asking for?
she
you?
consults in relation to what's happened, and we.
Do you know the
responded.
time frame when that was roughly that she wrote to you, if you recall?
I think it was the end of last year, but I'd need to check.
Okay, and you responded end of last year or this year?
I'd need to check.
You need to check that. Okay, and you've said you're happy to make that public.
Well,
that
I'll see whether I
correspondence?
can, but yes.
Okay, all right. And I appreciate that you've given that commitment. Can I then ask as well further to where has the Miss Reynolds, who made an application in 21, opposing or
Sorry, I don't know her.
Miss Reynolds is the group.
I'm
is
aware.
the
I'm aware of the name, but only
Aboriginal
through
group,
media reporting.
But she has not contacted your office.
Not that I'm aware
You
of, but
haven't
let me take it on
received-
notice.
If you could take it on notice whether she has contacted your office by correspondence or email or by phone or any of the 18
I
people
can
that
check. I can
signed
check our records as
her
much as
particular
possible.
petition.
I just would let the committee. So yes, very happy to find that. I'm not aware of that. I did find out yesterday that we've had over 24,000 pieces of correspondence in the next 18 months. So I will go back and check, but I am not aware of that. No.
Sorry, that's separate to this issue.
No, but we've had 24,000 pieces of correspondence generally on every all
right,
issues.
right.
Yeah, but
Okay.
so this is what I mean in terms of going back, but I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And so you're not aware of Miss Reynolds' group or her contacting your office or indeed...
No, I'm not, but I'll check. She may have.
The department.
She may have.
Okay, all right. All right. and now moving forward, what would be the next step you think New South Wales will take on this? I mean, I know you're here as a Minister for Environment.
Yeah, it's not really,
but
it's not sort of in my bailiwick. But as you know, the Premier is very keen to see the mine go ahead, and I know that Minister Hussos has been talking to the proponents in relation to how this could operate.
Do you think, though, that Minister Plibersek should make her decision public?
That's a matter for the federal government. I'm not seeking to interfere in that. That decision's been made.
If you made a similar heritage order, you would make your position public, though.
Well, it depends. I don't have that power. So there's a lot of hypotheticals there.
Well, but I can only imagine that the Premier would want her to make her decisions
Well, I can't
made
speak
public.
for the Premier. You could have asked him yesterday.
Well, you're the leader of the government. You represent him as well in the upper
but
house.
I can't read his
right there in that leadership
I love
group.
him, but I can't read his mind. And he and I agree on many things.
Well, he's taken a very good, strong position on this. He
Yeah.
certainly has made it clear that Plibersek is in error in this position, so that they've made their view known. The position now is, will the New South Wales government work with Regis Resources to try and find an alternative site for Tailings Dam? I believe
that work's being undertaken, but not by me.
Okay. All right. I'll leave that.
Thank you, John. Did you have some questions?
I do, thank you, Chair. I have a question for Mr. Chappell, and I have recently had some meetings with some people about the concern with the water supply, and in particular in relation to the PFAS, which, you know, from what I've only heard about them recently, they sound very dangerous chemicals, and I was made aware of recent studies on how they're affecting many animals, including platypuses. And so I was wondering, is the EPA, is this a high priority for the EPA, looking at the PFAS in our water supply affecting animals and humans, and are we considering initiating an inquiry into it?
It is a high priority. The EPA publishes each year what we call compliance and regulatory priorities, and if you look at our website, you'll see for this current year, 24-25, PFAS and PFOS and that class of chemistry, and supporting our government partners in understanding and better managing those issues is one of our top priorities. We've inspected around 1,100 sites in recent years. We work with Fire and Rescue and RFS and other agencies who've got a history of using these chemicals in their work. The reason PFAS and that class of chemicals is a challenge is not because it poses what you might think of as an acute risk for immediate health impact, but it's what we call a chronic risk, and that's for two reasons. One, it's very persistent in the environment, so they're called forever chemicals because they last for a very long time in the environment, but they also bioaccumulate.
Okay, and now I had people give me some documents recently about the synthetic turf industry, which the government seemed to be sort of promoting to local council and sports clubs through state government grants. But I've had some alarming reports about these sports fields which have got this synthetic turf. Then, you know, when there's heavy rain, you know, gets washed into our waterways, into our oceans. Is that something that the EPA is looking into? Where the synthetic turf is actually, we're told it's eco-friendly. I've got concerns that it may actually be not eco-friendly, but actually quite dangerous to animals and humans. Is that a concern of yours?
Can I just start the answer on this one, and Mr. Chappell
Sure.
can finalise this? So there was a study undertaken in relation to turf, and I know Miss Dr. Conn comes later, she might ask us about it, but it is actually being dealt with by the Minister for Planning and Public Spaces. So Minister Scully is in charge of that. There was a report done that we have made public. I would share some of your concerns about the way in which this operates, but there is also a place for synthetic turf, particularly when we've got a shortage of soccer fields and those kind of things, and I know that some councils have chosen to use that. But the EPA, as far as I'm aware, doesn't really have a huge role in relation to this, but I might hand to Mr. Chappell, he can tell you what they do.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, and we're working closely with our colleagues in planning in that whole of government response to the Chief Scientist's work. And essentially, what we'll be looking to achieve is that where these facilities are installed, they have the appropriate systems to ensure that the kind of contamination or runoff and microfibres and microplastics that you're sort of alluding to do not escape into the broader environment where they can create those risks.
Thank you. Well,
We're also, I mean, just for completeness, We're working with some partners in the microplastic space, studying 120 catchments in New South Wales to try and identify any particular hotspots where the risk might already exist.
And I'm very keen to do more work on microplastics, just generally across the board.
I'm pleased to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, could I just turn us towards the ACCUs, the Australian Carbon Credit Units, and the improved native forestry management method? The Commonwealth site describes the method as the proposed method would incentivise projects involving the cessation or deferral of harvesting and multi-use public native forests to increase removals in and avoid emissions from relevant forest-related carbon pools. Did the final method that was sent to the Commonwealth include any part that would allow for native forest logging to continue within the Great Koala National Park while also generating carbon credits?
The short answer is that detail I suspect you should ask Mr Fleming this afternoon in relation to what's in and out of it. I'm broadly aware of the process. Obviously, the method was done across government with input from relevant agencies. It's an independent process that it goes through federally, so basically the method has been put forward. There's then a process where they will decide whether they're going to examine it or not. If it then passes muster, it's then signed off by my colleague Minister Bowen. If all those things happen, then it's something that might be used. But it's an independent process we've put in place. We've obviously submitted a method. The details of that, though, I'd have to say to you, is probably best. Mr Fleming will be able to help you out.
Thank you. As Minister, though, do you want to generate, in principle, carbon credits from existing carbon stock?
I'm interested in the options for how we can generate ACCUs, and that's something that we're doing, and that's why we've done this work.
But do you think, as a basic premise, Minister, that it's important that it is about additionality, not existing stocks? I think that's the kind.
Well, it depends on the rules, obviously, and it depends on what's in and what's out. So, my view about carbon credits, or offsets as they're sometimes known, is this. I think that they're a necessary part, and as you know, the sort of national safeguard mechanism allows for this to occur. It's important there is a role for them on the way through to as we're heading towards net zero. My view, though, about them is that we've got to be very careful, that they need to be rigorous and that they need to be transparent as we're working through these matters. There's been some examples, and I'm sure you could probably point to quite a few of them, where the sort of amount of carbon that's being abated is less than what people consider, and how that's measured. Like, this is not a straightforward issue, but it's an important one, and that's why we're engaging with the Commonwealth process and we've put forward a method.
Thank you. So just in terms of that, we are actually inventing the rules, clearly. We're making the methodology independent or whatever. At this point, a methodology is being formulated, rules are being created. If the Commonwealth was to allow existing carbon stocks to be used as offsets, particularly in relation to the hard-to-abate sectors, would the New South Wales government position be that that's what we would do too?
I think that's a big hypothetical, and we're a long way from that yet.
I don't think so, Minister. I think this is the question. This is the question that everyone right now is asking. Are we going to allow?
I know that there is a few.
Are we going to allow existing stocks to be part of the carbon budget going forward, or will this principle of integrity, namely additionality, be something that the New South Wales government commits to?
Well, as I said to you, there's a lot of hypotheticals in there because we're just at the beginning of this process, and so there's a lot of steps that need to be taken before this becomes something that we would decide, and I'm not in a position to give you an answer today.
Thank you. I mean, it's urgent, Minister, as you know, and
I'm
I know
well aware.
you know. Yeah. Can I ask then, still on the topic of climate and emissions and abatement, do the EPA greenhouse gas guidelines, will they apply to the Hunter Valley operations that are currently under some form of consideration, and other coal projects that had already produced an EIS when the draft guidelines were
So
published.
Mr. Chappell can jump in here. My understanding is that HVO, yes, and that there's discussion in relation to that. The guidelines are not finalised, but they're obviously being operationalised, and there's also been community consultation in relation to that. If you're talking about Moolabin, is it Moolabin? Is that
Moolarben.
Moolarben, sorry,
yeah.
Moolarben, yes. No, they won't apply to that one.
Just to add to that, Chair, if I may, the Minister's spot on in terms of HVO. Whilst the guidelines themselves were not developed, the content and the hierarchy and the elements of that were shared as EPA advice into the planning department and have been the subject of, I think, the work that HVO is seeking to undertake to meet the Secretary's requirements. And with Moolarben, the EPA has actually, in respect of Moolarben, written to the planning department to supplement our earlier advice, which was, as the Minister said, much earlier on in the process. But that EPA advice discussed the need for a comprehensive climate change mitigation and adaptation plan. And we've also communicated to the department the draft guidelines availability to be considered by the Consent Authority in their deliberations.
And I might come back to you this afternoon more about timing and the depth of that. Minister, there's a massive concern that the fugitive coal emissions are actually set to increase out to 2030. What's the plan to ratchet down fugitive emissions from coal to help get to our 2030 target?
It's a very good question. There's a lot of technical work that's also being undertaken. I might hand that over to Mr. Chappell, just because I know that it's a really important issue. Fugitive emissions are a big problem. They will impact on our ability to meet our targets. There's no doubt about that, and that's why the work that I mean, going back to Mr. Chappell, he's all across the detail of what we're doing in relation to that, how licences are going to be regulated and how people are going to address it. So we're on it, but the detail...
I will come back
Chappell.
after the break and talk to Mr. Chappell about that, if that's okay. Can I just ask you, Minister, about our Net Zero Commission, where we're up to? Has it provided any advice to government yet? Just a quick 101 as to where we're up to. I'd be grateful.
No, really happy to give you an update about this. So they're in startup, but they've got a very quick timetable of what they need to do. So they commenced operations in July. The chair and the commissioners I announced on the 9th of July, and members would know that Dr. Paul Grimes is the Net Zero Commission chair, and the other commissioners are Miss Maria Atkinson, Mr. Oliver Costello, Professor Hugh Durant-White, Professor Frank Giotso, Ms. Katerina Kamali, Ms. Meg McDonald, and Professor Andy Pittman. So there's a real mix of skills in relation to that. Their first job and their most important job is to do their first report by November, which will tell us how we're going. So I think that I can't speak for them. They're actually independent of me, which was deliberate. But I would, indicate that my expectation is, in terms of what the November report looks like, is it's a snapshot of where we're going. It pulls into, across government, all of the various information that we've got. So we've obviously got the modelling that's done in my department. You may have seen the NARCLIMS work that's done. We've also established sort of across government I think it's called an outcomes network, to make sure that we deliver on our part of the bargain and the activity we undertake. And so they've got a very quick turnaround on this preliminary report. I would then expect that sort of next year there's some of the other work that they'll need to do. They need to create the sort of 5-year plan. They'll need to give some advice about interim targets. They've obviously got the adaptation objective. So there's a lot. They've got a lot of work to do, but from now they're up, they're running, they're appointed, and their first report will be in November, which obviously will go to the Joint Committee as well. That'll be able to be examined. So I'm pretty excited actually about how this is going. But yeah, they've got a very important task in a very short time frame, and I would hope that as they sort of get more embedded and they roll out, we're getting the information that we need.
So just to be clear, at this point, the government hasn't referred any specific projects to it. It's in the up and running and it's already got a massive plate in front of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And look, can I just also say, it's not really And we had a bit of a discussion with this when we were doing the legislation. It's not the role of the Commission to be another pseudo planning panel in relation to these matters. We have to be really clear. The EPA's got a really strong role here, and that is actually they're the regulator. We changed the legislation to include climate pollution when we changed the laws earlier this year. That is the role of the EPA. The Net Zero Commission is about monitoring and advising and reporting to government on how and holding us accountable for how we're actually meeting our emissions reductions targets. They're not a quasi-planning panel. That is not their job. That is not to say that at some point there might be some sort of advice that's sought, but all I've really wanted them to do is get their legs under the desk and get writing that report.
Thank you. Right, over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Welcome.
Thank you.
Time for estimates come so quickly. You're so welcomed. Minister, I do want to ask you about energy policy this morning. I do note, and I want to get to those, but I do note that many of your answers today seem to be quite different to some of the positions taken when you're in opposition. I'll just make that reflection and ask some questions in relation to energy policy on that basis. Because, well, can we go into that? So what's the current amount of renewable energy being supplied into the grid? And how much more is required between now and 2030 to ensure we hit the net zero targets?
I've got a graph.
You prepared one earlier.
Look, we use at different times. Obviously, New South Wales is very coal dependent. We have only had one of the coal-fired power stations out of the mix. I think I talk about we're getting around 35% from renewable energy, but that's from a whole range of different sources. Rooftop solar being an incredibly important part of that. And I can show you the graph. This is the duck graph, which is about some of the challenges in relation to this. But there was literally, AEMO yesterday said, I think it was on the weekend, that across the national energy market, 45% of energy was coming from renewable sources over the weekend, which is the highest that it's been for quite a long time.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, I'm happy to
so
take
your
you
answer
through
is
it.
35 or 45?
No. So it depends on the time of day. So it's just 35. During the day, there's a huge amount of solar. Let me show you the graph.
Yep, just the number. I've got limited time.
So around
between 35 and
45. I'm sitting with 35%, but what I'm saying is it can be as high as 45%. And also I would say it's not just New South Wales based. We're in the national energy market. So this is the graph from the weekend.
Sure. Minister, I might move on. If you'd like to table those, you're most welcome.
No,
but what I'd like to ask is what is the number?
The question you're asking is, I'm just not sure.
Sure. Well, no, the question I'm asking is what is the number? What's the current amount of renewable energy being supplied into the grid?
Well, it depends. Well, the answer is it depends, but around 35% is what is provided on most days at different times.
Thank you. And how much more is required between now and 2030 to ensure that we hit our net zero targets?
Sorry, are you talking about net zero targets, or are you talking about building out of the renewable energy zones?
I'm asking how much more is required to hit those targets?
Which targets?
The net zero targets by 2030.
Well, we need to decarbonise the grid, so we need to meet what's in the roadmap. Bipartisan, used to be bipartisan. Not sure about the NATs. Not sure about the NATs. You need to check on them. But so we're on track in relation to our targets, which is the 12 gigawatts of generation and the 2 gigawatts of firming. That's ongoing work. There's also work outside the RES as well. So the total number. I would have to come back to you. But in terms, if you're asking how we're going to meet our targets, that's exactly what we're intending to do, and that's what we're rolling out, both in terms of energy decarbonisation, work in the transport sector.
And that's consistent with what you said last year. You said you thought we were on track to meet the 2030 targets, but will we meet them ultimately?
Sorry, are you talking about emissions reduction targets, or are you talking about renewable energy?
Well, you can answer either or both if you like.
Renewable
energy. All right, well, let's deal with renewable energy.
Yep. Well, that's the 12 gigs and the 2. Yes, we believe that we're on track for that. If you're talking about emissions reduction, that's a different thing.
No, I'm asking about renewable energy.
Right, okay. Well, good, because emissions reduction is different, and there is concerns about whether we're going to meet our emissions reduction targets by 2030.
Okay.
So there was modelling that was done by the previous government that basically modelled were we on track, and it said we were on track to be about 56% reduction.
Minister,
Could you just let me finish?
Well,
you asked me two different questions. You talked about emissions and then you talked about renewable energy. I'm answering both those
We can quibble
questions.
the questions. I'm very clear, but I would like to move on
Okay.
and not talk about what may or may not have been done. I'm talking
but I'm
about the
trying to
future.
tell you what
and
we've
we're,
done in
we're
relation-
on track
yes.
now, not modelling done
Well,
18 months ago.
It's the same modelling that you used to use, and
yes,
we have
but I'm
updated that
talking
modelling.
about
and this
you're
is
the
what I'm
minister
trying to
now.
explain.
Are we on track?
No.
Okay.
No, we are at risk. So the issue is this. The modelling that's done is the same modelling that was done by the previous government. It used to model if every single program was in place and was working, how would we get to it? It said that it would be about 56% reduction by 2030. We have updated that. So we still have that part of it, if everything's going gangbusters and it's perfect. But we've now said actually how we're observing it. So how are the programs rolling out? How are the programs doing the abatement? So that we're actually honest and upfront about how that's going.
All right, I'm going to redirect because I'm not sure I need the duck. I don't know. Are we playing duck, duck, goose with energy policy?
Well,
I
I'm
don't
happy
need
to
the duck
explain it to you
program.
because I'm not sure that you're across
Is
it.
it
fine
even
with
a
the
duck
energy
is the
portfolio.
question.
Is it a duck?
just-
Yeah, does it
I know-
identify as a duck?
Look,
All right, I'll move on, Minister. How
James
many
needs to give
renewable
you
energy
a bit of an
projects,
update.
if you
Sorry.
don't mind, how many renewable energy projects are currently awaiting approval in New South Wales?
I would have to take that on notice, but I might be able to get it to you because I know that I've got a list. But there are a lot. Can I just give you?
All right, you're taking a notice. I might assist you while you're looking for that, or
No,
someone
I
can
can
look for
tell
it
you.
for
Here we
you.
go. Number of projects under assessment. There's 35,
Okay.
13 wind farms, 12 solar farms, 8 batteries, and 2 pumped hydro.
Okay, great. According to Minister Scully, he said there's 29 currently new renewable energy projects under assessment, which would produce about 16.5 gigawatts. And most of them are expected to be determined this year. So do you agree with that figure?
That sounds about right.
Okay. And so if there are so many new generation projects underway, why are forecasted New South Wales wholesale electricity prices out to 2027 showing that New South Wales prices almost double those in Victoria and are consistently 20 to 30% higher than in Queensland?
There's a couple of reasons for that. One is that we have old coal-fired power stations that break down a lot, and their prices soar when they come offline. It's why the Mraring decision was so important in terms of prices long term. It's also dependent on how much renewable energy is in the grid, which is still the cheapest form that's going in there. So it depends. The answer for these things is usually it depends. But yeah, that's the answer.
Okay, so that's why I asked about renewables. Let's move on to Eraring then.
You're going to talk about
so
nuclear?
When you,
Do you support nuclear?
Chair, generally
Okay.
the proposition is that I ask the question. So
Okay.
with the limited time,
I really wish I
happy
could
to
ask
chat.
you the
If
question,
you have
though.
any questions for me about energy
Well, I'd
policy
like to know what
outside,
the
but this is
coalition's
a
position
time
is
in
on
which
nuclear.
Chair, I'd just like to be able to ask the questions if I may. Minister, when you announced a 2-year extension to the Eraring Power Station, you said, and I quote, "This is a proactive and sensible step to avoid electricity outages and rising power prices."
Yes.
Are you aware that New South Wales electricity prices exceeded $5,000 per megawatt hours 19 times in May and June?
Yes, that's because the coal-fired power plants were offline.
So the Australian Energy Regulator said that these high prices were driven by scheduled and unplanned outages of Eraring. So you're saying that they are incorrect?
No, that's exactly what I just said.
Scheduled and
Unscheduled. So when they're offline, there's scheduled
Yes.
maintenance where they come offline.
They
and
said
then- and then-
scheduled.
Yes, and there's scheduled and there is unscheduled.
Yes.
But don't forget, we're
Like
part of.
ducks
We're
and
also
geese.
part of. No. We're also part of the national energy market. Callide, which is Queensland's coal-fired power station, has had actually blew up.
Yep,
One of
which
its
is in
units.
New
So
South Wales.
this all fits in together. You can't separate these things individually. We actually work across the market, and there's different impact if we have to import energy from other states as a result of things that are down in our area.
Thank you. When you signed the contract to keep Eraring open, why didn't the government seek a guarantee from the operators of Eraring to keep energy prices low?
Well, that is not the way in which the national energy market works. And look, can I say, if the energy market that I inherited, particularly in New South Wales, wasn't privatised, this would have been much easier in terms of the directions that we're able to make or
Minister.
not.
It was a
There's
very
no such thing as a
specific
Point of
redirect.
order.
I can answer the question however I
But
like.
may I just raise,
point of order's
apologise,
been
Minister,
taken.
and to the member, but this is the second time the honourable member's used the term redirect. which is
We have
not
we have got rules
appropriate,
around it.
Thank you. The Minister has also, I think, spoken about topics other than what I'm asking.
Can I
I'd
ask
like
the ruling that
opportunity.
can I ask for the Chair to rule whether
Wasting
it's
my time.
appropriate to use the term and seek to redirect?
Yeah, it is a difficult thing. We have been given clear advice that we don't really have the power to redirect, but I think that we can have a good conversation
Yes,
between
agreed.
the member and the Minister about sticking on track.
Thank you.
And
I think
thank
this Minister
you.
is very capable. She's
Yes.
able to answer, so let's let her
Thank
answer, and
you.
why don't we
Let's
get on with
carry on.
it, which is
Thank
what
you.
I'd like
You've
to
got to
do.
let me
So my
answer
question
even if you
was
don't
very
like the
specific. I'll
answer.
just repeat it
Let's
to be
stick to the
clear. So
Thank
you're
you.
not chairing, Mr Primrose. I just appreciate the
I'd
opportunity
like us to
to
stick
use
to
my
the
time to
rules.
ask my questions, if I may, if that's all right with
Yep,
you.
please, provide you
When
stick
you
to the
signed the
rules.
contract to keep Eraring open, why didn't you seek a guarantee from the operators of Eraring to keep those prices low?
That's not the way that works. This is a private entity that I would say at this stage they buy and sell on the market. There was extensive negotiations around this. This idea that we could limit how much they were to do that without there being compensation is fanciful. I would remind you that the previous minister suggested that any deal with Eraring could cost between $1.6 and $3 billion. That is not the case in New South Wales. I stand by that decision, but the question that you're asking is actually not the way this works.
Well, I'm entitled to ask the questions
Well, you
the
are,
way I
but-
want
but
to,
you
but I
are,
think
but-
the people of New
well,
South
I
Wales
think-
are
I think
concerned
Mr.
about...
Griffin
if I can
needs to give
finish,
you a better
if we can
briefing.
speak one person at a time, Minister, it'll be very helpful for Hansard, and we both know that. I think it's very clear that the people of New South Wales are concerned in a cost of living crisis
course they
about
are.
energy prices. So
course they are.
saying it's the wrong question, I don't think is helpful for them or for this
No,
committee.
but not understanding how the energy system works is also unhelpful and misleading.
Will the government buy back Eraring?
No.
You'll absolutely rule that out?
Yep.
Okay. But you won't put in a guarantee about pricing?
We're not able to do that because that's not how the market operates.
If extending Eraring was about reliability and price, what consideration was given then to the environment?
All issues were considered in relation to this. I'd make the following points in relation to this. We've been extremely transparent around the impact, around the advice, and provided all of that publicly. And of course there is an impact on the environment. There's an impact in relation to emissions. There's an impact in relation to coal ash. We are dealing with those. But the point here is the extension of Eraring covers a reliability gap that stops blackouts and stops price spikes for households and small businesses. If you are concerned about prices, which I am, very concerned, then this is an important transitory step as we build out as much of the renewable energy as we must to make sure that we can transition our electricity grid.
Well, are you aware that at one point this year the energy prices remained so high that the market in New South Wales had to be suspended?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that keeping Eraring open hasn't exactly delivered the sort of certainty that you were looking for, isn't that right?
Ms Ward,
It hasn't delivered certainty, hasn't delivered reliability,
are you going to let
it
me
hasn't
answer the
lowered
question,
the price.
or are you just going to make assertions that frankly show how little you understand the way in which the electricity
Well,
market
frankly, that's
works?
just insulting. I've
Well,
asked you a
it
question
is.
about reliability and
Yes.
price.
And prices spike because the prices are dynamic and they depend on supply and demand, and they depend on how it's going. Whether it's how much the solar is coming into the grid in the middle of the day, whether the Callide coal-fired power station is down in Queensland, whether there's an issue with transmission, particularly with wild events, particularly wild weather events where we see transmission lines are down. This is not unusual. In fact, this is the way in which AEMO has to operate the national energy market and deliver energy to everyone who needs it. Prices go up and down. It's a dynamic market.
Thank you.
If you're suggesting that we could go back to a planned market that's not privatised, I think that horse has well and
No,
truly
I'm just
bolted.
asking, Minister, what you're doing about it, which I'm entitled to do.
Doing everything we can to actually reduce prices and put downward pressure in relation to energy prices for households, which we do desperately care about and which we've invested significant monies in assisting households with.
With respect to Eraring, you said the starting principle was not a day longer, not a dollar more.
Yep.
With that in mind, when can we expect to see an exit plan for Eraring?
Well, Eraring's plan is already very well articulated. They have given notice to both the market and to AEMO that they will be closing in 2027. They do, however, that's not a hard close. The support and the underwriting that the New South Wales Government may provide only goes till then, but they will actually have to formally and finally close in, I think it's April 29. It's definitely 29. I think it's April. Yep.
So there's a draft plan in place, there's a plan in place
Yep.
that's finalised and that's clear.
Yep.
Okay.
But just, I would remind you, they're a private company, and their operation it will close in April 29. That's, if they decide to go on past when the government's underwriting is, which is until the end of 27, then that's a matter for them.
Sure, I'm asking about your role, your
Yep.
responsibility,
I'm
your
telling
engagement with them and what your understanding and expectation is of that. I'm not asking about their private dealings. So,
Well, sorry, they're a private company that has has to report this,
yes,
and I'm
but
just
I'm
telling
asking
you what
you
they're
about
doing.
your role and your interaction
Yeah,
with
which I'm
them.
telling
so
you,
it's
we're
patronising to
underwriting
say
until
that to me.
27, and then they have to finally close by 29.
Okay.
This is not a surprise. This has all been on the public record.
So what do you say to the environment and climate groups that feel let down by your decision to keep Eraring open?
I say to them that we are doing everything that we can to build out renewable energy as quickly as we can, that there is advice around the reliability gap that was there, which would lead to blackouts and to significant price spikes for households, not just one-off days, but literally, a much more expensive arrangement if Eraring was to exit the market in 25 when they were supposed to, and that this is a necessary, cautious and careful approach, which gives us a little bit of a breather to make sure that we orderly manage the exit of coal as quickly as we can while building out renewable energy.
So given electricity pricing in New South Wales is the worst of the national energy market states, will you rule out extending Eraring again?
Yes.
Okay. Will you make public any of the modelling of alternative proposals that were done to supply that needed capacity instead of keeping
done that.
Eraring open?
We've done that.
All right. Was any alternative modelling done?
Yes.
You've tabled that?
We've tabled all of that in the Parliament.
Okay, you've made that public. Good.
Yes.
Great.
Good if you knew that.
Well, again,
I
there's
know
no need
James
to be
is new and welcome to the portfolio, but
There's
it
no
would
need
help
to
if he
be
looked at what happened in the upper
patronising
house.
and insult people. We are doing our jobs, Minister,
Well,
and I
not if
appreciate
you
the
haven't read the
courtesy that
material
you
that's
expect
available.
and you talk over people, and it's fine when you do it. I'm diligently trying to ask some questions. Let's talk about the new energy policy framework. Let's go to contaminated sites just for fun. How many contaminated sites that pose a risk to the environment are there right now across New South Wales?
There's a significant number. I might hand to Mr. Chappell in relation to the actual numbers.
I might need just a moment to find that detail.
I can give you the answer if you like.
Will be online.
All right, well, there's more than 200.
Yes.
So those sites are potentially environmental ticking time bombs, wouldn't you agree?
All contaminated sites are a problem.
Yeah.
200. Yes. 200, most of them were there for 12 years that I don't know that you guys did much about with them. But we're working through how we deal with contaminated lands. I don't know whether Mr. Chappell wants to add anything to it.
Look,
So
just
dealing-
to say that when sites are declared contaminated sites, it triggers a series of regulatory requirements that are all about managing the risk of that site and ultimately remediating it.
Sure. So dealing with those was meant to be an EPI priority, a regulatory priority in 2023-24. What's happened with that priority?
Well, they're doing the work.
Significant work has progressed. I'm happy to give you an extensive answer. I'll
All
just
right.
need
Why
to...
don't we take that up this afternoon,
take
if
that
you like? We
one
have you
for this afternoon, yes.
Terrific. Thank you. So do you plan on, Minister, remediating those contaminated sites in New South Wales?
Well, it depends which ones, and it depends on how long. These are complex sites, and it depends on who owns them. So I can Mr. Chappell will be able to take you through chapter and verse in relation to what the plan is for each of the sites. I'm not across that detail, but the point I would
broadly,
get...
as Minister, you set the policy direction broadly. Is
Sure.
it your view that you plan on remediating those contaminated sites?
Well, we continue to work to deal with contaminated lands as previous
deal
governments
with is
have
not
as well.
the same as remediating, though, is it?
Sorry?
Deal with, I think were your words. We plan on dealing with them is not the same as remediating them. It's
Well, some will be
It's a
remediated.
yes or no, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not a yes or no. It's not a yes or no question. The answer to it is that there is a framework for managing contaminated lands, and we continue to do so. And we try to remediate as many, as we can, but I just can't tell you exactly where each of the individual sites are. Some are more complex than others, and if you'd like to, and in fact I think I might provide to the committee the number that have been there for the 12 years that you were in government and that we're catching up with.
We can look backwards or we can look forwards to cleaning these up and getting them fixed
Sure.
under your time here.
Yep,
Minister, you've
they've got
been
to
here
be
for 18
cleaned up.
months. I would have thought you'd be focused on what you're going
I'm
to do
focused
about
on
it
every
if you
part of
are
my
truly
portfolio,
committed to this.
and I note that contaminated
Yeah.
lands are a problem, and we're continuing to manage them and remediate them. But again, it's not always the government that remediates it. It depends on what the plan is. It depends on who owns it. It depends on who made the contamination. This is not a straightforward issue, but it's one that, like all environmental issues, we take very seriously.
Well, in taking it seriously, perhaps we might have some more detail on your commitment to what you're doing on each
Sure.
of those.
I'll also provide that list of how long they've
Thank
been
you.
a problem too.
Thank you. Is the land around Rose Hill contaminated?
When you say around Rose Hill, do you mean Rose Hill itself, or do you mean in what buffer zone? Parramatta's had a lot of heavy industry. It depends. How big are you talking
Is
about?
the Rose Hill land site contaminated?
I'm not aware of that. I think it's one of the better sites, but as you know, there's a process being underway to examine that as an opportunity. All of those studies and everything would be done. But
The
my
land around-
understanding, sorry,
You
can
asked
let me finish.
Certainly. Around the metro is where I'm interested in. Was that land
I'd
contaminated
have
around
to
the
take
metro?
it on
site?
notice.
Thank you, Minister. I have 30 seconds and I'm going to ask you a question that is more than 30 seconds, but I'm just going to start, if that's okay.
Okay.
What are the priority areas and species in responding to an outbreak of bird flu in New South Wales?
Yes. I have an answer for this. I'm very concerned about this. I don't know whether someone's actually got, I've got a note on this, so I'm just going to find it. So you'd be aware that H1N1 is bird flu that's decimated.
No,
Sorry, what is that?
yeah,
I keep going,
yeah,
sorry.
please, just-
That's
are you okay?
basically, have we got it?
It's your time.
That's basically decimated the wild bird populations. You'd be aware that Minister Moriarty deals with the kind of chooks in sheds, and we've already had outbreaks here. The real challenge here that I'm really concerned about is that if it gets into wild bird populations, essentially there's nothing very much we can do about it. There's a real problem with this. I do want to take the opportunity though to provide this particular information. We're working nationally in relation to dealing with this. The real risk, of course, is migratory birds either coming from the north, they've started to arrive, and obviously the ones from Antarctica as well. I'm doing a roundtable on Friday with wildlife carers and some of the other groups, Invasive Species Council, BirdLife Australia, to really share the information, because there's not clear information about what the public should do. I can't actually overstate how serious this is. Things like the little penguin colony at Manly could be wiped out by this. In Peru, 40% of their pelicans have died as a result of having this flu. We've got areas like Baranguba and Montague Island where we've got a huge number of birds. All of those islands off the coast, if it gets into those populations, they genuinely could be decimated. So the advice that we're providing to people in this first of all, we're bringing it all together. There's an action plan across government, and we're trying to share that information. We're moving to the next bit, but the important thing for people to know is that they need to avoid contact with sick or dead wildlife. This flu can be transmitted to humans. The evidence to date is that it's very mild. It's not life-threatening or anything, but of course we don't want people doing the wrong thing here. So people need to avoid contact with sick or dead wildlife. They need to make sure that their pets don't eat sick or dead wildlife. The real challenge with this flu is that it's actually able to go in between animals as well. We really want anyone who see animals that are dying, and sort of an event that we want people to report if they see more than 5 birds that are dead in any one place, that they need to report it. There's the Emergency Animal Disease Hotline. And we want them to report that. We want them to record what they see, so the location of where the animals was found. We want them to take photos and video. We just need to stay on top of this. And Wildlife Health Australia is leading a lot of this response. There's some really great work being undertaken, but I'm really glad that you asked this question, because I'm really concerned about it, because our ability to actually contain it in the wild bird population is
very low. Now, look, there is some differing views about whether sick birds that do those migratory birds are going to be able to make it to Australia, if they're coming from Mongolia, if they're coming from Korea, if they're coming from Antarctica. There's some sort of question mark about that, but my view is we should be prepared. Because it's, and I know wildlife carers across the state, BirdLife and others are very worried about it. And really, citizens are going to have to be our eyes and ears. We just don't have enough people to even manage that if there becomes a serious breakout. So I don't want to overstate it, but we're just trying to do all of that preparatory work because I do think the risk is really serious, and the idea that we could lose some of those very precious birds and those very particular colonies is something that we really want people to be alert, not so alarmed yet, but very alert to any changes that they're noticing in their bird populations.
Thank you, and I'll ask. I can follow up with the department as well in terms of actual actions. We have jumped into government time, but the minister did have that opportunity. So, does the government have any questions that you would like to put to the minister? Any?
We're very satisfied with what the minister said.
Of course. All right. Well, on that basis, we now break for a short break, and we return at 11:15. See you all then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the next session. Minister, is there something you wanted to
Yes,
address
I
the
wanted
committee?
to provide. We've sought some advice in relation to the matters that were raised in the earlier session, and I'd just like to provide this to the committee. That there are issues in relation to the documents that have been produced, and we want to make the point that there is an active criminal investigation from around asbestos in mulch. The release of the documents could prejudice or prevent the investigation or the prosecution of offence, which is a matter of state, and would give rise to a public interest immunity claim. If such a claim is made, the Crown Solicitor would need to be provided advice and representation in that. We are concerned about the source of the documents and that they've been provided in the course of other legal proceedings. Those proceedings were ultimately settled. And there is an issue in relation to the use of any documents that were provided by that. Now, I'm not suggesting, I don't know where they've come from, but I'm just saying that the government is extremely concerned about that.
Thank you, Minister. We don't need to deliberate on that matter at the moment.
No,
I have.
I just wanted
Thank
to
you,
provide
though.
that,
Thank
though.
you. Right, we are now moving into crossbench time, and I will hand over to Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. And good morning to you, Minister, and I'll be super quick because I know time is short. I just wanted to ask you around the Tomago aluminium smelter.
Yes.
Okay.
As you know, Tomago is the largest electricity user in New South Wales, has approximately 850 is its annual sort of constant demand.
Yes.
What is the plan for powering Tomago once Bayswater closes in 2030?
Look, I know Tomago is obviously very focused on what their future looks like in relation to how they survive. I'm not in a position to tell you what their plan is. I have visited Tomago and I have met with them. They're obviously a very important employer. They actually play an incredibly important role in managing demand, actually. We use them and they're contracted to actually turn off, well, not turn off, but turn down, because you can't actually turn off the smelters and all those things. But, they're very important in terms of taking areas offline. But to speak specifically on that question that you've asked, I'm not sure that it's tied to that particular. They don't get their energy just from that coal-fired power station. So they're again part of the network. They have relationships obviously with Transgrid in terms of how that's done. I know that they're very focused on it, but it's really a question for them, and I'm not able to provide you with any more information.
Given what I would call a debacle that we've seen with the Araring power station being kept open.
You'd say that. I disagree.
I would say that. What is your government doing to ensure that we don't have the same situation come up when it comes to Bayswater because we're not able to power Tomago?
Well, I wouldn't link it to Tomago. We're building as much renewable energy and the transmission lines that we need to build as quickly as possible to replace what we need as coal-fired power comes out. That's what we're doing.
Is there any particular plan in relation to setting up some form of alternative energy source that would be sufficient to power Tomago?
As I said to you, I'm not across what Tomago's plans about where they would source their electricity, but they're part of the wider network. So if we have enough renewable energy to be able to power them, they would be able to get that. There's obviously some issues around firming and storage and all of those, sort of technical matters.
Yeah.
But I just can't provide you with any more information. It's a matter for Tomago.
So other aluminium smelters around the world have been trying to produce green aluminium.
Yep.
But obviously there's a certain heat that's required. So
that's why the hydrogen work is so important.
And that's why I'm asking about Tomago in particular,
yeah.
because its energy needs are quite different to everyone else's.
Look, it's a really important plant, and this is really what we're trying to do in relation to the hydrogen work, supporting hydrogen hubs, trying to support an industry growing and developing, particularly in hard-to-abate sectors like aluminium smelters. So we're not there yet, but we envisage, I don't want to tie it specifically to Tomago, but places like Tomago and where we can hard-to-abate sectors, mining and others, that's where we hope that hydrogen can take us.
So your diary disclosures are of the similar lack of information, I guess, quality as the rest of the ministers, so I'm not going to pick on you in particular. You met with Tomago in relation to, quote, energy on the 12th of April.
Yes.
Did you discuss these issues?
Not the post 2030. What we talked about was I think that this was, I'd need to just confirm this with my office, but this was a visit, so I actually went on site and they showed me around. I'd never been to an aluminium smelter before, and they sort of talked about the challenges that they face in relation to how they're going to meet their targets. They are part of discussions around sort of their decarbonisation plan. There's sort of some limits to that.
Yeah.
So we did talk broadly, but the sort of any link to Bayswater or, their sort of post 2030 was not sort of a specific part of the visit. That's not that they didn't talk to me about that.
I might bring this up again in the afternoon when I've got more time. Just in my 1 minute remaining, the residential battery scheme,
yes,
although welcomed, has caused a lot of consternation in the industry in relation to this kind of 5-month period of delay. Have you got any plans to bring forward the start date?
Look, we're having a look at that, but look, the point that I need to make is that we were required to give notice to consumers and to accredited providers. This is overseen by IPART. It is a challenging matter, but we're working to see whether we could bring it forward. I'm not actually confident that we will. The most important thing for me in relation to this program is that it'll provide between, $2,000 to just under $3,000 as a subsidy for people being able to get household solar. People need to understand it's a market-based system. This isn't just like a discount on this. This is actually tied to our peak demand reduction scheme, the certificates that come off it. It's a complicated market-based scheme. We need to provide advice. We need to make sure that the safety was right. I'm concerned that there have been batteries, for example, that have been recalled in recent times. We've actually invested more money in compliance. We also needed the time to actually get accredited providers to make sure that they can do it right. And that's what's really important to me.
Dr. Hand over.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm interested in the plastics next steps,
Yep.
and I understand the public consultation on that closed earlier this year.
Yep.
Actions by the government so far have focused on banning single-use plastics at the point of sale.
Yep.
But will the new plastic plan also include any product stewardship measures or action to reduce the production of plastic in the first place?
Short answer, yes. Longer answer, we've got more consultation to be done on this. The plastics plan looks at a range of different things, and at a national level, we're also looking at, actually reducing plastics up front, so through packaging work. We're also looking at more recyclability in terms of the plastics that are used. So it's sort of, we're trying to avoid, then we're trying to do mitigation. This is a familiar hierarchy for everyone. Whether there's other product stewardship, yes, we're looking at that, but there's further consultation to be done. But short answer, yes.
And when will the details of the community feedback you've already received be made public?
Yeah, look, I think it's soon. But I'm just trying to, next couple of months, like it's not, have we actually said it? Have we said it, Dave? Yeah, soon. Sorry. I'm not trying to be tricky, I just don't want to mislead the committee. I would hope it's sort of in the next couple of months, so sooner rather than later, we want to get onto it.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask you about wood heaters, which we've discussed before.
Yes.
And I just wanted to quote the New South Wales Health website
Yes.
to you,
Yes.
which says that 269 premature deaths each year are attributable to long-term exposure to residential wood-burning heater PM2.5 emissions.
Yep.
In rural and regional areas where more people use wood heaters, the contribution of wood-burning heater emissions to the mortality of PM2.5 is likely to be even higher. You've previously indicated that you're not going to look at a phase-out of wood heaters, which is disappointing. But in the absence of a phase-out, what are you doing to reduce the really terrible health burden of wood heating?
Look, there's a range of, obviously, I mean, you would be familiar with the work that's undertaken around standards and wood heaters and those kind of things. But I think more broadly, the work that we'd like to do is to see more people electrify their homes and actually be able to get to solar and batteries and being able, and be able to access community batteries and do that sort of work, which would mean that it's actually cheaper for them to run rather than run wood-fired heaters. But the point, as I've said to you before, is wood heaters are important. People, for some it's their only form of heating. We need to have alternatives. I think they're starting to emerge, particularly with the sort of solar battery sort of part of it and electrification. But we do that. Plus we have the standards work that occurs and the information that we provide in relation to wood heaters.
Look, I'd absolutely agree that actually supporting people to upgrade their heating is a really critical part of this work, but I've heard feedback that the energy saving scheme's actually really difficult for people to access in places like Armidale, where the burden of wood heaters is the worst.
I would look that we've got a real challenge here. These schemes are incredibly important. We just talked about the PDRS and obviously the energy savings plan. We're reviewing that. There are challenges for people in regional areas, and people have written to me about having accredited providers, and we're looking at how we can fix that gap. I would hope that we've got the consumer energy strategy that will be coming out very soon. It's actually very exciting. I've got money in the budget for this. There's a real opportunity, I think, to coordinate a lot of that work and be able to actually make, if people work together with these schemes. And they can set up virtual power plants, and they can do a whole range of other things by orchestrating what they're doing with their rooftop solar and their batteries. I think there's an opportunity to get accredited providers who could come and do sort of large amounts of work rather than the one-offs, which has been the challenge in terms of getting people out into some regional areas.
Thank you. And in my last little bit of time, there have been 9 high air pollution alerts in Singleton Shire just in the last couple of months in a wet year.
Yep.
People are quite distressed that either with this volume of notifications, they either ignore the notifications and go about their business, or they're really distressed about how to actually protect their health and the health of their kids with such significant air pollution. Yeah. Since there's no actual maximum allowable exceedances, how should people be responding to those notifications?
Well, I mean, we have a really important notification system. I know people get fatigued by using those, and I know in some areas, it's very weather dependent. It's a real issue. The best thing I can encourage people to do is to pay attention and to take action as needed.
Over to you, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Minister, you have a heavy workload. You're the Minister for Climate Change, or you're trying to change the weather. You're the Minister
Not
for...
trying to change the weather, trying to protect the planet.
That's what it's about. We're trying to change that atmospheric temperature over fiction.
Yeah, because it's too high.
We'll move on for that. You're the Minister for Energy, you're the Minister for the Environment, you're the Minister for Heritage, and you're also the Leader of the Government. So you're carrying a lot of responsibilities there. So this is not a personal criticism, but obviously you have many other things that are a higher priority to you than the issue of Mount Warning. Now, but for the people who live in the small towns around Mount Warning, which was one of New South Wales's most popular tourist attractions, this is of acute interest to them because these towns are slowly but surely dying. Now, you know that I have asked you about this previously, but I do have the feeling that both you, as the Minister for the Environment, and the previous government's Minister for Environment, we're just kicking this can down the road. We just didn't want to make a decision. We're just hoping it goes away. But while we are procrastinating, the local town, I was there recently. All the locals are very, very upset about it. I was impressed with what Premier Minns said recently about the gold mine at Blaney, where I believe common sense prevailed, and you reiterated that this morning, so thank you very much. So I'm wondering, can we bring this Mount Warning issue to a close and reopen? Is there something we can do, or what do you think the timeline is from here to get this resolved, so we can talk about other more important things like changing the weather?
Yeah, okay. Look, I am trying to work through this issue, as you were aware, and I have done quite a lot of consultation with people in relation to this. We need to work through the issues of the requirements under the Aboriginal place and the plan of management that is established through that, and I'm contemplating how that will work. I'd like to get it done sooner rather than later, but look, this is, as you know, an issue that we inherited that is complicated. It's a complicated discussion, particularly amongst different First Nations groups in relation to that, and as you know, people feel very strongly about whether and when they're able to go up to the summit. So all I can say to you, and happy to accept the criticism that I'm not doing it quickly enough, but it is something that I have spent a lot of time on with all of the other things that I'm doing. It is one that requires more work, and we're doing that, and I would hope to try and deal with that as soon as we can. But I'm not going to put a time frame on it. I have I've met with lots of different people, and I've met with anyone who's asked me to meet with them in relation to these matters, and we've had these conversations. It's not a straightforward matter. It goes to how we declare Aboriginal places. It goes to how we manage national parks and the way in which there's access or not. There are safety issues. I know that these things have been conflated. There's a number of different things that have impacted on this, and I'm trying to get to work through those and deal with it.
Is the decline of the local economy a concern, and are you aware of how much it has cost the local economy?
I've met with business owners who've raised these issues with me and indicated that, from where they used to have it. There are some other issues that are impacting there. The state of the roads, for example, is a pretty significant one. When I was up there, there's just not access in terms of the safety of the roads. But yeah, I'm aware about it, and of course I'm always concerned about community wellbeing and the way in which their economies work.
Thank you. Chair, I would like to cede the rest of my time to Mr. Fang.
Thank you.
I don't. So hang on a second. I'm not sure you can do that. Sorry.
Well,
No, you can't do that.
Well, I've done it previously. And there's no
No,
problem.
I'm not. No, we're not.
It's his time.
There's an effort to silence Mr. Fang. So I mean,
There is no effort to silence Mr. Fang. He's going to get 20 minutes in just, and at the moment we have
It's
other
his
members.
time,
Chair,
Chair.
point of order.
Yeah, thank you.
10 minutes.
The committee met this morning
And determined.
it
It
has
did.
in the past determined that it's 20 minutes of crossbench time, and how that's allocated is potentially up to you as chair.
Chair, there
Absolutely.
is Chair,
It's
if I
my
can-
decision,
Sh-
and
it
right
certainly is,
now,
but can I make a submission, please? As the crossbench member has the 10 minutes, it is his 10 minutes to allocate as he would like to. There is precedent across the committees for this. If he cedes his time to
thank you,
another
Ms.
member,
Ward.
he's
Thank you,
entitled to do so.
Mr. Ruddock and I had an arrangement, and we will stick to the arrangement we made in the deliberative, and that was
Shut down.
20 for the crossbench and 20 for the opposition. Thank
Well,
you.
then, Chair, I'll
I
raise a
think
point of order,
the
if that's
time is
okay.
now. I've heard enough,
Chair,
and
I
the
just- well, I'm
time,
raising a
in
point-
fairness.
sorry, I think Mr.
I'm just going to raise a point of order first, Chair, if that's okay. I do note that when your crossbench time had completed, the bell had gone. You then actually asked 2 additional questions after the crossbench time of 20 minutes had completed. Obviously, you are chair, and I respect that. But to do so broke those conventions.
No,
so
sorry,
therefore-
Mr. Fang. Thank you. I hear your point. Ms. Fairman, it's over to you. It's your
Mr. Ruddock,
time.
did you have a point of order?
Well, I mean, look, if I can't concede it to Wes, I would like to ask some more questions to the Minister.
Certainly, you go ahead, Mr. Ruddock.
Okay, so Minister, on the question of climate change, so are you aware of how many bits per minute bits per million does carbon dioxide consist of the atmosphere? Parts. Thank you, Chair. How many? What is what percentage of the atmosphere
So we
is carbon
tried to
dioxide?
keep it to 350, but I think it's now at about 420. Let me just
Yeah, that sounds about right.
confirm that. Does that sound right?
That's
That
in the
sounds
ballpark.
right to
That's in
me.
the ballpark. It's hard to
Yep.
measure precisely, but
Yep.
that's a very much a trace element. And you're confident that that is the temperature control switch for the atmosphere.
Well, I think we would argue, I don't pretend to be a climate scientist, but I've read quite a lot of the science. The point that I would make is that it's carbon, it's a whole range of different things that are impacting in relation to climate, but I would support the view, as the government does, as I think almost everyone in the Parliament does, that climate change is real, that we have a small window of opportunity to actually deal with it before there are catastrophic impacts in relation to our climate. And, I would point you to the recent excellent work done by my department with the NARCLIMS reporting and modelling. It uses international data and it plugs it into, if we stay and manage to keep global warming down to 1.5 degrees, which I fear that we're already tipping over that, then the impact is still a warming climate and with severe impacts across New South Wales. And it also models it out to 2100, which shows the difference in terms of the amount of hot days, the amount of cold days, the changes in the weather patterns. You just need to look at places like Japan, who have had a 2-month-long heat wave where people are dying as a result of that, and you can point to a whole range of other issues. I know we disagree, but I suppose the point I'm making is that I believe the science and we're taking action on it.
But you just mentioned catastrophic impacts. I mean, we have been told for 30 to 40 years that we were going to be having well and truly.
Yeah,
by
and we
now.
mucked around for 30 to 40 years when we
Yeah,
should have
but-
been
but
taking
what-
that action earlier, and
but, I
because
mean-
that would actually make the action that we're taking now much easier.
Well, I mean, we were told that the first indicator would be a rising ocean. It's just simply not happening. We were told that the coastal cities would be inundated by now. It's just simply not
Well,
happening. There's
okay,
been no...
again, can I just point you to the NARCLIMS? You really should have a bit of a play with this, actually. So it's online. It can go down to 4 square kilometres.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic work. This is world-leading modelling that was being done right here in New South Wales, where down to literally, you can look where you live. I don't know where you live, but where you live, you can go down to 4 square kilometres and it can show you the predicted impact at 1.5 degrees, and if basically business as usual and we heat to over 4 degrees, it is significant. And if you want to look at coastal and sea erosion, there is no doubt that there is an impact here. We are seeing it. We're seeing it at places like Gibby's Beach in terms of those large events. Each individual event is not necessarily the cause, is directly linked to climate change, but the science tells us that extreme weather events are there. And I really would refer you to last year, the scientist, I can't remember, it was Professor McDougall anyway, he's an ocean physicist from UNSW, Scientist of the Year. He gave a great speech at the awards ceremony, wherein he's dedicated his entire life to understanding the physics of the ocean and the temperatures of the ocean and the impact of climate change on the ocean. And in his very modest but pleading way, said to those gathered there, we are not taking climate change serious enough.
So
we're not taking urgent enough, and it is going to matter because we are getting to catastrophic collapses in ecosystems and changes in the very fundamental physics of the ocean, which will have a huge impact and are beginning to have an impact on our climate and the way in which we live.
So do you agree with the statement that the science is settled and therefore we should not have any debate about this?
No, I think we should always debate it. I agree that the science is very strong, but I always agree science is actually about that disagreement.
That's right. Well,
it's about all
this
of
debate
that.
has been politicised, and the people who have an alternative view are not being listened to by your government, and I would encourage you to listen to them.
Well, I will listen to them. Whether I take action on what they think is a different matter.
Right, over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I think we touched on earlier about the Federal Minister, your friend, Tanya Plibersek's decision on the gold mine, and you've said that you had a letter. Have you spoken with the Minister about this issue directly?
No.
Not at all?
No.
So, so you haven't spoken with her. The Premier has indicated that he has concerns, and so since the decision you haven't contacted her either to express those concerns?
No.
Why not?
I think the New South Wales position in relation to that decision is pretty clear and pretty public.
So you don't think you have any obligation to communicate directly with her as state and federal ministers?
Well, as I said earlier, I had provided advice to the Minister in relation to this decision, and that's that. New South Wales' position is very clear in relation to this. We would like to see the mine go ahead.
So you didn't pick up the phone at any time?
No.
Say, what are you thinking? No. No concerns. You said
Well,
earlier...
no, that's not the issue. The federal minister makes a decision based on the information that she has. She seeks advice, which I provided a long time ago, and then she makes that decision. This idea that there's no concern, I think it's pretty clear what the New South Wales position is and what we think about it. The Premier's been very clear, as has the Minister for Resources.
Mm-hmm. So you said earlier today, under oath today, that you are pro-science.
Yep.
Well, that's correct, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
Right. So may I ask the question, please?
Sure.
You said earlier today that you are, and I quote, pro-science.
Yep.
As environmental approvals and your role relate, do you take a more pro-science approach based on expert advice, or is it more based on the philosophical environmental review of the approval process?
I'm not quite sure what you mean with that in terms of where my role is and what's considered when we're making decisions. Are you talking about planning?
Yeah, I'm talking about the environmental approval process. Are you taking a
So
philosophical
through the
approach?
through the EP&A Act?
Well,
like
I'm
through
asking the
which-
questions, Minister, if you
Well,
don't
I'm
mind.
trying to understand what
Sure.
the question is.
Yeah, so you said you're pro-science in relation to the environmental approval process. Are you taking an ideological view as the Minister, or are you taking a pro-science based on the experts'
Take an
view?
evidence-based view.
Okay. So the EPA, did the EPA or your department play a role in the approval of the mine from a New South Wales perspective prior to last week?
Which mine? Sorry, you're talking about Philome's.
The Regis Gold.
Yes. Okay. No. Just yes, it would have. I might hand to Mr. Chappell in relation to this. This application went in 2019. The actual time frame for when advice was provided, which again is part of the process for planning approvels. I'll get him to take you through that because I suspect some of this happened actually.
It's all right, we can do that this afternoon with Mr. Chappell. Thank you. I'm interested in your time here, which we appreciate. So prior to the Federal Minister's determination, did you receive any briefings or approve any briefing notes regarding the proposal? And so it's not a trick question. I'm just trying to understand your role in the process leading up to Minister Plibersek's determination.
Yeah. As I said when Ms Mihalik was here earlier, there is a process that the federal government undertakes in terms of seeking advice from the New South Wales government to have input into these decisions. That advice was sought from Minister Plibersek sought that advice.
Yep.
I need to check.
So it's a yes.
Are you going to let me finish?
I'm just trying to utilise my time. It's a yes that you did. You had a role. We can talk for 2 hours about what that was, but I'm just trying to get to the point of a yes or no question. Thank you.
Sure.
So is it a fair characterisation, I'm just entitled to put it to you for you to be able to have the opportunity to respond, is in this context, is it fair to say that you and Minister Plibersek are very much at odds over this proposal?
No. The advice I can provide is that I didn't have any briefings. There was only the letter to provide consultation. I can update the committee. This was done in December 2023. But, you know...
So you're not at odds?
Sorry?
You're not at odds?
Well, she has made a decision that the New South Wales government doesn't agree with.
It's quite a left-wing decision, isn't it, by the federal government?
I think you might find that when you were a minister,
your
federal government made a whole range of
committee
decisions
members.
that perhaps you weren't happy with.
I'm putting it to you, community concerns.
Point
of order, Chair. I don't need commentary from you or other committee members. They can do so in their own time. I would ask. Community members are concerned that this is a very left-wing decision.
I uphold the point of order.
Thank you. So, some have characterised it as a left-wing decision by the federal government. Is it fair to say you're taking a conservative view of environmental protection and mining in New South Wales?
No. Well, sorry, do you support the mine or not?
I'm not the minister sitting there answering questions, Penny, and you know it. So why are you dodging the question?
I disagree. I fulfil my statutory responsibilities and I take them
we
very
support
seriously,
the mine
as does
very
Minister
clearly,
Plibersek.
Minister.
And you'd be surprised that federal and state governments quite often disagree.
Okay, so
This
you
is
are
not
at
unusual.
odds. So it's a simple, straightforward. You are at odds.
Well, that are your words.
Well, it's one or the other. You said you have different positions.
They're your words.
All right. Well, can you articulate the government's position then as it relates to mining and environmental protection in New South Wales? We'd like to know what your words are.
Sure. In no surprise to anyone, New South Wales appreciates and understands the importance of mining in this state and the contribution it makes, both to our bottom line and to the communities that are there. We have very high environmental standards in terms of the way that that's regulated through the planning process. We've put in place extra ones around climate change, and we're obviously very keen, and this is really a matter for Minister Hughes, but the role that critical minerals can play in the future and the way in which mining is undertaken. As the Environment Minister, my concern and my words are that mining can happen, but it needs to follow the environmental rules and be held to account if it doesn't.
So you won't step in the way of the mining industry?
I've just given you my answer.
Like Minister Plibersek has?
She has a different role in different legislation. I don't have that decision-making power in the way that it operates in New South Wales.
It's not really a yes or no, though, is it?
Well, because the question doesn't require a yes or no.
Okay. Well, that's
It requires an understanding of the law, which clearly is a bit of a problem.
Not for those in the mining industry, but let's move on. Can we talk about energy planning? I mean, let's talk about that. Would you like to have that power? Do you think that should be appropriate then? It's not yours.
Well, no, actually, if you've been following the Ken Henry review, Ken Henry actually made very important statements around where environment sits and whether there should be primacy in terms of environment.
Sure, but would
through
you like
that,
that
and
power?
we have been very clear in terms of the plan that we put out in the responses that that's not the way in which we intend to do with it.
All
That
right.
doesn't mean that we're not strengthening the way in which environment is considered across government, because the way in which we're going to deal with that is that as legislation comes up, there's going to be discussion and upgrade to embed more environmental protections across the state, across all of the legislation, which is the way we've chosen to do that.
Let's talk about that then. Considering you and Tanya seem to be as one about this, we'll move on. Energy planning, so the draft energy policy framework, are you aware that that draft energy policy framework was on exhibition from 14 November 2023 until 29 January 2024?
Yes.
Okay, you're aware that the draft energy policy framework includes, and I quote, guidance for large-scale transmission infrastructure for landscape and visual impacts and other assessment
okay.
issues.
You're talking about Minister
Sorry, I haven't
Scully's
finished
work.
my question.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's actually Minister Scully who's dealing with that. But yes, I'm aware of it because we're trying to fix the guidelines so we can build more renewable energy
Chair,
more
I'd just like to
quickly.
finish my question, if I may,
Sure.
to give
Sure.
you context,
Yeah.
Minister. So, are you aware that the draft energy policy framework includes that guidance for large-scale transmission infrastructure,
Yes.
for landscape and visual impacts and other assessment issues? And, if I can finish the question,
I'm answering it.
I quote, revised guidance for onshore wind energy projects.
Yes.
Right, it's got both. So it's been more than half a year since you finished consultation on those guidelines. Given the urgency for approvals, why are the communities and industry still waiting for the guidelines to be released?
Well, the guidelines actually are released by Minister Scully, but Minister Scully and I obviously talk to each other very closely. We've done a lot of work with industry in relation to, I'm talking about the renewable energy industry, as well as other stakeholders, including farmers and others, in relation to these matters. They're coming to a conclusion and we'll be releasing them in due course.
When?
And obviously, I would hope as soon as possible because they're extremely important. The wind guidelines that we inherited were done by the previous government with the National Party basically making it as hard as possible
Minister,
to get a
I'm
wind
gonna
farm up.
ask about what you are doing. We are
Yeah,
hearing
I've told you
estimates
what I'm
for
doing.
your time, so I'm going to ask about that. So it's been more than half a year. Is it still in draft?
Yes.
So it's still
It's
in
being
draft, you're
finalised
still
now.
consulting. When will it be finalised?
Well, it's not a matter for me, it's a matter for Minister Scully. You should ask him,
It's a
but I would
draft
hope as soon as
energy
possible
policy
as we're both
framework.
working towards it.
Okay. If the master document then for planning approvals of renewable energy projects, something that I think that you are passionate about, given what you've said
Sure,
today.
but I'm not the planning
so
minister.
Can I finish the question?
I don't.
Minister?
I look after 61
If
pieces
the
of
master
legislation.
document for planning
not that
approvals
bit.
of renewable energy projects is stuck in draft, as it seems to be, how can you possibly speed up the approvals process and give certainty to those communities?
Because we've already taken a whole lot of steps forward, and I would indicate that since coming to government, we've finally got wind farms which hadn't been approved. You know, when they hadn't been dealt with the entire time that you guys
Minister,
were in.
I'm interested in what you
Yeah, well,
are
I'm
doing.
telling you,
You
we've
are
got
the
it- we've
minister
got it
that is
moving.
sitting
We've
here
got all of
today
these
with a
projects that are
department, and
approved.
you're
Are you gonna
dodging
let me
this
finish?
question.
Point of order.
Well, you're talking over.
Point
Don't
of
you
order.
dare! Don't
Yes.
you
Point-
dare!
I'm
She's
point-
talking
point-
over
my
the
point of
entire
order is-
time, and
Yes.
I'm redirecting.
Hey, I'll hear the point of order.
My point of
That
order
is
is
rich
that the
figure.
Honourable
Yes.
Natalie Ward has asked for the Minister to allow her to complete a question. The Minister is now saying that she would like to be able to complete an answer. I believe under point
please.
19,
She knows what she's doing. She was in
the
opposition for
procedural
12
fairness,
years, and you're in
that
opposition for
allowing
longer.
both the member courtesy to complete the question and the Minister the courtesy to complete the answer is the appropriate thing to do.
I asked
Thank
the
you, I'll move
member
on.
to
Thank
carry
you.
on and let's do it in a really reasonable
Right,
fashion.
So,
so
can I
why
just
the
provide
delay,
the last?
Minister?
Well, I'll just sort of talk about what's been approved in the last 18 months.
Well, Minister, sorry,
3
if I-
wind farms, 10 solar farms, 13 battery projects. The number of projects that are approved and operational is 15 wind farms
right.
and 24 solar
can
farms.
table that if you like.
And 1 batteries. Well, I thought that you were
Thank
interested
you.
in how quickly we were doing this. We're doing
I'm
this
very-
as
those-
quickly as
actually,
possible,
those
and we've got it
communities-
moving where you guys had it stuck.
So, do you support offshore wind across the New South Wales coastline?
I think that offshore wind has the potential to be very important for New South Wales' energy mix. I think that there is a fair way to go in terms of its feasibility in relation to New South Wales in particular. As you would be aware, the Commonwealth has declared the zones in Illawarra and Hunter. I've met with communities both in the Illawarra and Hunter who are extremely keen to see offshore wind go ahead. There are some issues though. We're different to Victoria, which is shallower in terms of their ability to do that. For us, we've got to get this floating technology that needs to be dealt with. But we're doing, we're sort of looking at what New South Wales would have to deal with if we move ahead to where there's actually a firm project in place, of which that's not there yet.
Okay, so have you met with the people that don't support it?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I've met with a few of them. I've met with commercial fishers. I met with people when I was in Port Stephens in relation to that. Hang on, I can probably tell you.
You can take that on notice if you like.
Well, if you look, I can. So yes, I have met with a bunch. Yeah, professional fishers, a range of different groups in Port Stephens. I've also met with HuntNet, and I've met with unions representatives in relation to this. Yeah,
of course. Have you met with anyone on the south coast of New South Wales?
Where do you mean south coast?
The south coast of New South Wales. It's known as the south coast.
Well,
have you met with anyone from that area
about offshore wind? I've had conversations with people when I've visited the Illawarra, which is where actually it's going to be, which is usually known as the south coast. But sure, yeah.
That's a yes.
Yep.
Good. Are you aware of how many renewable energy projects are being delayed by the ETU's industrial action?
I'm not sure of. I'm aware of the ETU's industrial action, the number of projects and the way they're being managed in relation to that. I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Can you take it on notice about the impact to renewable energy projects by that industrial action? It's obviously of concern.
Yeah, no, it's pretty important. I mean, there's work underway in terms of this Transgrid and the various energy providers. I can provide some more information if you'd like to, but I can't tell you off the top of my head.
All right, so you take it on notice. Thank you. Are you concerned about those electricity network maintenance delays and backlogs because of that ETU industrial action?
Well, I don't like to see any delays, but I also, accept you'll be surprised to learn, accept that unions negotiate with employers in relation to their wages and conditions, and sometimes that involves disputation and different actions, and that's basically managed by Fair Work for most of the electricity sector. And Honourable Mark Buttigieg could probably tell you more details about that than I could. So that process is being undertaken. I mean, the main thing for me is I would hope that, and I have spoken, unions have talked to me about this, as have employers. And I say to both of them that they should go through the negotiation process in good faith and try to resolve the issues as quickly as possible.
Okay, so
hang on. Yeah, sorry.
Just on the safety issue as well, as a result of negotiations in the Fair Work Commission, the union's given a safety commitment in place concerning protected industrial action, and that provides commitments around minimum staffing levels in control rooms, ability to perform emergency work.
Thank you, Mr. Lane. I appreciate that. We might come back to that this afternoon. Minister, do you think Ausgrid's EBA offer is fair?
Well, it's not a matter for me to decide whether it's fair or not. Ausgrid is a privatised network, and they're negotiating with their employees, so they will continue to do so.
Okay, Minister, are you aware planned outages for accredited service providers have been cancelled, impacting development projects, connections to new houses and EV charger installations in New South Wales, and in some cases, cancelling these outages at short notice can cost customers close to $50,000?
I am aware that there have been some impacts, and I, of course, am not thrilled by that. But as I've said to you before, there's a process underway. There's been interventions from various employers in relation to this, and the process is being undertaken.
Okay.
Thank you. Minister, the mulch at Roselle Parklands was replaced. Do you know who replaced the mulch and where it was sourced?
No, I don't.
Okay. Minister, I understand that the replacement mulch was sourced from the Kimbrickie Resource Recovery Centre. Do you believe that's correct?
Well, I don't know, but if you say so, okay. I don't know where you get your information from. I don't know.
Minister, did the EPA make you aware that unlike the Green Life site, which I believe there was no asbestos found, the EPA found asbestos when conducting testing at the Kimbrickie site?
Well, I can't speak directly to individual sites. I'm not across that level of detail, but obviously while the asbestos issue was occurring, there was a great deal of interest, and I was being regularly briefed by Mr. Chappell I am aware that there were other places where asbestos was detected. I couldn't tell you whether it was that particular one, though.
Okay. I'm just going to table a press release from the Kimbrickie site, which indicates that they were tested by the EPA and asbestos was found on that site.
Sure.
Minister, in May, 7 News reported that the total cost of this replacement of mulch was around $100 million. Can you guarantee that this $100 million scandal that's occurred in relation to the government hasn't actually exposed the New South Wales public to asbestos, having replaced mulch from the Green Life site with the Kimbrickie site, which was found to have some contamination with asbestos?
I'm not quite sure. I reject some of the premises of that question. This is a really serious matter. There should be no asbestos in any of mulch in this product, and this is what this unfortunate incident has exposed. And it's been, as you were aware, one of the most complex investigations that the EPA has ever undertaken. At the time, I think we had almost 100 staff who were working through that as we tried to work through the supply chain. That work's being undertaken, as I've also said.
Minister, while I appreciate that...
I'm trying to get to it.
Well, I wish you would.
Oh, talk about discourteous.
That's okay. You can ask the question.
Shut it down,
I'm
Peter.
entitled to answer it
Shut it
how I
down,
see
Peter.
fit.
A bit of bullying.
And I believe I'm actually being helpful. There's been some pretty dangerous allegations, I think, made today in relation to this that are unhelpful, and I'm trying to actually be helpful. The EPA was working through that, and I can take on notice the issue, but the point that I would make is that those where mulch was found and had it replaced actually have to ensure that it wasn't contaminated.
So,
And
Minister,
are
you prepared
rules.
to guarantee that the Rozelle interchange mulch that was replacing the existing the initial mulch is asbestos free, and that nobody has been exposed to asbestos because the replacement mulch has come from a site where asbestos was found by the EPA?
Well, look, the point I would say is there should be no asbestos in the mulch. We found that there was, and this is why the investigation is there, and this is why it's a very important investigation in terms of whether people need to prosecute. I'm happy to hand over to Mr.
I'll have
wants to
Mr.
add
Chappell
something.
this afternoon, so I might just move on to another question. Minister, you'd be aware that the Liverpool West site was one of those identified with having asbestos mulch, is that correct?
Is that the public school?
Yes.
Yes.
Minister, you would be aware that there was demolition works underway around the same time that there was testing of the mulch and that there was asbestos removal occurring. Are you aware of that?
Sorry, demolition at Liverpool.
Yes, the previous site, the previous buildings that were there were being demolished.
I wasn't aware of that actually.
Okay. Chair, can I continue in the same vein that you did previously?
Thank you. You'll get some time again shortly. It's over
Thank
to
you,
the
Chair.
crossbench time.
Thank you,
So
Chair.
it's only for the chair, is it? The additional time?
Morning, Minister.
Bit of bullying.
Minister,
That's not bullying,
just
Peter. That's not bullying.
order. Oh, sorry, I'm not the chair.
Yeah.
Well, someone.
You would have got
do
away
it.
with
Someone
it.
take
Someone
charge,
had
Kate.
to do it.
Your
I
turn-
haven't-
your
this
time,
is
Ms.
my
Fairman.
my first time right now. Minister, in relation to McPhillamys,
Yes.
did the advice you provided to the Federal Environment Minister consist of Heritage New South Wales's assessment of the mine in terms of cultural heritage?
No, it didn't. I'd need to take on notice the detail of that, but no, it basically provided advice in relation to the independent planning process, and that New South Wales was satisfied that it had been approved, and it outlined how the law works in New South Wales. But no, it didn't provide specific. It didn't re-prosecute the issues that have been dealt with via the IPC, and that's not really the role of the advice that was provided.
Okay, are you aware of the Premier's evidence yesterday to this committee that relied heavily on the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, their view? Are you aware that in fact the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council originally opposed the project? They after they surveyed the site, they opposed the project. Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that Regis Resources rejected the Orange local Aboriginal Land Council's requests to come back and resurvey the site because they were only able to survey 14% of the site in the first place? Regis Resources rejected their attempts 3 times. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not. The one thing I would just flag is, do you have the time frame for when that occurred? This project has been in line for a while, and it may just be the case actually that was under the previous government. Some of this was happening.
This is under the previous government.
Yeah,
but the reason I'm asking, I asked you at the beginning in terms of the advice you provided to the Federal Environment Minister. Again, all of that occurred under the previous government, and I'm wondering the advice that Heritage New South Wales gave you. Heritage New South Wales appeared to rely upon the advice of the consultant employed by the mining company to suggest that there wasn't too much of anything really in terms of Aboriginal significance. Does that concern you?
Well, I can't speak to it because I just don't know the detail of what is in there, because obviously I was not the minister then.
But you're the Minister for Heritage now. The
Yes,
Premier
sure.
appeared before
Sure.
budget estimates yesterday, waiving the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council's advice that they support the project. That's wrong. They ended up issuing something
I'm not able to
that is
verify
neutral.
that. But that, as I said, Heritage has provided provided advice during the IPC process. It was approved through the New South Wales IPC, and I have no reason to doubt why that would have needed to change.
Do you usually encourage Heritage New South Wales to consider all of the views of registered Aboriginal parties when it comes to assessing heritage?
The role of Heritage New South Wales in relation to these developments depends on the type of development, which you would be aware. Sometimes there are statutory requirements, and then there are changes depending on whether it's state significant development or critical development. So it changes. I follow the advice of Heritage New South Wales, and I have faith in what they tell me.
There's quite a few Aboriginal stakeholders within that area who have requested access to the site, who have requested an independent cultural heritage impact assessment. Do you support their requests to be able to access the site?
Look, I understand that this is very important to people. I don't have a role in relation to the matters that you're raising, and they also occurred prior to me being the minister. So I don't want to speculate on what I would or wouldn't do. I wasn't in the position to do that. And similarly, the role of Heritage New South Wales is different depending on the way in which programs are being assessed. I really recognise that you're raising this in good faith, and that there are concerns and there are differing views, but I just can't speak to them.
Thank you. The reason I am raising it is because the Minister for Natural Resources and the Premier have come out and said that they support this mine going ahead. I don't think with all the facts in front of them. In fact, the Premier said that the Federal Environment Minister has made an error again. This is on Aboriginal cultural heritage impact, and I'm just wondering how much you, as the State Minister, have got your head around, indeed, what are those impacts? Again, your department seems to have just relied upon the assessment by the mining company's consultant.
Well, again, I can't speak to the detail of that, but what I would say is that there was an independent planning approval for this mine that went through the processes with the examination of heritage, Aboriginal cultural heritage, environmental impact, and it was approved. That is the New South Wales, that's the system, and it was approved, and we supported that.
I have to move on, unfortunately. We'll come back to that later. Minister, how long has the EPA known that PFAS chemicals have been in Sydney's drinking water?
I might hand that over to Mr. Chappell. Just make a couple of preliminary points though. Obviously the agencies that are responsible for this, and it is a little bit complicated. Water New South Wales it looks after the infrastructure. The health of drinking water standards sits with New South Wales Health. The EPA has a role in relation to PFAS generally, and I might hand over to Mr. Chappell then, because in terms of when the EPA he'll be able to explain
when did the EPA find out? How long have you known? Probably the same question.
Ms. Fairman, the EPA is not the regulator for drinking water and of the water utilities in terms of the chemistry. There is New South Wales Health. and we've become aware as the information has been shared and then very quickly made public. So we're working to support New South Wales Health and support Sydney Water in further investigations. We've got our technical expertise now working closely with them, but we didn't have any particular additional information to what's in the public domain on that time.
Right, okay. So when Sydney Water placed the data on its website in June without making any public statement, did the EPA know about it before that?
I don't think so, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay. So is the EPA working with Sydney Water to find the source of that PFAS contamination?
Yes, very much. I mean, what you do in a case like this is work up the catchment and identify sources. We've done work previously with the fire brigade, with RFS as well as fire and rescue, and other locations where the PFAS has been used. We don't have any indication from previous work that those particular fire stations were considered to be high risk in their use of the chemicals, but we're now supporting that work with our colleagues in water and health.
So when you're saying from the previous work, that's your PFAS investigation program that
Yes.
I think began something like 2016.
That's right.
How did the EPA determine that the fire stations near or within the catchment area didn't use PFAS?
Well, we work closely with Fire and Rescue and RFS on the historic use of PFAS-containing materials or chemistry for training or storage. And on the basis of their presence and the advice from those agencies, we then assess the potential risk of legacy PFAS in the environment around those locations. So we try to triage these sites based on known information where PFAS has been used in extinguishers and so on.
So the known information is coming from fire and rescue, and I understand from a story last year that 300 of the 334 fire stations that fire and rescue had tested less than a dozen. Do you get your information from fire and rescue, not your own information?
I can take that on notice, perhaps, or come back to it this afternoon. My colleague, Mr. Beeman, who's here this afternoon, leads this area for us, but we work closely with Fire and Rescue to understand and sort of interrogate the records of training practices, the training sites, the sites where large amounts of PFAS-containing chemicals have been used historically or for community events and other things.
Okay.
And I can also confirm EPA was aware of the data you've mentioned when it was first made public. So we didn't have any advanced insight into that data.
Right. Okay, so why then, in the report that appeared overnight in the Sydney Morning Herald, I found it very interesting that it was stated that the private industry has to clean up water discharged into the environment to a level up to 304 times stricter than what's permitted in Australia's drinking water. So that would be the EPA in terms of, the water that is discharged into the environment. Why do you think there is such a discrepancy, firstly?
I understand those are ecological values that are set based on the particular sensitivities in an ecosystem. So aquatic life, for example, 24/7 is in that water, and certain organisms that have a shorter life cycle can be much more susceptible to negative impacts from chemicals like PFAS.
Mr. Chappell, you are aware of the outcry, the huge expose that occurred in the United States in terms of the cancer clusters, the 3M chemical giant, the changes then to the World Health Organization in terms of drinking water guidelines, the changes at the EPA in the US. In fact, the Biden-Harris administration ordered a huge change based on that cancer cluster. You are aware of all that?
Yes.
Yeah,
Minister,
Ms.
you're aware of
Yeah,
it?
no, I am. And there is work being undertaken. Obviously, different EPAs in different jurisdictions make decisions about this, but this sits under the NH and MRC is currently doing a review in relation to this. And, you know, I would agree that consistency is good. Consistency, unfortunately, rarely happens, and those issues are being dealt with. But it's not a matter for our agencies in relation to that, but we're working through there. The other thing I would say is that, you know, we passed the ICAMS legislation earlier this year. We're looking at phase out. You know, there's a phase out program in relation to this. I mean, the US phase out is until 2029. So, you know, I am aware of it, and I am concerned, of course, but we are taking steps in relation to that, and it's just going to take a little bit of time because it's not actually it's not up to the New South Wales EPA or the New South Wales government to decide how that works, but that work's being done by the NH and MLC.
Thank you. So with the federal, when you're saying the federal and kind of cross government work that's being undertaken, what is that? When is that supposed to?
Mr. Chappell might know that. I don't
the outcome. When is it going to be put in force? It's the end of next year at the earliest, I think.
I think so. It's. I mean, New South Wales Health lead that, and we rely on New South Wales Health for their health advice about these issues, but they're probably best placed to answer that. We can take it on notice and seek an answer.
Okay. I do want to ask about a different issue in the time I've got left. Minister, the report, the Auditor General's report into threatened species protection, no doubt you have familiarised yourself with that quite a bit. I'm asking, obviously my colleague Sue Higginson has the environment portfolio and no doubt has asked you many questions on it already, but I want to focus on marine threatened species because the Auditor General's report did find, they were concerned basically, the Auditor General was concerned about the division, that the marine threatened species present challenges for management due to a legislative division of responsibility across government. Also that there's limited evidence of strategic engagement within the Department of Primary Industries to support the planning or coordination of threatened species priorities. So when it comes to marine threatened species, there actually hasn't been any PAS, priorities action statements, produced since about 2011. Does that concern you? You know I've asked you these questions
No, I know,
before.
and I know you're passionate about marine conservation, and I'm glad that you asked those.
Are you passionate about marine conservation
Yes, I
as
am.
the Environment Minister?
I am. But as you know, it's shared between myself and Minister Moriarty, and the fisheries part of it sits with them. Look, I just think that report shows that there are problems. It's not a surprise to me, and we have accepted all of the recommendations from the audit report, and we just need to work through that. Minister Moriarty and I are keen to pursue a whole range of issues. I know that you asked questions about marine parks and the network plan and those things. I think it's been too slow. I'd like it to be faster. We're working through it.
When I asked about increased marine protection, in fact, in the marine estate management strategy and the authority, she did reference you a lot. Yes. So what's your vision in terms of increasing protection for marine parks? Because every time I asked the Fisheries Minister, she handed it to you.
Oh, well, I'm very happy to answer the question.
Great.
Look, our love affair with the ocean, I think, is unbounded. I think, people in New South Wales totally get how important our marine environment is, and they love it. And we have to make sure that we don't love it to death. We also have to make sure that we're looking after fish stocks and a whole range of things. So, look, we need to get the network plan sorted, and we need to work through the review of the rules around that, and that's what we'll do. Look, to be very frank with you, I think it's taken us a bit long. I'm keen to move forward with it as quickly as we can.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've just provided, there's a document that I wish to table. It's a document that was received under the Government Information Public Access.
Yep.
And it's a public document now. It's been released. I just want to ask you, Minister, if you're aware, this is a note that basically...
This is the one that Matt Keane signed?
Yeah. So this was under the former government and the former CEO of the EPA. I just want to make that clear. In the key issues in this document, there was a finding, and the EPA noted, the EPA found that recovered fines produced by facilities were not fit for purpose and pose a risk to the community and the environment. This was, in my view, a significant finding by the EPA. Minister, what happened between 2021 and 2022. Obviously, I'm asking you now if you can tell me what you think happened at that time for the EPA to shift so dramatically from recovered fines, and I'm not talking about mulch, I'm talking about recovered
I know the difference.
fines
It's all right.
being unfit for purpose to the industry continuing without further regulation. Because in mid-2022, the EPA issued a release saying, we're just going to leave our proposed changed regs unchanged and carry on as we are. What happened, Minister?
Well, look, I don't want to speculate on what the previous government did, except they made their own decisions, and under the previous leadership of both the EPA and others, they did that. I mean, I can speak to what we're doing about it, and let's remember that any contamination is a problem. Again, these things shouldn't be in these products, and there is a really important thing that we're trying to do here when it comes to recycling and a circular economy and trying to make sure that, we don't waste a thing. But also, whatever is in that waste needs to be safe, and there's obviously issues here. You'd be aware that the Office of the Chief Scientist is doing work at the moment. I think the time frame for that is by the end, around the end of this year, and that will inform further sort of action that we undertake.
But Minister, any idea what actually happened? It was like between...
Well, no, I'm sorry. I mean, look...
Is there any way for you to find out? Can you find out why the EPA...
Well, there are some rules around... I mean, the Secretary... There's some information that I don't get access to, because I'm the Minister doesn't mean that I can necessarily reach back into all of it.
So do you now...
Some of it I can and some of it I can't.
So can I just ask then, do you find that really alarming that the EPA would provide the government with a note saying it's not fit for purpose, it's a problem, and then the agency seeks to change the regulation and then that's pulled and no changes are made, and now you are dealing with the legacy of our toxic legacy?
Well, I'm dealing with a range of legacies from the previous government. The point that I'd make is they made the decisions that they made. We're taking action in relation to this. I'm concerned about any contamination. I also want to make sure that we're really seriously, moving to a circular economy. We're getting the expert advice. I mean, Mr. Chappell can probably add to this in
I was
terms
going
of
to say,
other action.
I might come back to it after the break.
Yeah, I think so. And do I think it's acceptable that there is a contamination? No. But we do need to, we're trying to actually deal with it. I can't speak to what the previous government did or didn't do.
I will come back to Mr. Chappell and try and find out what we are really doing and what the regs changes look like.
We are, can I just say to you though, just quickly, we are waiting for the advice.
So
we've got a big challenge with asbestos, generally. It is so ubiquitous in the environment, a bit like PFAS. It is really, really problematic.
The Premier said earlier this year, though, that the government was not considering any changes. Has that moved?
Well, we're getting advice from... What we will do with the advice, I can't tell you because I haven't got the advice yet. So,
Just want to go back to the timber industry panel, if I can.
Yep.
Minister, were the appointments made from a pool of people?
I'd need to take that on notice. I don't think so,
Thank you.
But let me check.
If you could.
Yep.
Are they paid roles?
They will be paid, yep.
Thank you. And if you could also, please, which feeds into that first part, which department prepared the panel proposal, if there was
it was a whole of government. I mean, just to be clear, it was a whole of government input, which in terms of dealing with forestry and the Forestry Industry Action Plan, that's something that is being jointly managed between myself and Minister Moriarty. So there's obviously input from our agencies, but there's also work occurring in TCO, the Cabinet Office. So look, I'll take it on notice.
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure I'm meant to say much more about that because it's Cabinet, but
thank you.
Anyway, I've given you as much as I think I can.
Thank you. Okay, over to the opposition. Use your time wisely.
I always do, Chair. Thank you very much when I'm not interrupted. Minister, in relation to the Energy Security Corporation, your Labor election commitment at the last election, you said $1 billion was going, and I quote, into renewables to accelerate delivery from the Energy Security Corporation. Can you name any of the investments you were referring to?
No, because they're not ready yet, because the Energy Security Corporation legislation, I think, has just gone through. Can't remember what date it is. It's, you would remember it went through the upper house with support, welcomed across the parliament. So no, it hasn't done that yet. We're obviously putting the Energy Security Corporation in place. There'll be an investment mandate, and they will start to do work on those projects.
So given it was only legislated this year, how was it the case that you could say $1 billion was being invested?
Because we've got $1 billion allocated in the budget for it.
It wasn't being investigated though. How was it accelerating delivery of renewables last year? As you said, if it doesn't have an office, it wasn't legislated, has no mandate or website.
Well, I think if you actually understand what the work of it is going to do, which is to support the gaps in the market where projects that we know that we need, things like long duration storage, will be able to be co-invested and work through. It will accelerate those things because, as you would also be aware, I would hope, there's some real challenges around things like pumped hydro, really important. Snow 2.0 is one of them, but the others, the costs have escalated in a much higher way. We know
how long will the $1 billion be spent over? What's the period of time, that $1 billion that you talk about? What's the period of time over which that will be spent?
Well, it depends on the corporation, as I said, is in startup, so they'll decide how that occurs. There's $1 billion
4 years,
there.
10 years?
Oh, I'd hope it'd be much earlier than that.
20 years?
Oh, no way, it'd be much earlier than that.
1 year?
I can't tell you. I'm not running the security corporation.
So you don't know when the capex is expected to be spent next year?
Well, it'll become available next year, and it will be spent according to the way in which they set it up. And I can't speak to how they're going to do that because they're just getting set up now.
So the $1 billion will be spent next year?
No, that's not what I said. I said the $1 billion will become available. The Energy Security Corporation will have an investment mandate, and they will decide, not the government. We're not pork barreling this array, in the way it's done previously. It'll be set with. Yeah, I'm telling you,
so
it'll be set.
Offloading complete responsibility. You will have no input into that.
Sorry, did you not read the legislation? There will be an investment mandate.
I'm asking you.
Yes, but I'm telling you how it's going to work, which is that the Treasurer and myself will be involved in giving them an investment mandate.
There wasn't an investment
and they'll
mandate.
Work that.
That's the point, though, isn't it? So it has an investment mandate now. Does it have it yet?
No, it hasn't been established yet.
Right.
So the legislation's just gone through, as you might recall.
Yeah, because it wasn't available when it was legislated. So it doesn't have one yet. That's coming. It might be spent by somebody, but we don't know when. We don't know who will
Well,
decide.
what I can tell you is there's $1 billion more than there was under you, on top of the $800 million that we've also put in place through the transmission access facility. So there's $1.8 billion that this government's put into accelerating the rollout, which is more than you did.
So surely you would have expectations on how long it would take to spend. Surely you have that expectation as the Minister.
Well, it depends on the way in which they structure it. Well, sorry, again, it depends on the way in which it is structured, whether it's through rounds, whether it's through direct grants, whether it's through co-investment, whether it's through.
But you are the Minister.
Yeah,
surely you are having input into this. So you're saying it's just
but,
some up in the air thing, and you don't know.
I've learned a lot in the last 18 months about energy. But I wouldn't say
pleasing,
that I'm a
please answer
market
the question.
guru in relation to the way that we would do this.
No,
This
but
is
you
why
are
we've
the
got a
Minister, you have
specialist-
responsibility.
Sorry,
You talked about $1 billion fund.
You clearly don't understand what the corporation does, which you should, but you don't. So I'm trying to explain
Well, the
it to you.
Minister is also being
There's a point of
rude
order
and
being
patronising
taken.
and speaking over me.
I'm
So-
obliged to hear the point of
The
order.
question gets asked, the
Yes.
Minister attempts to articulate an answer as thoroughly as she can, and she gets constantly spoken over. So
It depends.
I ask that you call her to order and we can actually hear the
Give us
question.
some time to read the answer.
If the member feels as though
Yeah.
there's another question, she should move on.
Thank you. I don't feel I need to call the member to order, but I do remind everyone, let's be courteous and let's let each other have the benefit of this hearing.
Thank you, and the Minister might do so also, so that I can get the questions to you. As Minister, you are responsible. So by the next election, on your election commitment, the last election, by the next election, how much of the $1 billion do you expect to be spent?
Well, I would hope all of it, but I can't tell you that. What I can tell you is that the investment mandate should be finalised in Q4 this year, and the board will be appointed in February.
And so it's by 2031, if none of that money is spent, is that acceptable to you?
Well, that's a hypothetical, and trust me, it'll be spent by then.
So it would not be acceptable to you if it were not spent by 2031. That's the answer, isn't it?
Well, I hope I'm still in government in 2031. You would be aware that there's an election in 2027. And I would hope that the New South Wales government continues to have the support of the people of New South Wales. But the point I would be making is $1 billion, when you look at $1 billion, will be well and truly spent by then.
I don't know what that means, but it's a whole lot of non-answer. So what's the maximum amount of the $1 billion that a single project would be able to receive?
I can't tell you that. As I said, we've set up the Energy Security Corporation, who will have the specialty expertise in terms of maximising the amount of taxpayers' dollars that's used to co-invest and to work through the issues of renewable energy barriers that we've got in things like long duration storage and community batteries and a whole range of things. That mandate will be finalised in Q4 this year. There will be a board that oversees that work at arm's length from the government, as is appropriate actually, so that we make sure that whatever money we put in, that's public money, is spent in the best way that it can. And if you've got a different proposal for how you want it to work, you should have maybe mentioned that during the wedge.
You keep being very defensive and asking me. It's about you as the minister asking and answering this committee.
You supported the legislation, so if you had problems, you didn't raise it during the debate.
You don't need to be so defensive. I'm asking you as minister. It was your election commitment.
Yep.
It was your policy.
$1
Can I
billion
finish,
more than
please?
you ever did. Yep.
Can I finish, please? It was your election commitment. It was your policy idea. It was your commitment to do this. Your legislation.
Which we'll
you
do
can't
all of
tell
those
us
things.
how you're going to do it. You can't tell us what time period it will be spent. You can't tell us what it will be spent on. It was just a media release, wasn't it? It was just a flick pass to somebody else. It's a media release, and here's the idea, the thought bubble, off you go, you do it. There's no certainty in this. There's no direction from you. I've put it to you squarely, and you can't seem to tell us when, where, how much, or who.
Have you finished the question now? Yeah. So, it's been legislated. There is $1 billion in the budget for it.
We know all of that.
The investment mandate will be done in Q4, and the board will be appointed in February, and the money will start rolling out the door once in 2025.
Thank you. Will there be, for that expenditure, will there be a full strategic business case and final business case to justify that investment?
We would need to see the way in which the corporation is structured, and that information will be made public as we make public all of it.
So what does that mean? Will there be a full procurement process for the expenditure of these taxpayer dollars?
It depends on the way in which it's structured.
What does that mean?
Well, as I said to you, the board oversees. This is an independent body. An independent body. I know that you guys weren't really into that. You had a premier who used to shred all the grants projects, and you used to get all of that in there. That's not the way we do things here. That's actually not the way that we do this.
So tell us what you will be doing.
We have an independent board that has been legislated. And again, I really wish that you had perhaps said a bit more about this during the debate, because it's literally just gone through the parliament. But anyway,
Minister, will there be a full procurement process for the expenditure of these taxpayer dollars? Will there be a
there will be a process. I can't tell you exactly what that is, but I'll be happy to inform you when it's done.
All right. So $1 billion has come from the budget for this. Can you explain how your view of the procurement should work for this project, and what's your expectation?
My view about the procurement is that it will do what the Energy Security Corporation was set up to do, which is to provide co-investment and work to help us accelerate the build-out of renewable energy. That'll work with the private sector. It'll also work with communities. That there will be an investment mandate, and there will be a board that oversees the way in which that is allocated. That will be reported in the normal way, as you would expect.
Are we talking $50,000 grants, $100,000 grants?
I've just told you, the board is not in place until February. They'll make that decision.
Right.
Unlike the previous government, I haven't got bits on a map where I'm going, oh, you get a prize and you get a prize, and oh, here you get a pumped hydro over here, and by the way, you can have a community battery. There'll actually be an assessment process.
You did that with the community fund where candidates announced funding before you were even in government, so we've seen your approach to that. So what BCR will a project need to receive funding?
That'll be a matter for the board.
You've previously said there's a role for gas, and I don't feel the need to be defensive about it. How are you going with your approvals of gas projects?
Well, you would be aware that there's one gas project in New South Wales, which is the Narrabri gas project. It's a matter for Santos in terms of them pursuing that. They're currently looking at the Hunter gas pipeline. That work's going through. There's also been a native title claim in relation to that that's the subject of appeal. Santos have indicated that they're going to make a financial decision. I think that they've delayed that by 12 months. That is what they're doing. In terms of the other work that we're doing for gas, which is very important, is the support of the 6 peaking plants that are in place. Most of them are built out. We're waiting for Kurri Kurri to finalise and come on board. If you've read the electricity security outlook that came out today from AEMO, you'll know that that plan is very important. It's due to be completed by the end of this year, and we would hope that it is. So there's that. There's also the work that came out of the Cameron O'Reilly review in relation to storage.
We've got the reviews. We just are
Storage is
interested
really
in the
important.
projects. Okay. The Glen Lee property, you promised Ash and Labor will protect Glen Lee before the election. What's happened to the Glen Lee property and the heritage push to save that?
The Glen Lee property was sold.
To whom?
I don't know who the buyer was, but it was sold.
Oh.
It was, just to be clear, it was a private
So
property.
you protected it by selling it?
No, it's not owned by the government. It was a private property. Private property people are allowed to actually sell their own property.
Minister,
Unless you're planning on me intervening and doing that, interesting.
No,
position
it's your
for
promise.
me.
It's your election
Minister,
promise.
I've got some
Yeah, well, I
questions
can't
now.
stop a private person selling their house.
Minister, I've tabled some photographs. I'll pass the school photographs and the Hansard copy to the Minister, please. Minister, these are photos of the Liverpool West site where there was asbestos mulch found. Minister, do you agree that these photos demonstrate some demolition works underway? And you will note that there is lined skip bins in those photos for, I believe, asbestos. Do you agree that those photos indicate that there was demolition work in the vicinity of where mulch was laid?
Well, you tell me this is what these photos are. I'm prepared to
That's my assertion.
I'm prepared to take them at face value, but I'm not going to comment any further given the issues that I raised previously in relation to an active investigation.
No, I appreciate that. Minister, do you know how much was how much mulch was purchased by the landscaper that was contracted for the work at that site?
No.
It's my understanding that it was in the region of 160 tonnes of mulch, and it was used at 3 separate sites. So I'm going to, for ease, I'll assume that the amount of mulch was...
So you're going to undermine the investigation that's currently...
Well, no, Minister, I'm just asking some questions.
Sorry, is there a question? You're not. You're putting a whole lot of... You're putting a
Minister,
whole lot...
Minister?
No, you are putting a whole lot of information that's potentially prejudicial in relation to a very important investigation about asbestos in schoolyards in this state, and you're undermining it, and I'm not going to answer this question.
Now, Minister, the Hansard that I've tabled is from Tuesday, where my colleague asked Minister Carr how much material was removed from the Liverpool West school site. You will note that it was provided. We were provided an answer of 2,500 tonnes. Now, Minister, assuming that all 160 tonne of mulch that I believe was used over 3 sites, but let's assume that it all went to, because it was purchased by the landscaper in bulk. Let's assume that all 160 tonne of mulch went to that school site. Why was 2,500 tonne of material removed?
I don't know the details of that. I can't speak to that. I will take that on notice.
Minister,
but I would indicate again that I'm not providing advice. I'm not providing information to this committee if it's prejudicial in relation to the current investigation.
Minister, you would agree that it's possible that the asbestos handling at site was
No,
inappropriate.
I don't agree because I don't know.
And, well, Minister, perhaps you should know because you're the Environment Minister with the EPA under you. Now, obviously, the asbestos issues were blamed on the mulch, but to remove that amount of fill means that it was likely there was more asbestos.
That's your assertion. I don't accept it, and I'm not able to because I don't have that information.
Minister, has the Education Minister put lives at risk by not identifying exactly where all the asbestos came from?
How preposterous! No.
No, Minister, do you think you owe an apology to people about these asbestos issues?
No.
Okay. Appreciate that.
I want to answer this. What I owe to the people of New South Wales is that the materials that are used and that are regulated under the state government are safe, that they're safe for communities, that they're safe for families, that they're safe for schools. What came to our attention in relation to asbestos is extremely problematic. There should not be a skerrick of asbestos in these materials. That is why there has been one of the biggest investigations of the EPA. That's why they have diligently worked. This is why there is still an active investigation that you have tried to undermine today in a way that is one of the most outrageous things I've actually seen.
9 months now. This has been 9 months now, Minister, and you've got no answers for people.
No, because you don't actually understand how environmental investigations work. And
okay?
we want to make sure it's right. And if people have done the wrong thing, then they will be prosecuted as they should. But you've got to let people do their work.
Minister,
You've tried
what
to
was-
actively undermine that
what was the
investigation today,
decision-making
and that's
process
shameful for you.
Minister, I'll ask you not to talk over me. Minister, what was the decision-making process for adopting the improved native forestry method as New South Wales government policy? Did you make the decision, or did it go to cabinet?
So this is the accused method. This is what you're talking about that's been submitted to the federal government.
Yes,
So it's a whole of government process that, as you may be aware, for the Great Koala National Park, there is a interdepartmental committee that is overseeing that, as well as the 3 different panels. The work that was undertaken was done by one of the preeminent
Minister,
experts
that's not really providing an answer to the question. I asked, did it go to cabinet?
Well,
or did you
I'm
just make the
sorry,
decision?
I'm not allowed to talk about cabinet. So thank you.
But was it a decision of cabinet?
Hello. I'm not actually able to confirm nor deny that. What I'm saying to you is what
So
I
you
can.
can confirm if cabinet discussed the issue.
No, I can't actually. Sorry, you might want to ask Ms. Ward, who has actually been a minister.
You can confirm if there was a cabinet decision to do something. Of course you can.
It was submitted. It's a policy that you've provided to the federal government.
Yes.
And from the New South Wales government.
Correct.
Was it a decision of cabinet, or did you make the decision?
I did not make the decision. There's a collective decision in terms of whole of
Was
government.
it a cabinet decision?
I'm not going to answer that.
Minister, how would the proposed improved native forest method generate Australian carbon credits under the government expression of interest submission to the Commonwealth?
Well, that's exactly what's being examined. We have developed a whole of government method. It has been submitted.
But what's
to
what does
sorry,
the plan
can you let me
do?
finish? It's been submitted to the Commonwealth. It's an independent process.
Okay.
There needs to be the Commonwealth, as I understand it, has got a range of different options that they're looking at in terms of carbon credits. It needs to work through that independent process. If it stacks up, then there will be recommendations made to Mr.
It's effectively
Bowen,
to stop
Minister-
native
and then-
forestry, isn't it? Is that the proposal?
No.
No? So you don't believe that if the federal government accepts the New South Wales government proposal, that it would stop native forestry in New South Wales?
No, because
Okay,
that's not
no,
how...
that's fine.
Can you let me...
Minister.
No, can you let me
thank you.
finish? Can you just let me finish?
I've got a lot of questions and little
but
time, Minister.
you don't actually understand the questions that you're asking. I'm
I
trying
do
to give you the
understand them.
context of what you're trying to operate.
It's quite rude.
The fact that you're able to use carbon credits is a separate suggestion about whether government would choose to do so, as Ms. Higginson knows well and has asked me many questions about. It's just not, you're not able to say yes or no, because
Minister,
that's actually not
it was
the
developed
way
by
in
the
which it's
National
developed.
Parks and Wildlife Service. Did they
It was
provide a brief
developed
to
by the whole of government.
Minister, I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay.
Minister, did they provide a brief to the Minister for Forestry on the improved native forestry method before it was signed off as government policy?
So I can't speak to whether there was a potential brief. What I can speak to is that there is an interdepartmental committee where this information was provided. There's also a variety. There's the Aboriginal, there's the environment and conservation, and there is the timber industry.
But that's not what I asked. I asked about the Minister for, the briefing given from National Parks to the Minister for Forestry. On
My
Tuesday,
understanding is-
Minister, I haven't asked the question yet. The Minister for Forestry said on Tuesday in estimates that I'm not sufficiently across the detail to be able to get into this with you this afternoon. Were the full details of the policy disclosed to your ministerial colleagues before it was submitted to the federal government? And what was done through the formal briefing, cabinet note, staff briefing, agency briefings about how this policy was socialised to your ministerial colleagues?
Well, look, I'm happy to take that on notice to provide extra information. The first thing is I'm not providing you with cabinet information. I'm actually not allowed to. The second point I would make is that there has been a lot of discussion across government. This isn't just a national parks and wildlife matter. This is actually something that has been done in a whole of government way and will continue to do so.
Minister, you're hoping to use the forestry industry and the public state forests to effectively slush fund your way to the Great Koala National Park. Is that what we're doing here?
What do you mean by that?
Well, the carbon credits and the cessation of forestry is effectively the way that you're going to deliver your Great Koala National Park, isn't it?
And I don't agree with any of that.
Do you say that you've not sold out the workers, the timber workers, for green activists by putting this plan forward to the federal government?
That is one of the more preposterous questions that you've
That's
asked.
fine, Minister. That's your assertion.
No,
just
it's actually deep. No, sorry. You just asked me about workers.
Yes,
I want to talk about workers. I want to talk about workers in the forestry industry
I'd
who I
like-
meet with on a regular basis,
Yep, you
who
met with
actually
them?
understand what is needed in
Yep.
relation to this, who are working through the process for the Great Koala National Park, who are represented in terms of that, who are working, who have a lot of input. I met with those workers last week.
Yep, the
There's a
AWU.
suggestion, yes,
Yep.
and the suggestion that you don't even understand who we've met with, and the idea that we don't care about that is just fundamentally false, and I utterly reject it.
Right. The last question I've got, Minister, you'll see some photos of forestry that have been tabled.
Where from?
Sorry?
Where are they from?
Now, well, I'm going to ask you, Minister, do you believe that this is a appropriate depiction of forestry?
Where is it?
Well, I'm getting there. Minister, do you believe that this is an appropriate depiction of forestry for green activists to put forward?
Well, I
do you
couldn't.
think this
I
is,
don't know where it's from, and I don't know. Like, I don't actually
it is in New
understand
South
what you're
Wales.
asking
It is
me.
in New South Wales. Do you
Right.
believe that this is
Where?
an appropriate depiction of forestry?
Is it
It's, Minister, I'm just asking you the question.
Yeah, but I can't.
Do you
answer
believe
this.
it
I don't
is?
have enough. I don't have
Very
enough
simple.
information to be able to answer the question accurately. I would like to answer.
Do you accept that this isn't an accurate representation of
I
forestry?
don't know what it is.
Is it plantation?
Okay, you don't.
Is
No,
it
Minister,
plantation? Where is it located? Under what
Minister, do you
circumstances?
agree that forestry does not leave a scar like this?
Well, I'm sorry, I don't know where this
Do
is.
you agree that forestry does not leave a scar like this?
don't know
Do you know
because
what
I
leaves a
don't-
scar like this?
This is a trick
You
question.
clearing for transmission lines. These are clearings for your transmission lines, Minister.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Got me.
you, Minister.
Gee,
we'll-
we actually need transmission lines. Do you
Minister,
not
we'll-
support the need for transmission
Minister,
lines?
it's about asking you questions, and you know that.
Okay,
In
well,
the 1
it'd be
minute
good
that we
if the
have
Libs actually
left,
supported
we'll-
some of this work rather than letting the Nats be so
Chair.
silly about it.
Chair.
Yep, go on.
Sorry, let's over to you, Ms.
Minister,
Ward.
will ETU action delay curry curry?
I don't know. I'll take it on notice.
You don't know?
No, I don't know because, as I've said, they're in negotiations. This could be resolved, and I don't believe so. But I'll take it on notice to be absolutely sure. It's not my project.
Is there any risk that the ETU industrial action will delay the commissioning of the Waratah super battery?
I believe it's on track. Let me take it on notice. But no, I don't believe so.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Minister, how confident are you that you can deliver the Central West Orana transmission line on time and on budget?
Well, if you were clear about whether you support it or not, and if Mr.
It's not a question
if
about
Mr.
me,
About
Minister.
us.
Stop
if
deflecting,
the
stop
National
deflecting,
Party
Minister.
stop trying to undermine
Every
it.
time we ask you a question, Minister, all you do is deflect it back onto us. You're the Minister.
And
the question
you talk
is
over
to you.
the minister all the time.
She doesn't answer.
Well, she doesn't answer. I ask a question and there's no answer. It's just deflect back
Let's
to
hear
us.
the answer.
Minister,
The question is,
you're kidding. Were you not listening?
You were
it's a
talking.
bit hard when you keep yelling.
ahead.
on time and on budget.
On
The
time.
transmission line.
Read the note.
No, this is actually about Nairi Reynolds. It's not about that. So, sorry, what is your question?
Minister, are you confident that the Central West Orana transmission line will be on time and on budget?
I would hope so, yes.
You
Thank
hope so?
Yes.
That's the best answer?
Yes. I mean, Mr. Hay will be here this afternoon and he can
Oh,
take
I've
you
got
through
plenty
it.
of questions for Mr. Hay, don't worry.
Yeah, well, I hope you're showing some respect.
Thank you. With the last
Oh,
remaining
well,
couple
he
of
wouldn't have
minutes,
learned it from
Minister,
you,
could I
Minister.
just bring you, as my colleague Ms.
bullying
Fairman
again.
did, but to the New South Wales Audit Office Threatened Species
Yep.
report.
Yep.
It was a terrible report.
Yep.
I imagine you would have found it
Yep.
galling as I did too.
Yes.
We know that the number of listed species continues to grow
Yep.
and so on. Will the government return funding to more adequate levels?
Well, within the budget, we're always looking for how we can better invest and work through that. We're obviously doing the plan for nature. I did bring a new threatened species. I'm hoping that you might know what this is, Miss Higgins.
It's some kind of wonderful, spectacular
It's the Guthiger skink.
skink.
The
yes.
The Guthiger
My eyes
skink.
are not great.
The
It's
work
not a
that
duck
we're doing, the
or a
work that we're
goose.
doing in Kosciuszko is
Yes.
actually helping save this.
Oh,
Really,
wow.
really important.
Who can we name this one after?
Wes the Guthiger
The Wes
skink?
skink.
Let's do that.
The Wes skink.
Welcome to Wes, the Guthiger skink. But look, we obviously need to look at how we're investing. We're looking at a whole range of ways that we do that. There's a number of different programs. Look, the budget issue is always tight. There's never enough money. But there are opportunities through some of the work, and I know that this is controversial to you, Ms Higginson, but some of the money that will be invested via offsets, there's some real opportunities that are extremely important in terms of restoration and doing that work. Look, I'm very influenced by the work of Professor Richard Kingsford, who I just think is an incredible scientist. We're lucky to have him in New South Wales, and he has talked to me over the years a lot about ecosystem health rather than a species by species approach. And I really, in the broader of where do I see this going, what I'd like us to be able to do is restore and repair and protect ecosystems, because if the ecosystem is healthy, the threatened species that live within it will no doubt be thriving. That's where we're trying to get to. We're a long way from that.
Thank you, and I appreciate this, and I did hear you in Parliament refer to this approach, but Minister, it's not either or, is it? It's ecosystems and species all at the same time.
Yeah. Look,
one is not the other,
no,
and it does
and I wouldn't
concern
want
me.
you to think that that's what I mean. That's not what I mean. But what I'm saying is that I think if we come out a little bit further around habitat protection and around kind of cross-tenure ecosystem health, there's some good work being done in relation to that I think that what I would like to think, I can't prove this will happen and it'll take decades, that we'd actually see threatened species have more than just havens, but they're actually thriving in there. We still need to do the individual species work. That's not changing anytime soon. Our whole offset system is based around that. The kind of saving our species work, I'm not going to get a chance to talk about it today, but the incredible work that's being done to actually put back extinct species into being there again, rewilding programs. There's just some incredible work. We've actually put koalas into Western Sydney that have been dealt with. We're doing the corroboree frog work at the zoo, where they're now back in, actually being back outside the pens as well in Kosciuszko National Park, because it's safer for them to do so. There's but that is very expensive, and that's at the real pointy end. I would really like us, and this is what we're really trying to do with the New South Wales, with the new, the idea of the nature plan off the back of Ken Henry's work and all of the other reports, State of the Environment, all of biodiversity outlook, none of them are good, is to really turn that dial and try to come up a bit and protect what's there, restore what's been harmed, and really work across land tenures with all of the different stakeholders, whether it's farmers, whether it's Aboriginal communities, whether it's other, to really look after and protect, but importantly, increasingly restore the work that's been harmed.
Thank you, and I'll take it up with the department about the Saving Our Species program as well. Thank you. So we are now into the government's time.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I do have one follow-up question, or maybe two, if we've got time. Minister, thank you for your excellent evidence today, despite some challenging interferences. I just want to ask you, what is the status of the native vegetation regulatory map, and when do you intend to finalise the map?
Yep, great. Thank you for that. Before I do that, can I just quickly, I actually got, this is a mop-up, which is, I was asked earlier about Nairi Reynolds, who I think is one of the Aboriginal proponents, and I can just confirm that there was my office cannot find any correspondence from Ms Reynolds through the search of the department's management system and our email box and all of those things. So I just want people to know that. In terms of the regulatory map, so the regulatory map was established under the previous government through their Biodiversity Conservation Act. That was in 2016. There's been a long discussion and a lot of work done over, particularly since we were elected, to actually roll out the draft map. The regulation map is now, there's actually a full draft that's been across the state now. It was released in tranches. We've worked really closely with farmers, and particularly I want to thank New South Wales farmers for their input in relation to this. Let's be clear here, New South Wales farmers support the publication of the native veg regulatory map. We've done a lot of work very closely with landholders where we've put out the draft. People have been able to see what it means for their property, and if they disagree with what's there, there's actually been able to be a review process. The reality is there's been very few reviews asked for, and where there has been, there's actually been very little changes. So it really goes to, I have good confidence that the map is working well. Can it always be improved? Yes, it can, because I do think that for some landholders, they wouldn't really be paying attention to what's going on until it actually becomes more real for them. If they're not intending on clearing or doing any work, the map doesn't sort of mean anything to them. So I've had conversations with New South Wales farmers, and we've been briefing local members that, we expect that the map will be published. Just to be clear, I don't publish the map. The map is published by Mr. Lean here. He's required to under the legislation. The legislation was in place in 2016. It's now 2024. The good news is that we expect to be published their map. I understand that Mr. Lean has let other departments know about this, and that we would hope it's happening, I think, towards the end of September. I don't think we've got a final date. The important thing, though, for everyone to know is even with the final map going up, there is still the ability for landholders to have a free review and for that to be tested as it should and as it must. People who have their own land, they know what's on it, they know what's there. We've got a rigorous process to manage that. I think it'll be, welcomed by most that we've finally actually got this in place after 8 years.
Thank you, Minister. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think that for now that is fine. The last thing I would just say again, and just really ask the committee to think seriously about some of the documents that have been tabled today and whether they should be in the public domain. I am extremely concerned that there is an active investigation, as there must be, given that we found asbestos in mulch where people were playing in parks, where they were at their schools. This is a contaminant that should not be there. The investigation has been very extensive. It's been incredibly complicated. It has exposed the difficulties of trying to trace materials like this. We are learning from all of that, and we expect that the conclusion, we've already taken some action through some of the strengthening of the penalties and the work that showed how hard it was for us to do orders on various different premises throughout that investigation. We've already taken some steps. There's a second round of that will happen. But at the moment, the focus of the EPA, which I totally support, is that they do the right investigation to make sure that those that have done the wrong thing are held to account. I think we just need to be very careful, and I just would ask the committee to be very mindful of what that means in terms of some of the material that's been floated today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Minister, because that concludes your part of this hearing. We're very grateful for your attendance, and we've finished with your questioning.
By all means, if you want to...
So the committee will now break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for all your work. I know that you've all got a lot of committees.
Thank you. Thank you all. Welcome back. So we now have some additional witnesses that we will need to be sworn in. So I ask each witness if you could please state your name, your position title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation. And we will start with you, Mr. Westbrook, on my left.
Mark Westbrook, Chief Project Officer for Energy Co. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
James Hay, Chief Executive of Energy Corporation of New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Liam Ryan, Advising Executive Director of Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Kim Curtin, Deputy Secretary of Energy, Climate Change and Sustainability. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Steve Beeman, Executive Director, Regulatory Practice and Services at the New South Wales Environment Protection Authority. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Atticus Fleming, Deputy Secretary, National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Naomi Stevens, Executive Director, Park Operations, Coastal National Parks and Wildlife Service. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Brendan Bruce, Deputy Secretary, Biodiversity, Conservation and Science. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sharon Malloy, Executive Director, Conservation Policy and Programmes in the Biodiversity, Conservation and Science Group. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Erin Giuliani, New South Wales Biodiversity Conservation Trust. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sam Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Right, we'll start with questions. Mr. Lean.
Yes. I just wanted to add some additional information in relation to the avian flu issue that was discussed earlier this morning.
Yes.
So as well as the roundtable, which the Minister announced is happening tomorrow, the Environment Services Functional Area, which is chaired by the EPA, has been tasked with preparedness work for wildlife and waste management of a future H5N1 outbreak. On that group is the Biodiversity Conservation and Science Group, BCS, National Parks and Wildlife, EPA and Taronga. We're planning is underway to assess risks and consequences. We're developing a coordinated New South Wales preparedness and response plan in collaboration with other jurisdictions. Importantly, the department and the EPA participated in Exercise Volare on the 21st of August, which simulated an outbreak of H5N1 in wildlife, and that was coordinated by the Australian Government. A further exercise is planned for the 9th of September, and that will include non-government organisations and industry stakeholders as well as government agencies. We're also participating in the roundtable on HPAI H5 convened by the Australian Threatened Species Commissioner. We're also working with the New South Wales Wildlife Health Interagency Group and their associated subcommittee. We're also participating in the National Avian Influenza Wild Bird Surveillance Program, which is being coordinated by Wildlife Health Australia. There's a number of actions that are about to be implemented as well. So DQ staff are being provided with coordinated communications, including an overview of HPAI, symptoms, response actions and necessary safety precautions for staff. MPWS is preparing a draft response plan for the North Head area of Sydney National Park due to the risk to the little penguin colony, and those risks arise from high visitation as well. That is then going to be used as a template to develop risk plans for other sites such as Montague Island. We're continuing risk assessments and developing potential mitigation options, and we'll also be developing key messages for stakeholders and the public more generally to inform them about how to deal with the issue if they come across infected wildlife.
Thank you. I'll come back to that a bit later, but I think it's over to Ms. Fairman.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, everybody. I just wanted to begin probably with you, Mr. Kidman, in terms of what process the Cultural Heritage Unit Department goes through when assessing the cultural heritage impacts of a mine. Obviously, this is in relation to McPhillamys. What extra or additional work did you and your team undertake, if any, to what the mine's consultant undertook? Do you undertake your own investigation?
Well, we don't undertake an investigation. What we do is provide feedback to the Department of Planning on the adequacy of the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment work that is undertaken as part of the Environmental Impact Statement. That is there. Also, we don't do the assessment ourselves. We review the EIS as it comes to us, and in this instance included 2 ACHAs that were produced in 2019.
So 2 of them. What were the 2? Both by the company? By the same?
Well, typically
consultant?
typically the proponent is the body that engages a consultant to undertake those cultural heritage assessments. Another part of our role is to ensure, as part of the SEAR's requirements, ensure that the consultation undertaken as part of that Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment is robust and includes relevant registered Aboriginal parties, and we were satisfied that that was the case in this instance.
So in relation to consultation then, because I'm glad you mentioned that, looking at the appendix to the Cultural Heritage Impact Assessment, it actually details all of the consultation that was undertaken and goes through back to 2016 from Regis sending out the first lot, of course, are official requests for the names of Aboriginal parties. So that went to lots of people, the OEH, Blaney Shire Council, Native Title Tribunal, lots of different agencies to find out who the RAPs were. Tick, that was done. There was a notice published in the paper. Then the notifications were sent to the different registered Aboriginal parties to register interest in the project. Then from there to 2017, the engagement suggests that it was only the Orange Local Aboriginal Council from there, no others, that attended a field survey in 2017, a couple of field surveys, invitation to attend, Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council, email, telephone, and then that was it. The assessment then, the draft Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment was then provided to that Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council for review. And that's about it, really. Auntie Nairi Reynolds was provided, she was emailed the Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Assessment, she was emailed and there was a phone call to her. That's it. Does that sound comprehensive to you?
Well, I can't confirm those details here. I don't know who was directly contacted or not, but we were provided with a list of RAPs. I think they're included in the document that you're
But a list
referencing.
is one thing, isn't it, Mr.
Yeah.
Kidman? But it's how they were engaged and whether they were able to provide meaningful feedback into what I have heard from multiple First Nations people now who live locally of the significant cultural heritage impact that the tailings dam will have.
well, I would have to come back to you with detail about who was and who wasn't contacted. I don't have that detail in front of me right now.
So what I'm trying to get at, I suppose, is the thoroughness of the work that you do. It does appear as though, from the information that we have that's on the major projects planning portal, the submissions and what have you, that indeed pretty much the only expertise was what the mining, what the proponent, who they engaged, and then they engaged with one party ultimately in terms of the survey, and from that survey, importantly, the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council objected to the proposal. They objected. So the mine's proponent puts in whatever they put into you, and I would think that the Heritage New South Wales should be investigating that and making sure that you just don't take the mining company's word for granted.
Well, I can check the details of that, but I mean, asking for submissions from registered Aboriginal parties and receiving submissions are two different things, of course.
Mr. Kidman, the only registered Aboriginal party that went onto that site objected to it, objected to the mine. So I'm just wondering what Heritage New South Wales was doing when you said that the conditions that they put in place were fine and ticked that off.
I think we'd need to take that on notice, and I think, as Mr. Kidman has pointed out, the role of Heritage New South Wales in this process is advisory to the Department of Planning. And so they may indeed, I don't know, they may indeed have undertaken more work themselves to assess the advice of the Orange Local Aboriginal Land Council. So I think it's best that we actually take it on notice and come back to the committee on that.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Lean. I don't believe planning did do that, to be honest, and of course we know that the actions of Heritage New South Wales is very important here. So yeah, I'll provide more questions on notice then about that. I just wanted to turn to the PFAS in the Ballubula River. So I understand that the EPA has taken a couple of samples, a couple of different times, that is now published on the EPA's website. So once on the 30th of May, where 2 samples were taken, and then again on the 4th of July. I understand from both of those testings that the EPA is suggesting that there's not too much to worry about. Can I get your view on that, Mr. Chappell?
No, I wouldn't put it like that, Ms. Fairman, but we have undertaken some initial rounds of testing, and we're now working with the community and the science they've shared with us on designing a broader monitoring program. There are obviously some concerns there in the community about PFAS in the river, and we want to investigate rigorously any sources. I think the monitoring we did actually showed the only substantial detection was actually upstream of the Cadia mine, so we need to do monitoring over a larger area.
Did the EPA take samples of the foam for analysis that the locals had collected?
No, I understand some of the community did collect foam samples. They didn't share those physical samples with us. They've shared the results. We sample water in consistent with international guidelines, and Mr. Beaman can talk a little to our regime and how we're considering that.
Yeah, so I think any time that you detect asbestos, detect PFAS, you've got to be concerned. And so, as Tony mentioned this morning, Mr. Chappell mentioned this morning, it's a contaminant that's persistent and bioaccumulates. And so we did our samples in May and July at the request of the community. The community came and we spoke about what their concerns were. We've tested, I think we have tested for the water, and we've done some recent testing on the foam, and so we've put that into the reports that we've just recently published. the next step is when you do asbestos, when you do PFAS testing, is for us to work out what the distribution is and the concentration and the type of asbestos in that catchment. So there's
Not
some
asbestos, PFAS, and it's all.
Sorry,
it must
I got
be,
asbestos in my brain today.
nightmare working with all the contaminated toxic
I live in so
substances
many
all
people's
day, every
heads,
day.
it's not funny.
And I think one document.
Mr. Beaman, can I ask you a question just before my time's out, and I'll be back later today? What has the EPA found in the foam that it's tested?
So we've actually found that it's both made of a natural and a synthetic substance. So those foams can naturally generate on rivers from the breakdown of organic matter, and so we did testing to determine whether it's a synthetic or whether it's a natural foam, and so the testing confirms that it's a chemical composition of a synthetic foam.
I'll come back to that. Thank you. It's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions for Mr. Atticus Fleming, the Deputy Secretary of the National Parks and Wildlife. So these questions relate to the reopening of Mount Warning. My first question is, I recently climbed the mountain along with about 20 locals. And as we were coming down, the locals were all convinced that we would be met by rangers at the bottom and issued a fine, but to their surprise, there were no rangers there. And the speculation then amongst the locals was that because a parliamentarian had been with them, that there had been a stand-down order. Can you confirm whether that is, whether there's any credibility to that claim?
I'm going to ask Ms Stevens to deal with any specifics around Wollumben, but in relation to that question, I was certainly unaware that you were planning to climb, so I doubt very much that there's any substance to that.
Okay. And have you personally met with community stakeholders regarding the closure or the reopening of Mount Warning, and if so, who?
I might ask Ms Stevens to talk about the process and the level of engagement and consultation that's been undertaken.
I might start with the first question. Our approach to compliance in Wollumben has really been a staged one, transitioning from when initially we were using security guards and we were using quite a tight compliance. We've been focusing on education, signage, we've been focusing on ensuring that people were aware of the issues around safety at the site and also the concerns of the traditional owners. And we're now at a point where we are patrolling. We have signage. When we have evidence that people have climbed, then we will look into it. Depending on the evidence that's collected, we've got law enforcement advice, and then we look into the appropriate action. But we're not specifically sending people or not sending people depending on what's going on. In terms of the consultation in recent times has been undertaken by the Minister, and she has had comprehensive meetings with all the stakeholders in a number of different forums to get their views, ranging from people representing the local economy through to people who have interests in bushwalking, through to the traditional Aboriginal owners. So there's a range of consultation going on, and that's happened over a period of time and in a number of different forums.
Thank you, Ms Stevens. Now, so the track is in a very bad state. It looked as though it had been hasn't been repaired for or maintained for about four years. The local community members have offered to provide working bees and to voluntarily correct it, but they're not permitted to. Would the National Parks and Wildlife why are they resisting that locals would voluntarily try and improve the track?
Well, at this stage, the track is legally closed under the National Parks and Wildlife Act regulation. It's closed until the 31st of December 2024 while the Minister continues to consult on the issue, and we aren't undertaking any maintenance on that track for that period while we wait.
And do you have an estimate of how much the repairs will cost? So you're saying that it's quite possible from the 1st of December that we would be then potentially reopening the track?
The area is closed until the 31st of December.
31st of December, right. So then if what would be the cost for bringing the track up until a safe condition again?
I'd have to take that on notice. We'd be able to provide you with an estimate of that, but I can't do that today.
That's okay. have you considered reopening Mount Warning as a pay-to-enter style operation, or indeed including it as part of the annual National Park Pass?
Look, at this stage, the area is temporarily closed. The Minister is consulting with stakeholders and she will be forming a view on the future of the management of the track and the summit, and we're awaiting for that process to work through.
So I've met a few times a local Aboriginal fellow by the name of Stuart Boyd, whose family claims to be the main custodians of the mountain in a traditional sense. But I understand that the National Parks and Wildlife has ignored Mr. Boyd and his family members, but they have listened to the views of non-local Aboriginals. Can we explain why Stuart Boyd has not been consulted?
Cultural authority over the mountain is a matter for Aboriginal people. National Parks and Wildlife Service always would defer to Aboriginal people to make decisions around cultural authority and association. Mr. Boyd approached Parks and requested a meeting with the Wollumba Consultative Group, and we've facilitated that. That will be happening very shortly in the next couple of weeks, where the discussion around cultural association and authority will happen amongst Aboriginal people.
And are you familiar with an anthropologist by the name of Dr. Harry Creamer?
Yes, I used to work with Dr. Creamer in the past.
Very good. Okay, well, so you would know that it was actually Prime Minister Gough Whitlam who brought him to Australia in the early 1970s, as he was a leading anthropologist, to look at Aboriginal sites around the country, particularly New South Wales. Now he is he is of the view, having spent his entire life looking at these sites, that there is very, very few actual sites that are of significance to the Aboriginals. Are we taking into account his high level of understanding about this issue?
We've referred Dr. Creamer's most recent work to the Wollumba Consultative Group. The Wollumba Consultative Group is a group that represents a large a number of Aboriginal families and groups up in that area, but we're leaving it with them for them to consider, because obviously it's about cultural knowledge, it's about cultural association. It's not something that we're in a position to be making a decision about.
How many sites do you think actually on the mountain are of cultural significance? Are we talking about actual archaeology, or sort of where things are remembered?
I don't have any personal knowledge of the cultural significance in terms of those sorts of details, so I couldn't answer that question.
Okay. Now, in June 2022, the former Minister for the Environment in the previous government, James Griffin, announced it was the intention of National Parks and Wildlife to hand over all national parks as Aboriginal freehold and lease them back to be run under Aboriginal control. Where is this policy at?
I might hand to Dr. Fleming to respond to that one.
So there is ongoing consultation in relation to that proposal. Obviously, we are interested in expanding joint management arrangements, but we're doing that very carefully, very cautiously, and there'll be further consultation as that unfolds.
So that is still
I might just add on that as well. It's currently being progressed through the Closing the Gap framework, which requires a partnership-based approach with the Council of Aboriginal Peak Organisations. So those discussions have commenced recently, and there'll be further updates on that as the work progresses.
Right. So it is still the policy of the department to move into the direction of handing all national parks in New South Wales to Aboriginal freehold. Is that the direction that we're heading in?
I should add that the initial proposal or the initial announcement talked about this occurring over, I think it was a couple of decades. So there was never any intention that this be a rushed process. There was always an intention that there be extensive consultation, obviously with Aboriginal people, and as Mr. Lena said, through the Closing the Gap process, and with non-Aboriginal people. So that process is unfolding, but there is no rush to do this. It's being very cautiously progressed.
So that could potentially include the Sydney Harbour National Park?
Well, the proposal related to the park estate as a whole, but I mean, Ms Stevens could talk a little bit about Goat Island Meemill.
So Meemill, Goat Island in Sydney Harbour National Park, under the previous government, an agreement was made that that would be handed back to Aboriginal people, and we have a process. We have a committee made up predominantly of Aboriginal people from a number of different groups, land councils, but also groups representing other Aboriginal people, and they're meeting on a regular basis to talk about what kind of plans and what kind of model might be adopted in terms of handing back Goat Island to Aboriginal people. So the Meemill project is an ongoing project, which is an example, I guess, of one of the projects that's been undertaken under the wider umbrella of this program.
Mr Raddick, I might just add I think it's 34 joint management arrangements in place already across the park estate, which covers about 30%. Now, there are sort of 3 different models, broadly speaking. Some of them involve handback, some of them are based around native title, and some of them are based around other arrangements. And they include places that have significant levels of visitation. They have been very successful in terms of promoting socio-economic outcomes as well as conservation outcomes and, of course, cultural outcomes.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr Lean, and all your team and everyone working very hard in your roles for the people of New South Wales. I'll direct my questions through you, Mr Lean, but if you need to direct them to somebody else, please do so. In relation to the Hydrogen Centre of Excellence in Glenwood, the government's awarded a grant of $25 million for that Hydrogen Centre of Excellence. What entity has this grant been given to?
If you just give me a moment. I'll hand over to Ms Curtin.
Sorry, I can't quite see you around the corner. Oh, hello.
The grant will be in Glenwood, and it's a partnership with the Plumbing Industry Climate Action Centre.
Okay, and what are the funding conditions of that grant?
I don't have all of the details here, but the grant is for preparing the plumbing industry to meet the future demand for jobs around the hydrogen sector. And it's intended to deliver apprenticeships and upskill workers leading into early 2027. Or expected, to be operational in 27. Okay. I don't have the exact details of the grant itself.
Are you able to take that on notice or table them or see if you can find them in the course of this afternoon? I'm interested in the funding conditions of that grant. Yeah, I get the purpose and that's good, but just if we could get some more detail on the funding conditions.
We'll take that on notice.
That'd be great, thank you. And what is the amount of funding that PCAC needs to contribute themselves to that grant or to that project?
I don't seem to have that here either. I'll take that on notice as well.
Are you able to get that this afternoon if someone
can
look that up while you're busy here? Thank you.
No
and can you tell me the total value of that project?
I've got the 25 million has been committed, but I'll take that on. I'll get it to you before the end of the afternoon.
I'm interested in sort of the whole project and what
which will be their contribution as well.
All right, it'd be helpful if we could have someone, perhaps if they're able to, look those up.
Yeah, they'll send it through to me now.
Great, thank you. So I guess that's to it also, but is that funding grant specific to that location at Glenwood, or can it be transferred to another location for that project?
I'll check that, but my understanding it is that it's specific to the centre in Glenwood, but I'll check that as well.
All right. And can you tell me, in relation to that $25 million grant, was there a competitive tender that was undertaken for that grant?
I believe so, but I'll again come back with the details.
All right. If we could get some of those.
It's limited the information I've got here, but I'll get the details and.
All right, terrific. Thank you. My next question, set of questions, Mr. Lean, is regarding the green and golden bellfrog. Whoever's able to answer that?
I'll have a go, and then it's probably either Ms. Malloy or Mr. Bruce, but it depends what the question is.
Sure. All right. My long-standing interest in it. What is the status of the green and golden bellfrog?
Is it critically endangered?
Sorry, I can't hear you. If you're able to pull your microphone closer, that would be great.
Double check because I think it's endangered, but we've got a couple of different categories. So we've got vulnerable, endangered and critically endangered, and we've got nearly 1,200 species, so I can't remember the exact status of all of them, so let me just check. I think it's endangered, but I can double check quite quickly. My team are listening on
all right. I think from what we're able to ascertain, Matt, you might clarify this, but also it seems that it was or is listed as an endangered species under the New South Wales Threatened Species
I'm pretty sure it's endangered.
Yeah, under the Threatened Species Conservation Act 1995 in New South Wales, but as a vulnerable species under the Commonwealth Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999. So it seems there's a bit of a disassociation there. Are we able to just clarify if it's both or one or the other or whatever the
Well,
status
it would be both because
Yeah.
it's two different pieces of legislation.
Yeah.
So the EPBC Act,
Mhm.
there is a process.
So if you could just, sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Can you confirm if it's still listed as those categories under those
Yeah, I'll
acts,
definitely
or if that's
confirm.
changed?
Be able to do that quite quickly because I think it's on the website as well.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you. Has its vulnerability eased considerably?
That I would have to take on notice because that would be specifically what we're doing for that particular species. So I'd have to get the details of the conservation strategy and what we're doing about that particular species at the moment. I'd have to get you that detail.
All right.
Take
The
that on
question is, just in that response, I'd be appreciative if it's quite specific about whether it has eased considerably. So that would be useful. All of these questions are in relation to that species.
Yeah, I can get you that detail
Mhm.
either before the end of the day or I can take it on notice. And
All right. And has its endangered status been modified to an extent?
Well, it would only be modified from either vulnerable to endangered or endangered to critically endangered. So if
Mhm.
it's endangered at the moment, and that's a process that would have to go through the Threatened Species Scientific Committee, which is an independent committee. Not that I'm aware of recently, but again, there'll be a history of its listing and when it was listed and why it was listed. The determinations are usually all up on the website as well, why it was listed, what the key threats would be. So in terms of whether that's changed and over the years, that information I just don't have to hand in front of me for that specific species.
Okay, and if you're able to be specific in your answer in relation to the, it'd be helpful if we could get that today if it's not too difficult to find.
Yeah,
if it has, I mean, you would have thought if there's been some change and it's perfectly fine, then I would have thought being able to establish that, or if there's some critical status, or if it has changed that it's mollified and it's eased considerably or modified, then that would be something you'd be able to comment.
Yeah, I can. The team will be listening, and they'll be probably madly trying to look for that information right now as we speak.
Certainly. All right. And for fairness, so I'm interested in what the rules are governing conservation of the frog's habitat within these specific areas within Sydney Olympic Park, and particularly within its habitats at the Brick Pit, Narrowang Wetland, Kronos Hill, and Wentworth Common.
Yeah, again, that's a lot of specific detail on one species. I would definitely have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, well, they're in. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say that they've been the subject of some inquiry and some considerable interest in relation to those
Happy
areas.
to follow up and get the detail for you.
All right, are we able to get those today?
We'll do our best. We'll do our best to try and get it to you today.
I think some of those details around those specific projects may not be able to be returned today, but we'll get you what information we can today.
Okay, well, what can you say about the status of it today?
Can confirm that it is endangered in New South Wales and vulnerable and status in the Commonwealth, so we'll get the rest of the information for you as we can this afternoon.
Sorry, I've got...
I don't believe she was asking you, Chair.
Sorry,
It's
if
a
you
fair
could pull your
habit.
microphone a little bit closer, I'm just trying to make sure I'm getting the right answer. So it is presently endangered?
Yes.
Yep. And so would you characterise the Brick Pit at Sydney Olympic Park, which I understand is the key habitat of the green and golden bellfrog as a non-environmentally sensitive area?
As I said, we don't have that detail with us. This board will have to get that for you.
And there would be a number of other key sites for its distribution. I know there's one in the Hunter as well, just off the top of my
I'm
head.
sorry, I really
so-
can't hear you.
Oh,
It might
right.
be me.
No,
I'm
is
getting
it
old.
on?
But
Oh, I might need to just lean in a little
Thank
bit
you.
more.
That's unfair. Thank you that.
Oh, thanks, Wes.
It wouldn't be the only site. It is potentially one of its key sites. I think we'd have to...
I think it's established. I don't mean to cut
Yeah,
across,
yeah, yeah.
just
No
for
worries.
clarity. I think it is established as a key habitat of the
Yeah.
green and golden bellfrog,
Yeah.
but it's been characterised as a environmentally sensitive area. We just want to know, is that the case or not?
Yeah.
So-
Is it a key habitat or not?
Are you? I think you might be talking about the Saving Our Street species program strategy that we have in place for the bellfrog. Is that what you're referring to?
No.
Because the Sydney Olympic Park and Homebush is listed as a priority management site under that program. There's about 7 or 8 of them. So I'm just not.
So given that priority, it's fair to say, and I'm no expert, but it may not be accurate to say it's a non-environmentally sensitive area. It clearly has some sensitivity. It's endangered.
Well, it's been identified as a priority site for management. That's where the frogs are located at the moment. We're, I believe, undertaking management actions there as well as at a number of other sites.
So what can you say about those items, those issues, as at estimates today?
Well, I think we've just pointed out we've got a management strategy in place in relation to it under the Saving Our Species program. We've clarified the status of it. I'm just not sure what the question is you're asking around the nature of the habitat. I mean, I think we'll have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Well, I think it's important either it is identifiable as an environmentally sensitive area or it's not, or given it's a priority management area, it's fair to say, is it not, that it has some status as being endangered. It's not okay, to put it in lay terms. That area hasn't been modified and it is a priority area that it's under some management. Is that fair to say, or do you want to put it in your own
words? It's listed as a
words?
priority site in the
Yeah.
strategy, and within the strategy we would specify a range of management actions that we're taking there, but we'll give you the detail of that.
We can get you the detail about what, if anything, has happened there in relation to implementing the actions under that strategy. So
Yeah.
all of the species under Saving Our Species would have their own individual conservation strategy.
Right.
And within that there will be priority sites and then there'll be priority actions. But because there's quite a few of them, we'll have to get you the detail, on what's specifically happened there in Sydney. But happy to do that.
In your experience and understanding, it hasn't changed recently, though?
I'm not personally aware of that site. I know where it is, but we would have staff who are aware of it, so we'll have to just, get back to you on the
Are you able to ask
detail.
those staff today if there's any recent changes, let's say in the last, 6 to 12 months, has there been any radical improvement in the situation such that it's not a priority area or it's been modified or...
Yeah.
We can come back to you after the break with some
Thank you.
detail.
I'd be appreciative. Thank you very much.
No problem.
And so is the frog management plan for the brick pit still in force?
That I'm not familiar with that particular document or plan, but again, we can get back to you on that.
Okay. You're not aware of the frog... I'm not having a go, it's not a trick
No,
question,
no,
but you're
no,
not
no,
aware
no,
of a
that's
frog
okay.
management plan for
Yeah.
the brick pit?
Not specifically that plan, but it could be part of the strategy. As I said, there's lots of different species.
All right.
I'm not across the detail of all of them.
Okay. So what are the actions with respect to the green and golden bellfrog that are undertaken as part of the Saving Our Species framework? I note that the frog is on the cover banner of the website there, and so what are the actions that are being undertaken as part of that?
We'll come back to you
Yeah.
later this afternoon with some detail around what's in the strategy.
Yeah.
All right. I'm specifically interested in the actions in relation to it,
Sure.
not just I can see what's on the website, but what actions are being undertaken. So is Sydney Olympic Park still a priority management site for the endangered green and golden bellfrog?
That's my understanding based on what's publicly available, but we'll confirm that.
All right. The joy of having you, Mr. Lane, is that you can obtain information that's not publicly available. I can see what's there, but it would be helpful if we can clarify if that's changed or if that's still the same. That would be great. Has your department investigated any other sites for relocation of the frog?
That I'll have to get back to you on as well. Yeah, I'm not sure of the detail of that just at the moment.
All right. If each of these,
I can add.
Can you add
I know
anything,
that there's at least one site in Western Sydney in a national park where it is something that will be considered not imminently but over the next couple of years.
a park in somewhere in Western Sydney where
Uraldia National Park in Western Sydney is a place where a number of species are being returned, and that is on the list of candidate species.
All right, okay. And so does any authority under your department need to licence activity within the brick pit site?
I'm sorry, did you ask the question again?
So there's a frog management plan. As I understand it, you haven't said there isn't, but you'll clarify whether that management plan is still in place or whether it's changed. Assuming that it is still in place, does your department need to authorise any activity within there, given that plan's in place?
I mean, I'd have to have a look at the details of the plan. It depends what the activity is, I guess, and whether it has an impact on the species or not. So, yeah, I'm not... Yeah, it would depend on what people were doing there, I suppose. Yeah.
It would, yeah.
Yeah.
Construction, for example, excavation, I would have thought would be any activity coming on site.
Yeah.
Would they fall within something that would be an activity that would need to be licensed?
I mean, they may require a development approval,
right.
which would then raise biodiversity considerations. Whether they'd need a separate licence under the Biodiversity Act, it would depend on the circumstances.
So it may or may not require an authority from your department, or you'll come back to us on that?
Depends specifically what it is.
What it is, yeah.
Yeah, the brick pit site.
But what is the actual activity that's happening there?
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Why don't you come back to me with what activity what your licence would need to cover. All right, and has the department been asked to provide any advice with respect to the unsolicited proposal to redevelop Rosehill Racecourse for housing, particularly with respect to that brick pit site at Sydney Olympic Park?
I'd have to check on that. We provide advice on a lot of development requests, but let me check with the team and come back to you after the break.
It's been a fairly high-profile matter. It would be, I would have thought something on your radar if you've been asked to provide advice on that or not. It's not a trick question.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Forgive me if I don't know who to direct this to, Mr. Lamb, but you might send that. Just in terms of biodiversity, can I just ask about the system of environment? Well, it was stated by the Minister in relation to the system of environment protections that it needed more red lines to protect ecosystems. I think the response to the Minister's response to the Biodiversity Act review didn't identify any no-go zones for development. Is that your understanding? Is that correct? There's no no-go zones in there?
My understanding is, the government's put out the Plan for Nature, which is the comprehensive response to the Henry Review and the review of the Local Land Services Act. My recollection is that particular recommendation was identified as an area for further consideration.
Yeah, that's right. The government hasn't committed to mapping no-go areas at this stage. What the plan does commit to is to identify and map areas of high conservation value and to review the adequacy of protections for high conservation value land. And those processes will inform strategic planning processes and land use decision making, but there is no commitment to formally map no-go areas under the plan.
Okay. And is it accepted that offsets have a role to play in that, to ensure that it will solve some of those issues facing the environment?
So the reforms reinforce the offsetting hierarchy. So we're encouraging development to avoid, wherever possible, impacts on the environment, to minimise those impacts where they can't be avoided, and then to offset where where those impacts can't be avoided. So that's the hierarchy that we try and reinforce in our advice, and will be reinforced in an amendment to the Act as well.
And is it your advice that the Biodiversity Offset Scheme bill will solve those issues?
It's part of the reform package. It's the first stage of reform. So yes, absolutely, we expect that the changes through the bill will improve the operation of the scheme.
All right. The last New South Wales land vegetation clearing report was published, as I understand it, in 2021. When can we expect the next report to be published?
Very soon. So there is no statutory timeframe for the publication of that data. We are hoping that it will be very soon. It's going through final validation and approval, so very shortly.
So there's a draft that's somewhere in the pipeline, and can we expect that this year?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Can I just add as well, the report takes quite some time to prepare. So the last report that was put out, which I think was in 2023, covered the 2021. So the report we'll put out will cover 2022.
Yeah.
All right, but I think, all right. I think when it comes to land clearing, some transparency is helpful, and people would like to understand what the time frame is.
No, absolutely. It takes about 18 months for us to validate the data. So as soon as we can finalise that process, we'll publish that data.
I'm sure my colleague may have more on that. I just wanted to ask about, just back to those contaminated sites. Mr. Chappell, sorry, I've only got 18 seconds, so I might come back to it, but does the EPA have enough funding to deal with those contaminated sites, assuming all of them are to be dealt with?
Well, typically we have enough funding to take a risk-based approach to the most high-risk sites, but generally the polluter pays principle applies in New South Wales, so obviously sites where we can't identify a polluter are more challenging.
Sorry, where you can't identify?
A polluter. To seek to recoup the cost of that from.
So does that mean you won't take action, or the EPA will have to fund that?
Well, that's right. So then we will seek to take action, but if there's no polluter that can be identified or is still solvent, then that is more challenging.
Sorry.
I can add to that. The Contaminated Land Management Act actually has a hierarchy of people to be held account. So it's polluter and then the owner of the land. So there's always an owner of the land that you can come back to get the remediation work done.
All right, thank you. I'll come back to it.
Thank you. Mr. Lean, can I just check very quickly, this is just a yes or a no, were you asked for any opinion on who might be appropriate to be on the panel in relation to the future of the timber industry?
The Forestry Industry Action Plan.
Yes.
I think the Minister answered that question earlier today, so...
I think there was a bit of ambiguity, so I'm just asking, were you asked at all by anybody?
For my opinion as to the members.
About who may be appropriate.
I don't recall. I'd need to go back and check my records, but I'm pretty sure no, it was a government decision. So.
All right, if you would check your records, I'd be very grateful. Mr. Fleming, were you at all asked about who you might think would be appropriate to be on that panel?
I think my answer is the same as Mr. Lean's. I'm happy to check.
Thank you, if you could check. Mr. Chappell, were you asked as the regulator for forest industry?
No, I don't believe so.
Do you think you need to check?
I'm happy to check.
Okay, I'm also happy if you believe not and you're satisfied with that answer. I just know that, it's up to you. I'll leave it in your hands. Okay. Thank you.
That's the most ambiguous question and answer I think I've ever heard.
Oh, I'm just being very polite.
That's right. If you think you should answer it, then you should.
So, Mr. Lean, the Auditor General's report on threatened species and ecological communities and the report, it was a pretty bad report, and it's got some pretty damning findings in there in terms of the state's current management of these very important issues. Can I just ask, were you surprised at the findings in the report?
Was I surprised? I've only been back in the role for about 6 or 7 months. I was, I guess, concerned at how critical the report was on a range of issues. The one part that I would say that which I wholeheartedly agree with, is we actually need to get better at coordinating the activity in relation to threatened species, not only within the agency, but also across government more broadly. And so I think that the report had a very heavy focus on the Saving Our Species program, but
which is pretty much a flagship program. That is it, isn't it?
But the point I would make on that is that it's not the only threatened species work that we do. Obviously, National Parks does a lot of work in the threatened species space. There's also, there's work that's undertaken through the offset program, and there's also work that's undertaken through LLS. I think we need to get much better at and we've accepted this recommendation. I think it was a recommendation well made. We need to get much better at coordinating all of that activity to make sure that we're directing the right resources to the right priorities, and so that we're not duplicating activity. So I particularly welcome that aspect of the report.
Thank you. Earlier on this morning, the Minister referred to the Natural Resources Commission chairing a panel that is involved in the improved native forestry management method and the ACUs. Is that something you can tell me about? What is that and what's happening? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, so there's a specific group that's set up to advise the steering committee, the interdepartmental steering committee that's supporting the work through the FIAP process. It's chaired by the Natural Resource Commission, and it has a range of experts from a variety of departments, plus some externals on that as well, I think. Yeah. Or they bring the externals in on a case-by-case basis, depending on what the issues are.
But we should clarify the improved native forest management, that process is not, that's a separate process.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have referred to that. I meant the industry panel, the future of the forest panel. I apologise, that was my fault. So how, I think it's a bit confusing for everybody at the moment, and I realise the panel has only just been established and hopefully we'll get some more information, but there's an enormous amount of concern at the moment. So
not that I'm here.
The Minister referred to the Resources Commission's panel. What is it doing to committee, what will that committee do to work with this panel, and where is the kind of demarcation or the roles that are being undertaken here?
My understanding is that if there's technical issues requiring expert scientific type advice, then it can be referred to that panel, which the NRC would then oversee that input.
And who's on that panel?
I'd have to take that on.
Thank you, if you could. And so what is your understanding really about where does the kind of community and the independent forest science come into this work that's being done?
I think the Minister answered that this morning. So the panel that's been established chaired by Peter Duncan, they've just been established. They will need to sort of set out how they're going to conduct the stakeholder engagement that they've been tasked with doing. So I think we just have to wait for them to get up and running, and then they will map out the plan for how they engage the stakeholders that you've just mentioned.
Thank you. Can I just turn to the improved native forestry management method, and I believe, Mr. Fleming, this is yours, or the Minister referred to you as being able to tell us about it. So do you know what the federal government's timeframe is? Have you been told?
So I think it is important to note that what we have done is submitted an expression of interest. That the process is obviously a process under Commonwealth legislation. It's an independent, science-based process. One of the really important things to note is that there are legislative integrity standards that apply. So there's a whole range of EOIs that have been lodged with the Commonwealth. My understanding is that the process is that their independent committee looks at those. There will be a shortlist a shortlisting process, and for an EOI that is on the shortlist, there'll be further development. So we don't have a precise timetable, but I think what I can say is the timetable will probably be different depending upon the nature of the EOIs that are on the shortlist. So some are going to be more complex and some are than others, so some will be a shorter time frame than others.
Thank you. Did the one that we submitted, did it include the generation of credits in native forest that were still being logged or thinned?
I'll aim to give you a quick overview. As you indicated, I think this morning, it provided for, it provides, and it's an EOI subject to further development, but basically provides for credits to potentially be generated if you stop harvesting in a specific area, or if you defer harvesting and, in a sense, take less logs out over a given period of time through, say, increased rotation lengths. But really important, and again this comes back to the integrity standards, that only applies if the level of effort we're talking about, the level of harvesting effort, is not then transferred somewhere else. So you're asking the question in relation to the Great Koala National Park. It's important to emphasise a decision hasn't been made about the boundaries of that park, and nor has a decision been made about what would happen to the relevant level of harvesting effort in that area. If the EOI is shortlisted, if there's something developed, the carbon credits would be generated by, or would correspond to the reduction in harvesting effort in the North East RFA as a result of any decision. So sorry, it's pretty.
It is
pretty
correlating.
complex.
There is a correlation between the continued logging right now, the fact that we haven't yet determined where the park is, and the fact that we don't yet have a methodology. That's all very relevant in terms of timing, isn't it?
The other point I was going to add is for the Great Koala National Park, obviously of those two options we talked about, the only one that will be relevant is the cessation of harvesting, because once the national park is declared, then there is no harvesting permitted. So it's important to note there's no decision on the park. The decision on the park and the boundaries and what happens to the corresponding level of harvesting effort will take into account a range of factors, and that there's as the Minister indicated, there's quite a detailed process taking into account obviously ecological factors such as koalas, but also socio-economic factors, cultural factors. Carbon is another one of the matters that will be taken into account. All of those things will be important in the final decision.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few more questions about Mount Warning, but the first one is to Mr. Fleming. Mark Hendricks is an advocate for reopening the track, and he's written a book called A Guide to Climbing Mount Warning. It's a compelling case. It goes through the history, and I think it concludes that there is the claim that only Aboriginal men can climb the mountain is a modern-day invention. Did you receive the book and did you read it?
I understand Mr. Hendricks sent it to me, but I, as a general rule, don't accept gifts, so I haven't accepted it or read it at this point in time. But the issue is a really important one. I acknowledge that. But as Ms. Stevens said, there are challenging issues here around cultural authority and so on, and those decisions, those issues need to be considered in the right context and by the right people.
I think the rules around giving gifts to bureaucrats is more about trying to bribe you. This was more a case of trying to inform you. I would encourage you to read it. It's not a long book, but I think it makes a very compelling case. You would be, and this may be also a question to Ms. Stevens, you would be familiar with the late John Roberts, who was central to the claim that only Aboriginal men can climb this mountain.
I am aware of John Roberts, yes.
And you'd also be familiar with elders like Auntie Millie Boyd. Now, she is a local. John Roberts was from Grafton, a long, long, long way from the mountain. But he seems to be central to the claim, and he seems to be the only one who's been to make this decision. He said, would you agree that he's been the most prominent Aboriginal voice, or he was now the late John Roberts?
He was from Lismore.
I understand he was from Grafton.
No, it's Lismore.
Okay, but he was central to the claim, correct?
I haven't been involved in this work at that level. I haven't been privy to any of the discussions by the Wollumban Consultative Group, and I wouldn't be able to comment on that.
Okay. So if Wollumban Mount Warning is primarily a sacred men's initiation site, as is claimed, why were women given major financial contracts to research and write about, first in 2001 and again in 2012 for the Aboriginal Place Management Plan? Was it because John Roberts insisted that those particular women be given the contracts?
I'm not able to answer that question today, but I could look into it.
If you could take it on notice, that would
Of course.
be
Mr. Raddick, can I just add, just at a sort of higher level, I just want to reinforce the fact that national parks are really important places to visit, and we encourage that, and we get over 50 million visits a year around the state. So we as an agency are obviously very supportive and promote and work very hard to promote access to our national parks. But again, as I think the Minister said, there are a range of issues that arise. It might be to do with operational matters like fire or shooting. It might be to do with cultural matters. It might be to do with environmental sensitivities. They're all challenging issues, and we're doing the best we can to balance and juggle those while still promoting access. And certainly there's a lot of investment that's gone into northern New South Wales to ensure that there are plenty of places for people to visit.
Well, but this is a particularly special place. I mean, it really does stand out. Look, I'm very pleased to hear that the National Parks and Wildlife does want to encourage people to visit our beautiful national parks. But what I am really concerned about is that this Mount Warning issue could just become the first of many, where there are other modern inventions that make up claims that only certain Aboriginal groups can climb the mountain. Do you think that's a possibility, that this could cascade? This could be the first of dominoes?
No, I guess that was really my point. We've got more than 50 million visits a year around the state. So there are lots of people visiting lots of places around our national parks. It's actually a small number of sites, Wollumban being one of them, where there are challenging decisions and challenging issues around access, and we take them very seriously, and we're doing our best as an agency and as a government to address them. But I think when there are 50 million plus visits every year and a lot of investment going into supporting visitation, you can rest assured that the agency and the government is really committed to promoting access to our national parks. And we know that's important for people's health, we know it's important for local economies, for local businesses, and we know it's important because it promotes awareness of environment, cultural heritage and so on. So we're trying to get the balance right, and I think the message is that there are plenty of great places to visit around the state in our national parks.
Well, I'm very pleased with that. But do you think in the last decade or two there has been an increase in these claims, in the claims of this nature?
Look, I don't have the data in front of me, so I can't really give you a meaningful answer to that.
Okay, well, now back to Harry Creamer, and I'm glad that Ms Stevens had worked with him, so you would know how much of a respected anthropologist he is. My understanding is that he says that on Mount Warning there is one, possibly two, at the most, sites that are of cultural significance, and the one that can be confirmed, which we believe is a cave on the western side, is far away from the walking track. So if we were to reopen the track, it's not going to have any impact on that cave. What would be your response to that claim?
I would say that I think that landscape values are, as part of considering cultural significance, is a really important aspect of the cultural significance of many Aboriginal places rather than just sites. But I would say that we have referred the work that Dr. Creamer has sent to us recently to the Wollumban Consultative Group, and we would consider that they would have the cultural authority to be considering that work through the lens of what they have established to be the cultural significance of the site.
Thank you. When I recently visited the area and spent a couple of days there, everybody I met across the political spectrum was appalled by what is happening about the closure of the site, because it's destroying the town, and not just one town but several of them. But another concern, that probably an even higher concern, was that in the last 4 years, since there has been controversy over the track, that there has been no backburning on Mount Warning and in the nearby areas, and the locals were worried that if we happen to have a difficult bushfire season, and bushfires are a natural phenomenon in Australia, so we know that's going to happen at some point, that they are worried that the town is going to be very much at risk of a very serious, dangerous fire because the locals are prohibited from doing the backburning that they want to do themselves on a voluntary basis to save their town. Is there any... everybody was saying that to me. Is there any merit to that claim?
Mr. Raddick, I'll answer that. I'm not sure if you're referring to prescribed burning on private land, which is not a matter for national parks.
I understand it was on the mountain.
So I can't comment specifically on the prescribed burning in that park because I don't have the data for every national park handy. What I will just say is that National Parks does in the order of 75% of all prescribed burning across the state.
Right.
So we work very closely with the RFS, with Fire and Rescue and with Forestry Corp as the 4 firefighting agencies in the state. When you look at the fact that we're doing 75% of all prescribed burning in the state, it's clear that we take that very seriously, that we manage 10% of the state, we do 75% of the prescribed burning, so we're clearly doing our fair share and working very closely with those other agencies. That's the approach we take right across the state. Happy to take on notice your specific question about Wollumben.
Well, I'd be very grateful if you could, because we're only a couple of days away from the springs. The bushfires are just around the corner.
They've started.
Well, that's right. Yes. Thanks. Yes.
Time to backburn now, I guess.
Yes. Well, that's right. Well, I mean, the locals want to do it, but this was not just 1 or 2 people I spoke to. This was the number one concern people had when I was there. It was not they're very concerned about the mountain, but they were concerned that it's a massive fire risk because they haven't been able to backburn for 4 years. So I appreciate what National Parks is doing across the state. Backburning is an important part of living in Australia, so I'm very grateful that you will take it on notice. Now, one last question is, the perception is that National Parks and Wildlife uses the Wollumben Consultative Group to justify every decision it makes, including its refusal to reconsider any alternative management strategies. Is there any decision that National Parks and Wildlife would make independently and present it to the Wollumben Consultative Group as the preferred way forward, or is does the Wollumben Consultative Group pretty much win everything that they claim?
I would just answer that by saying, of course, we provide independent advice, but we certainly respect the views of the traditional custodians.
But you would also acknowledge that there is always, in these things, there is different views amongst the local traditional custodians as you describe them. That is a common feature, and so then we have conflict. And there's often financial incentives involved. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Raddick, I think I'd answer that by saying the Minister's already outlined the process that she's going through to inform a decision around the future of the track.
Yeah,
She's been consulting widely with a range of stakeholders, and she will make her decision in good time. So I don't
Well, the
necessarily
question was about, do we acknowledge that there are competing claims, not just here, but very often when these issues arise, there is often heated conflicting claims, which undermines the claim that it really is a traditional site.
Well, I'd acknowledge that there are competing claims in this space. You've outlined a number of them today. Does that undermine the significance of the site? That was verified when it was declared an Aboriginal place through a rigorous assessment process. I'll probably leave it at that.
Right, it's over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Fleming, you're first in the batting order today. I've just tabled some photos, but whilst they're being circulated to you, Mr. Lean, I wanted to ask in relation to heritage. I guess your department also handles heritage for the Minister?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Kidman
obviously,
is here from Heritage
Thank
New
you.
South Wales.
In circumstances where you've got a heritage listed site in a national park, what's the process around the preservation of that heritage listed site?
So it depends what you're talking about. There are a number of sites that are on the State Heritage Register, which are also located in national parks. And national parks would have an obligation to maintain those sites under both the Heritage Act and also its own.
So when you say that there's an obligation to maintain the site, what's considered maintain? To stop it from falling down, or to keep it in its current state and form?
Well,
Sam? I can help there. So
thank you.
Under the Heritage Act, there are minimum standards of repair and maintenance that you need to meet as part of a regulatory framework. They're outlined in the Act, but they go to things like ensuring that windows are watertight, roofs are watertight, the guttering's not going to cause fire, there's no safety hazards. There's a whole list of things outlined in the Act, and some items are some items, whether on the Parks Estate or not, will be locally listed, so they are regulated under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act also.
Well, this is a fascinating answer. Now, it has the photos, if you could pass them to Mr. Fleming. Before I come to some of the heritage issues, and sorry, I noted before that you were addressed as Dr. Fleming. It was Mr. Fleming. I think I apologise if I've been calling you the wrong. Is it Dr. Fleming or Mr. Fleming? Because we should have the right title. That's the first thing.
Mr. Fleming is fine.
Mr. Fleming. Okay. Mr. Fleming, you'll see the first photo, and they're numbered 1 to 5 in the top right-hand corner. This photo is a house that's in Skyville National Park. Now, are dogs allowed on national parks?
I'm going to defer to Ms Stevens because
Thank you.
she knows the Skyville matter a little better than I do.
Okay, fantastic.
Generally, dogs are not allowed in national parks, but they are allowed in some regional parks.
Okay, are they allowed in Skyville?
I believe that they are not.
No.
But I would need to take that on notice to be absolutely confirming.
Well, and you'll see the photo, the first photo that I've tabled.
I didn't even see that, I'm sorry.
Yes, no, the first photo that I've tabled has a house, and you'll see that it's right next, and just for the camera, there's the photo and the no dogs sign that's right next to it. Now, I believe that there's a dog residing in this residence. Would that be allowed?
Well, I don't know exactly the circumstances of that residence, but if it's a National Parks and Wildlife Service employee, and we do have some residences on park occupied by National Parks employees, there is provision for people living in remote or non-urban situations to have a dog as part of the family living, whether for security reasons or others. So it is possible that under the circumstances the dog may be permitted.
So would it be fair to say that it's one rule for one and one rule for everybody else?
We're very transparent about it. We've looked into it. We've revised our policy a number of times, and each time, in consultation with unions, we have always come to the conclusion that there are some circumstances where park staff could have a dog, but only within the confines of the property in which they have a lease.
Would we consider Skyville to be a non-urban national park?
If a parks employee has a dog on that property, it will be because it has been determined that it's appropriate for be there, and it will be part of the lease.
Thank you. I'll go to the second photo now, and that's it there. You can see number of shipping containers, quite a nice Land Rover. It's actually a shame it's there. And there's a Mercedes as well. I've run the regos through the rego checker. The Land Rover's rego ran out in 2008. The Mercedes is a bit more recent. It was March 2024. Is this permitted to be stored on national parks sites?
I'm not aware of the circumstances with this photo, and I would need to check and take the matter on notice.
Okay, because I'm not sure, given that some of the circumstances around the rest of the national park in the area, that this should be permitted if some of the others aren't. But anyway, we'll move on. The next photo, number 3, you will see this is a house in Skyville. It is actually the Commandant's house. Obviously, Skyville was has had a number of purposes, and one of those was for the officer training unit for those in national national service, and this Commandant's house is heritage listed. Now, you can see that there is a fence around it. My understanding is that the fence went up recently, only after an interview occurred on Ray Hadley about the state of Skyville itself. Mr. Ling, this house having a heritage listing on it, should it be protected under the way that you understand the Heritage Act, and noting the answer from Mr. Kidman around having it watertight, protected, safe, no safety risks?
So, off the top of my head, I'm not aware whether that particular house is heritage listed. I need to take that on notice and come
Well, my
back
understanding is, Mr. Fleming, do you know?
I don't know.
It is on the State Heritage Register.
Okay, so now we've understood that it's on the Heritage Register. It's on national park land. Now, it's the case that the people that are seeking to protect the heritage around the military training facilities are also seeking to protect the house. Now, they've said, please allow us access so that we can actually protect it to stop it from falling down. It's the case that they're not being given access to stop it from falling down, and that's the reason why the fence has gone up, because they've said that they believe within a number of months it's likely that some of the walls and the footings will give way and part of the house will collapse. Now, there's a heritage listing on it. It's in a national park. National parks won't let them go in and protect the house. National parks aren't spending any money on the house. They want to go in and protect the house to stop it from falling down, to protect the heritage there, given that it was the Commandant's house. Why are you not letting them at least go in and spend the money that they've raised in order to protect the heritage there?
So the Hunter Anzac Memorial Limited Group, which is the group that's working with parks at Skyville, have an existing licence which covers a number of activities in a number of areas on the site. That the area of the Commandant's house is not part of that licence, but on the 25th of May, Hamel did come to parks and they've requested a variation of the licence, and it would expand the area that they have a licence over, and it would include this house as well as another house. We've met with Hamel to clarify some aspects of that proposal, and we're now going to enter into, we have to get approval to go into direct negotiations. We can't just, but we've got that approval to enter into direct negotiations with Hamel in order to be able to have a look at amending the licence to include that site. But at this stage, it hasn't progressed. The reason we've put up the fence is because we're genuinely concerned about safety. We need to keep people away from the house for the time being.
Stevens, but at the moment, there's no granting of a licence over it. Mr. Kidman, you've identified that it is on the Heritage Register. Where you're not granting a licence, Mr. Fleming, is it not National Parks' responsibility to preserve that house, given that it's on the Heritage Register?
It's our responsibility to comply with the obligations that we have. I think I
Mr.
can't remember
Kidman,
the
do you believe that
the
National
number.
Parks has complied with their obligations in relation to that house, given that they've had to put a fence around it to stop people from going in there because they recognise that there's safety issues?
I think, Mr. Fang, we'll have to take on notice your question, or the specific question around the application of heritage standards to this particular house. So we're happy to do that.
Excellent. No, I appreciate that.
What I can say is on the 9th of August, in discussion with Hamel, we've now reached in principle agreement to extend the licence to cover that house, which would then enable Hamel to spend money that they've raised on
And
the
how long will it
property.
be before they're able to try and protect that house?
I would need to take that on notice.
I've got heat more, but okay. The next photo, number 4, you'll see this is Long Tan Place. Now, it's named after the Battle of Long Tan, obviously. You'll see that the street is virtually overgrown, except for one house. That one house that's left is the last of the married quarters in relation to, I guess, the training facilities and the married area that was part of that training facility. The National Parks and Wildlife Service got a permission to demolish the rest of the houses there. Part of that approval was that the streetscape needed to be maintained, including the driveways and the streetscape, in effect. My understanding is now that National Parks are indicating that there is no requirement for them to, or they're not intending to honour the agreement that was reached in order to demolish those houses. Ms. Stevens, why is National Parks not honouring their commitment in relation to Longtan Place?
I'd say two things. One is the house is part of the extended licence application that we've received. So in principle, we'll be agreeing to Hamel also spending money on that house. My understanding is that there was an agreement. It was a timed agreement, and that agreement has now, the period has expired. The work that we were supposed to do has in fact been overtaken by regeneration, natural regeneration of the area. But in the strict sense, the answer to your question is because the time period for the agreement has now expired, and so we aren't under an obligation to do that work.
All right. The last photo you'll see, number 5, relates to the Pitttown Sports Club and their training and playing facilities. This is a circumstance where part of the land is owned by the club, part of the land is on National Park. Now, I've spoken to the club, and it seems that National Parks has decided that after a number of years of them improving, maintaining, mowing the fields, that all of a sudden National Parks wants to impose a fee on the club so that 10-year-olds can play soccer. Mr. Fleming, given that the club has maintained and watered and mowed and I guess kept the field and received government grants in order to improve it, why are they now expected to pay National Parks a fee in order to use this ground, given that National Parks has no expenditure in relation to this area?
Mr. Fang, I'm happy for us to take that on notice. My understanding is that there's been long-standing discussions around this area, but I'm not familiar with them and I don't have the information in front of me.
The Minister obviously would be cognizant of the fact that this government has cut the active kids vouchers, they've cut the back-to-school vouchers, and now to slug kids,
Let me take it on notice. I think what you're saying is it would be good to get a common sense solution, and I think we would all endorse that.
Well, I've spoken to the club and I've been out there. I took this photo. They've been attempting to reach a common sense, position on not only this, but there's also where the training facilities are in Skyville. There were old sporting fields that the trainee officers used to use. They've been told that they've got to pay for not only the one that National Parks has no expenditure on, but they're not allowed to use the fields that are within the Skyville training area either. And it just seems to me to be a lack of common sense. If you're suggesting that common sense may prevail, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you for raising it. We'll come back to you.
It's such a good photo.
Thank you, Chair.
Brilliant photographer, what can I say?
Mr. Lean, I think it might be to the EPA, but redirect me if that's incorrect, Mr. Chappell. In respect to the McPhillamys gold mine and the location of the associated tailings storage facility, the location of that tailings storage facility was, of course, approved by the New South Wales development process. In the department's view, will the tailings storage facility destroy or impact the Belebula River?
Perhaps I'll take that on notice. I think the EPA did provide fairly extensive advice into all the different stages of the assessment process, including the scoping, the EIS, the submissions report, and then amendments to the project with recommended conditions. So, on the basis of all of that, I'd be fairly confident that our view was that the tailings dam, as approved, would not impact the Belebula River in a material way, but I'll take that on notice because I don't have that detail.
All right, and thank you. And could you include in that whether any advice has been provided that that facility might destroy the river or might have an impact?
Yes.
Obviously,
absolutely.
That specifically is the aspect, not just whether advice has been provided, but specifically in relation to the possibility of destruction, impact, or otherwise. Thank you. Just turning to other matters, the renewable energy projects and ETU industrial action, are you aware, Mr. Lean, or anyone in your team aware of any projects waiting to be connected to the grid or delayed because of the ETU industrial action?
We have been notified of some instances where there's been delays caused, but I don't have the specific details of those to hand, and whether the ones that we were notified of are still delayed, I'm not sure, so we'd have to take that one on notice.
How many were you notified of?
I would have to check. My memory is that we were notified of some specific matters from Transport for New South Wales and possibly one other, but I'd need to check so that I don't mislead the committee.
All right. Is it under 5, under 10?
I need to take it on notice and come back to you with the detail.
All right, so something you could find out today. Obviously, hopefully there's not hundreds, but if there's a couple, if you could get back to us today on those projects.
We'll see what we can do.
All right, it's just been a lot of questions taken on notice today, and we are here to try and get some information that's not otherwise available for that transparency. So the Clean Energy Investor Group has publicly called for urgent action as badly needed renewable energy projects are being affected by the industrial dispute. What are you taking any steps as a department to intervene, to have some involvement in that process to try and get that resolved, or what involvement has your department had?
Well, it's an industrial dispute that's being managed through the federal industrial relations system. So we don't have a specific role in that as a department. So I'm not sure what it is you think that the department could do in that respect.
Well, I would have thought that it's having an impact on renewable energy projects, which are your priority and your minister's priority and his government's priority. I would have thought you'd have some impact or interaction, if only to understand what updates or what impact that is having. Are you saying you have not had any involvement or updates or briefings or sought information on it?
We've certainly received information from, as I said, some stakeholders where projects have been delayed, and some of the electrical companies, the electricity companies and transmission companies that have been affected have certainly provided us with updates as well. But as I said, it's ultimately an issue that's resolved through the federal industrial relations process, and that's not something that the department has any standing in to intervene.
Yeah, no, I understand that. We're both recovering lawyers, so we both get the standing issues, but I guess your responsibility and my responsibility to ask is what the department's involvement is. Are you able to clarify that for the committee, or what the status is of those projects? How long are they delayed?
Well, I think, we've been notified of certain matters. I'll get you the details of those, but we don't have a role in brokering an industrial dispute between two parties. I'm not sure. No,
but you have a role surely in, we're clear on that, but you surely have a role in understanding the risk to your projects and prosecuting, or in some way communicating or understanding how that can be ameliorated or what the impact is. I would have thought that's your role, isn't it? Or am I wrong?
Well, that's what you think our role should be. I'm not sure how we would actually execute that role in terms of trying to resolve the issues. They're matters that each of the parties has certain rights, and they can take action in the Fair Work Commission, which I think some of them have actually done.
Yeah.
Thank you. There's 1 minute and I'm going to grab it. Mr. Chappell, I just wanted to understand how you came up with the shared arrangement or understanding between EPA officers and Forestry Corporation that the first transect of each night search and survey was to commence within the 1 hour of sunset. I'm referring to the greater glider site-specific condition. How did that happen? Given what we know about the need to find greater gliders and exiting their dens?
Well, the advice that we have is that the period of time, the first period of hours after sunset, is the most prospective for sighting gliders, including activity around their dens. We've, as we were developing that condition, we have an obligation to provide procedural fairness with Forestry Corporation and consult with them on implications for their operations of any adaptive management, which is the intention of the IFOA to be adaptive. And it's probably a slightly longer answer than I have time for, but in that process we came to that shared understanding.
I might come back to you after, because really the intent of the question is, how does anyone out there have confidence that the regulator actually is regulating and not just making arrangements with the industry it's regulating?
Very happy to come back to that, Chair. And I can also clarify, EPA and myself were not asked or consulted regarding the makeup of the stakeholder panel that you mentioned earlier for the forestry, future of forestry piece of work.
Thank you for choosing that response. Okay, we're breaking now for
Could
15
I also
minutes, of
please
course.
make
Please
a
do.
clarification? I said
Chair, I have
in
one
relation to the revegetation of Longtown Place that the reason we hadn't done the work was because there had been a lapse in a time period. That was incorrect. In fact, Heritage New South Wales has advised Hamel that the Section 60 approval under which we needed to do the work is no longer valid, and that's why we haven't done the work.
Thank you. And Ms Ward, one point.
Chair, I just want to perhaps prompt Mr. Lean and the team, if they're able to come back with those answers over the break, if they're able to ascertain or give us an update after the break, that would be useful.
Thank you. We'll return in 15 minutes' time. Thank you.
On the pig
Here's the other half.
Thank you. Welcome back all. Over to you, Dr. Con.
My questions are for the EPA.
Thank you.
I'm interested to know if it's possible to quantify how many times the EPA has been involved in contamination or pollution incidents that are as a result of or in proximity to synthetic turf surfaces.
You mean how many reports of pollution we've received relating to synthetic turf? I think we'd better take that on notice. We get about 150,000 reports, either phone calls or emails each year to Environment Line. So let us take that on notice.
Thank you. And I'm also interested to know if your microplastic monitoring program has identified any microplastics in estuaries that include runoff from synthetic turf.
It's underway. I think we're looking at about 120 estuaries for microplastics as we speak. Do you want to talk about that?
And it's probably best. We could take that one on notice. We can do that linkage between the synthetic ovals and where we're doing the sampling.
Thank you. And what's the time frame on the microplastic monitoring?
We'll come back on that one.
Yeah. Okay. I'm still on synthetic turf, but a question for the Heritage Council. Interested in understanding if there is a position of the Heritage Council on synthetic turf installation at heritage listed sites and if there are any particular checks and balances for those materials.
I'm not aware of any Heritage Council position, although the installation of synthetic turf, depending on the impact to the heritage values of the site, that would be taken into consideration. So you may or may not need an approval under the Heritage Act for its installation.
Okay. And if I can ask about a specific site, did Heritage New South Wales have any involvement in the Inner West Council proposal to install synthetic turf in Callan Park?
I'm not aware. I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, thanks. All right. I'll come back to the EPA. Last year I asked about your role in mould testing and remediation and what action was being taken in relation to the recommendations of the federal inquiry into biotoxin related illnesses. The answer was that the EPA has commenced discussions on this matter across government. Is there an update on that work?
Well, we meet quarterly now with New South Wales Health, and we've had some discussions of that issue and broader indoor air quality with our health colleagues. What would you add, Steve?
Yeah, and the last advice from New South Wales Health is some work happening nationally on indoor mould, and so my understanding is they're waiting for that work to actually roll out, but they're probably best asking New South Wales Health.
Okay, so is New South Wales Health the lead agency in progressing that work?
Yep.
I will ask them in a couple of weeks' time.
Yep.
Okay. I'd also like to ask about wood heaters. So experts have criticised the current standards for wood heaters, and I understand that those also have federal involvement. It's been explained to me that the testing that takes place for new wood heaters takes place in controlled environments, where the emissions recorded are significantly lower than in real-world settings, and this has been recognised in New Zealand, where the standards are much more stringent than ours. Is it your view that those current standards for wood heaters are adequate, or is there any work underway to look at that new evidence coming from New Zealand?
It's certainly a live topic of engagement between New South Wales Health and ourselves. I'm not specifically aware of work around the New Zealand standards. I think we regulate, as I understand it, to the Australian standard. And I am aware of some criticism of that standard.
You said it's a live topic of engagement with New South Wales Health. What is that discussion that's currently taking place?
Well, we're essentially collaborating around actions we can take or potentially propose that may reduce the human health impacts attributed to the damage of wood smoke.
Okay. Are you able to share what some of those actions being considered might be?
I don't have a specific actions at this point in time, but it's certainly a priority for the Chief Health Officer.
Yeah.
And we're working with New South Wales Health on those issues.
And the things that we do is particularly work with our colleagues in local government, because they're really in those communities, and so giving those councils the tools and the education advice they can give the community to actually run those wood heaters as efficiently and and operating them in an appropriate manner.
Yeah. You've said tools and education for local councils.
Yep.
A complaint that I hear commonly is that local councils, when they go to investigate air pollution complaints, are actually required to witness plumes of smoke, and often they come on the wrong day or at the wrong time or in the wrong conditions to witness what is otherwise really well documented by neighbours. Is there any work being done for sort of other types of evidence to be accepted, or to allow that sort of citizen science monitoring of local air quality?
It's a good question. I think with today's everyone's got a mobile phone and you can timestamp and video footage, but I think I'm happy to take that on notice so we can come back and give you some advice about what we can do in that space.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sorry, I know I'm jumping through a lot of different topics in 10 minutes. Coming to the plastics next steps.
Yep.
Is that yourselves as well?
Yes.
What's the timeline for the government publishing its response to the community consultation?
I think the Minister referenced that within the next few months, earlier today.
Yeah. And is there any work being done to look at a reuse strategy for foodware like beverage cups?
Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate on that work?
I'm not sure I can share a lot more detail at this point. Ultimately, those are policy questions for government.
All right, I'll take it back to the Minister. I have a couple of questions about air quality monitoring in the Upper Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard that community members are concerned that the Upper Hunter has been split into 2 regions, where each region, the population is below 25,000 people, and so they're not monitored under the Natural Environmental Protection Measure. Do you know why that decision was made to split the Upper Hunter into 2 regions for monitoring?
Do you want to answer that?
I think
it's probably more appropriate for us.
Yeah, I don't have detail on that one, so I have to take that one on notice.
No problem. And I'm also interested in the open air study. Just looking to make eye contact with the right
that's
person.
okay.
Open air.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any plans to extend the open air project to include more local council areas?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were referring to the indoor study from Victoria.
No, so the partnership with local councils to do air quality monitoring. I understand that was New South Wales Government in partnership with UTS. And it was 9 local councils initially.
I'd have to take that on notice as well,
Okay.
sorry.
No worries. I've got questions about Vales Point.
The power station?
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm interested to understand if the power station no longer requires exemption to clean air regulations.
That's our expectation.
Can you confirm that in 27 the Bayswater and Mount Piper power stations will also need to comply with the stricter limit, which I understand is 800 milligrams per metre cubed?
I think that's right for those years. The group, you're talking about Group 5 standards under the Clean Air Regulation.
Yep.
Okay. And just coming back to Vales Point, are you able to tell us what changes were made to the operations in order to come into compliance without needing an exemption?
I don't have much specific detail. I mean, we might be able to provide some on notice, but it's essentially as renewable penetration expands, the pattern of operation of coal power stations is shifting to more what's called ramping, so more rapid adjustment up and down. And I think it was during some of those phases where the station was having challenges meeting its obligations, and they've been able to do further refinement on how that process works to meet the necessary standards. So we can perhaps be a bit more specific.
No, that's exactly right. I think they did some engineering changes inside the plant.
Okay.
But what we found as we were working, as they were doing the air testing at that exemption, was the ramping that goes up and down during the day when renewables come on, they pull back a bit. Doesn't give the air pollution control equipment a steady state to work in, and so that sort of unsteady state means that they were struggling to meet that 800 limit, and now they've actually been able to tune the plant to consistently maintained. And I checked for the last 3 months, they've always been under the 800 limit. So they're actually meeting it quite consistently now.
Okay, thank you. And in my last minute, one of the recommendations of the parliamentary inquiry last year into the health impacts of metals mining was that the EPA would review the protection of the Environment Operations Clean Air Regulation 2022 and provide advice to the Minister.
Yes.
Has there been any progress on that work?
I think I'd better take that one on notice. I'm not across the progress. It's a very complex instrument, and it will take some time, but I'm happily take that on notice.
Okay, thank you.
Good to you, Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Mr. James Hay, the CEO of Energy Corporation within the Department of Climate Change. Now, it is a powerful role that you have, Mr. Hay. Can I ask what academic qualifications you have in science?
I have no scientific qualifications.
Okay. Well, you would agree, however, that the scientific revolution over the past few centuries has been beneficial for mankind. Do you agree with that? Yes.
It's a very general question.
And you'd agree that science involves an endless amount of debate by the brightest of minds, and that often these debates are multi-generational. You agree with that? Yes. I'll take that as a yes. And would you agree that what may be regarded as the scientific orthodoxy of today can change with time? Yes, I'll take it as a yes. You seem reluctant to answer, but you're nodding your head for Hansard. Now, as a result, we have very few scientific laws, but many scientific theories. Since you've said you don't have a background in science, Newton's laws are now, science theories are now considered law, because no one can debate with them. But there are something like evolution, which most people agree with. I agree with evolution, but there's still parts of evolution we don't understand. So, in a strict sense, evolution is still a scientific theory, unlike Newton's laws. Do you agree that politicised science has the potential to pervert science?
Chair, can I ask, is this line of questioning appropriate for a public
Well, I think
servant?
it is. I'm an elected member of Parliament by the people of New South Wales, and you are public servants, and I am leading to a question about the res, but these are important. I know you're reluctant to hear it, but we're going to progress.
I would support Mr. Ruddock on that position.
Okay, I might just ask Mr. Ruddock, though, to ask the question if you could. Thank you.
Do you agree that when it is in the interest of the state to favour a particular scientific theory, that there have been occasions in history when the state has persecuted those who dissent from state-sponsored science? I'm thinking of Galileo, but there are many others. I'm assuming you would also agree with that.
I have no knowledge of that, and I can't comment on it.
Okay. Now, the past several federal elections have been called the climate change elections. So, do you think it's fair to describe climate change science as politicised science, where dissenters get silenced and dismissed?
As a public servant, it's not for me to comment on elections or politicisation of issues.
Okay, so do you believe that the science of climate change, you're the head of the Department of Climate Change, do you believe that the science of...
actually, he's not.
The head of Energy Corporation within the Department of Science, I apologise, Chair, thank you for correcting me. Do you believe that the science of climate change is settled science and it's up there with Newton's laws?
It's not. I'm a delivery agency for delivering major infrastructure in accordance with the Electricity Industry Investment Act. It's not for me to have an opinion on climate science.
Well, we wouldn't want to be making a big error, would we, Mr. Hay? How much have the taxpayers of New South Wales already spent on the renewable energy zones, and how much will they spend in the coming years?
How much have the taxpayers of New South Wales spent?
Yes.
I'd have to come back to you with the exact amount on that. That's quite a complex question.
A large figure.
One actual budget question.
A large figure. So we're going to take that on notice. I think it shouldn't be too difficult to calculate how much the taxpayers have put into these renewable energy zones so far, and how much we're projected to put into them.
That is quite a broad question.
So are you going to come back to me on that?
I'm going to have to come back to you on that.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Now, if in the future, just theoretically, if in the future that the science, we came to the view that the consensus was that climate change is not settled science, and in fact that it was faulty science, would we then say, even though the science may not be true, that carbon dioxide may not be the atmospheric temperature control switch? Do you still think that what we're doing with these renewable energy zones is a good thing?
Can I raise just a point of order? And I'm reluctant to do this. I think the honourable member should be able to ask questions. I simply point out that on the budget estimates document relating to questions to public servants, public servants should not be asked to express an opinion on the merits of a government policy. These should go to responsible minister.
Yes.
Public servants should not be held accountable, etc., etc.
Okay.
So please, all I'm
Thank you, Mr.
arguing
Primrose.
is that let's stick to.
Thank you, Mr. Primrose.
My last question, Mr. Hayes, is I'm fearful that we have
Thank you.
we
I
have
accept the
embarked
point of
on,
order.
and you're the head of
Carry
this.
on,
You're
Mr.
the you're the head of the reses. I am fearful that we have embarked on this grand central planning based on faulty science and that we are causing harm to the people of New South Wales. What would you say in relation to that?
No, I think what we are doing is pursuing options that deliver the lowest cost of energy for New South Wales energy consumers.
Well, why are energy prices going up so much all around the world where we're using the policies like the reses all around the world? It's when will we expect prices to come down?
Prices are influenced by very many factors. As you know, the war in Ukraine, all sorts of other issues.
The
have
war in
influenced
Ukraine
price.
is responsible for energy
So
prices. That's what
we
you
are
truly
doing
believe. You don't
is
think the reses
pursuing the lowest cost of energy, lowest cost of delivered energy options for the consumers of New South Wales.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruddick,
And I
I've
think
got a
that
follow-on question. Am I able
Yes,
to
yes,
ask that?
please.
No, it's actually crossbench time. Thank you.
What's a follow-on
He's
question?
able
It's
to.
He's able-
crossbench
it's a
time.
follow-on question.
It's crossbench time. Thank
Seeking
you.
clarification of...
Have you finished, Mr. Ruddick? Thank you. Mr. Chappell, I might just come back to you. Could you
It's a change of
tell us how we interpret the position of government and the New South Wales EPA on Moolarben and HVO? I know this morning the minister said that the guideline would apply to HVO, not Moolarben, I think, but also I think you may have made a previous statement in July before we were where we are now that the guide would not apply to proposals that had already produced an EIS. Could you clarify for the committee where are we and what will apply?
Yeah, so I think the point I made earlier is substantively correct, but the content of the guideline for major emissions assessment, all of the substantive content of that was shared as EPA advice. So if you like, the same principles and requirements in terms of the HVO project, but prior to the publication of that with our colleagues in planning and with the proponent. So to all intents and purposes, the proponent is required to address that guideline.
So
Does that
even
make
if they
sense?
have produced an EIS already, is that...
Yes, well, the advice was delivered early enough in the process to enable that. With Moolarben, obviously that's a much more advanced proposal, but as I mentioned this morning, the consent authority is still able to take into account that draft document. We just completed the consultation on the draft, so we're now working through that feedback and aim to finalise that soon, but we have also proposed that the consent conditions require climate change mitigation and adaptation plans, and we'll be progressing a sort of model guide to those shortly as well.
And so it's your view or understanding that any final decision-making body would need to take those into account in making a final determination about approval or refusal? Well,
in terms of, I mean, it's not really for me to say what the consent authority should consider. I think they need to consider their obligations under the planning framework, but my understanding is they're certainly able to take that into account.
Thank you. Is it fair to ask why is it taking so long for the EPA to work out a plan and set the targets or caps for the pollution on mines?
You're talking about fugitive methane and
yes.
scope. I mean, so there are a number of actions in the action plan addressing that directly, including the modern standards for diesel equipment, which I know is not methane from the mine, but often about half the scope 1 and 2 emissions in coal mining are from on-site vehicles. Methane is a particular focus. It's something we've been doing a lot of work with a number of universities on. And, our initial focus is improving the accuracy and sophistication and granularity of monitoring and verification, because I think historically a number of projects have sort of progressed on the basis of emissions factors that aren't necessarily ground truthed. And I think the other two major pieces of work in the next 12 months, consistent with the plan we released last year, are model conditions for mining mitigation and adaptation plans, and
but
of course
is it the intention
licence review.
Yes, thank you. Is it the intention, though, to have a cap for the industry, for the mining sector? And why is that not yet set?
Well, I think since it certainly is the intention, since we released the plan, the legislation has developed. There's a Net Zero Commission, and they're obviously expert advisors on sectoral targets and pathways, and we'll be working very closely with the Commission on that.
But do you not think is the EPA going to say, look, this is it, this is the amount of emissions you have, and and cap it for the actual sector, given we're looking at industry paths to get to net zero?
Can I see what I can get through?
Well, we certainly want to engage closely with the Commission and understand their thinking on exactly those questions and how we best operationalise regulating to the legislated targets.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all.
Could I just... We do have some answers for some of the questions. Would you
Excellent.
like
Do that in
to-
government.
We'll do that if that's okay.
Yep, that's
We
fine.
get so precious about our time. I'm sure you've noticed.
Yeah.
And I've got so
Are they
many
on the
questions
green
for
and
you.
golden bellfrog?
Sorry.
Are they on my green and golden bellfrog passion
Your
project?
frog.
I know.
They are indeed on
Lovely.
there.
Thank you. Excellent. That will save me asking you about them. Mr. Lean, the Australian electricity market operator has raised concerns with Transgrid that the current ETU industrial action risks the security of the power system and increases the likelihood of regional blackouts and harm to the public. Have you discussed this with the AEMO?
I haven't discussed that specific issue with AEMO, but from what I understand in relation to Transgrid, the Fair Work Commission has actually made orders that require this, the ETU to suspend the actions that are actually of concern to AEMO. So my recollection is they've been suspended for a period of 2 months. Liam is nodding for me, and during that period, the actual underlying dispute is going to be arbitrated, I believe, by the Fair Work Commission.
Sure, but I mean, in relation to your responsibilities, I understand the Fair Work Commission and its work and its decision of 2 August, but my interest is in what steps you are taking, given these concerns have been raised, as asked previously about the Clean Energy Investor Group, AEMO, a number of entities are raising concerns. What steps are you taking to ameliorate these?
Well, I think, as I answered before the break and as I just answered then, the appropriate means for this to be resolved is through the Federal Industrial Relations System, and at least in relation to Transgrid, that is in fact happening.
Are you
So
having
I'm not
any
sure what
discussions with your
further-
counterpart in the Department of Industrial Relations?
Sorry?
Are you having any discussions with your counterpart in the department about the progress, raising concerns? You've got these entities coming to you saying this is impacting.
In which department, sorry?
Well, in industrial relations.
I've...
Or any others?
I believe that's handled by the Premier's department. I've had some discussions with them
With
just
who?
at a high level.
Sorry, with discussions with who?
Premier's department.
All right, so none with industrial relations or?
Well, they're part of
Sure.
Premier's department.
And what have you done in those discussions? Raised concerns or asked for action or?
Sorry, let me just clarify. This is a dispute in the federal industrial relations arena, and New South Wales industrial relations is confined to the public sector. So I have raised it with Premier's department, who looks after industrial relations generally, but ultimately this is a matter to be resolved in the federal jurisdiction.
So am I to understand from that answer that you've had some discussions with Premiers but really taken no other substantive action? Is that correct? Would that be a correct characterisation of what steps you have or have not taken?
Well,
point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
The witness has answered to the best of his ability in terms of the jurisdictional capability and his wherewithal in terms of the Premier's industrial relations people. I don't understand why the question is repeated ad nauseum when he's answered the question.
I'm not repeating the question ad nauseum. I'm trying to understand.
No, you're
other
implying
than,
that he's done nothing.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah.
It's not true.
Can I finish my point? this is my time to ask my questions, and I'm putting fairly to the witness about how to characterise what steps he's taken. We've finally got, after 4 questions, that there's been some discussions, but I'd just like to pursue. I don't want to make an assumption that no other action other than discussions has been undertaken. It's only fair that I put that to
I don't think there's
him.
a point of order. I think it's just to ask, just make sure it's a civil engagement, which it
Certainly,
is.
yeah.
Look, I think I've answered the question. We're the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. We don't resolve industrial disputes, so I don't
Certainly.
really think there's anything
But I'm not
else to be
asking
said
you
on the
to.
matter.
I'm not saying that you have any role in resolving industrial relations disputes. We've covered that 4 times. What I am asking is what steps you have taken as Secretary of this department, given concerns by a number of entities that have raised it, about what steps you've taken to say this is impacting the works that my department is undertaking and impacting our industry in New South Wales. Am I to fairly to you understand that you've had some discussions with premiers, but otherwise you're waiting and there's no further action to be undertaken?
Well, I think I've answered the question. We don't have a role in resolving industrial disputes. So if you've got some suggestions about what you think I should be doing, and if that's consistent with whatever statutory authority I have, I'd be happy to consider that. But as far as I'm aware, I don't have any statutory role in resolving disputes between parties in the private sector.
I'm not asking that. I've made that very clear now 5 times. But when you've got the Clean Energy Investor Group raising concerns, calling for urgent action, when you've got AEMO, when you've got the Fair Work Commission's decision that it would threaten to endanger life, personal safety or welfare of people, I would have thought that you would be picking up the phone and saying, hey, what are we doing to progress this? How are we going? What can we be doing? I've got industries here that are affected. I'm taking steps. But
Well,
you're saying to this committee that you haven't.
Well, I think I answered the safety question this morning. My understanding is that in the Fair Work Commission, various safety commitments have been given by the union to the relevant companies around the steps that they will take to ensure that the safety of the public is not jeopardised.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond that, it is an industrial matter that needs to be sorted out in the federal industrial
All right, can we come to your department and management of your department? Have there been any efficiency dividends found within the environment portfolio?
Efficiency dividends? There wasn't an efficiency dividend as part of this year's budget.
Okay, so none, so you don't have to find any?
Well, we have to identify travel, advertising, and consultant savings and legal savings.
Have you done that?
They were announced as part of the budget last year. The money's was removed from the budget, I think, in last year's budget process, and that applies this year as well.
Mm-hmm. Regarding the $206.2 million nature positive farming program, last year the minister said it hasn't been cut, it's been deferred. Is that still so?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's still deferred?
Yes.
When will it no longer be deferred?
It's been deferred for 4 years.
For 4 years, but it's not cut?
No.
So the plan is to bring it back in 4 years? Given it's not cut?
The decision that the government took was to defer it for 4 years.
All right. Have you provided advice about how it might be re-implemented in 4 years' time?
Not since the decision was taken.
Mm-hmm. Secretary, has Treasury asked you to hand over control of your special deposits accounts?
Can I take that on notice? Not as far as I'm aware, but I just think I should double check that.
You're not aware?
I think I'd be aware of it, but yeah.
So is that a no you have to check, or yes?
Not as far as I'm
No.
aware.
Okay. What about the statutory special purpose fund?
I'll have to take that one on notice.
So you haven't been asked by Treasury to hand it over, or you're not sure, or?
I'm unsure on that one, so I'll have to take it on notice.
All right. What happens to the interest or any other funds accrued in those accounts?
So, in relation to interest, my understanding is that there has been a government decision to take the interest that's earned on those accounts.
All right. So the interest goes to where? Consolidated fund?
I believe it's consolidated fund, yes.
Okay, and what about other funds in those accounts? Just the interest, or it's taking whatever else is accrued?
It's just the interest,
Okay.
from what I understand.
How much is that?
I'd have to come back to you with a specific number.
Take that on notice? All right. So is it still available for use by your department, or not at all?
No, it becomes part of the consolidated funding. What does happen, as I understand it, though, is that to the extent that our activities are funded, whilst we don't get the interest, we would get escalation on some of those funds as well to account for increasing costs year in, year out.
Does that balance, does it cover what the interest would have been, or are you left short?
Well, if you had have asked me that 3 years ago, it probably wouldn't have made much difference given interest rates were so low. It's probably a bit different now, but I don't have the specific details now. I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I'm talking about interest rates right now and your role right now and the funding right now, whether it's been cut 3 years ago is past history. I'm interested in what the department's able to do right now, whether Treasury's stealing it from you to do the great work you're doing. I'm in your corner, mister.
Yeah, so, but as I said, you know, Treasury would, through the budget process, continue to give us escalation for, you know, salaries and other on costs and that sort of stuff, depending on the fund. And that would generally enable us to continue to provide the services that we continue to provide.
All right, but you'll confirm where you can. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms Stevens, National Parks, or somebody else if you're able, just in relation to the joint management of national parks, can you just update us how that initiative is going?
I think we answered that. I think Mr Ruddock asked a similar question, so I'm not sure we've got anything to add to that. As Mr Lean explained, it will be progressed under the banner of the Closing the Gap process.
Are you happy with that progress?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very big issue. It's a really important topic. As I explained, there are 34 joint management agreements already, but they're essentially 3 different models. So I think there's a lot of work to do to ensure we can develop a new model that the range of stakeholders can support. And obviously our objective is to ensure good conservation outcomes, good cultural outcomes, good socio-economic outcomes. And I guess the thing I could add to the response earlier to Mr Ruddock is we're very cognizant of the fact that you know, holding title is very important for Aboriginal people. There are a range of other things that we do, fire management, feral animal control, etc., that are very important to the community generally. So we're trying to progress that in a really balanced
Are you able to give any details on a timeline?
I can't give you details
progress?
on a timeline right now, other than to say that we're not rushing it because it is such an important thing. And the original timeline, there was never a precise timeline set out, other than flagging the fact that this was a long-term process. And I think the initial announcement might have talked about, you know, up to 20 years for it to roll out.
Okay. Thank you. Can I turn to Thurlow Downs? What's the progress on that? And is there a date for the park to be open?
I'd have to take that on notice. When we purchased the property, part of the arrangement was a transition period for the existing owner, which is obviously something that is really important in many of these acquisitions in Western New South Wales. I don't think we've reached the end of that transition period just yet. If I'm wrong about that, I'll correct the record. What I can say is, for Thurlow Downs and for all of our acquisitions, recent acquisitions in the West, we are planning to invest significantly in Thurlow, so there is work going on at Thurlow Downs, planning for the infrastructure investment that will support visitation. There is work going on at Thurlow Downs, planning for ecological health, so ecological health surveys to take a benchmark of the health of the property and measure its change over time. That is all consistent with what we've done across the other recent acquisitions out there, where we have invested substantially where we've delivered substantial feral animal control right from the word go. So we've got a process and an approach to these new acquisitions, and you can expect the same to happen at Furley Downs.
All right. Are you
And
able
I
to
can
take
add
on
that
notice?
Furley Downs will come across to Parks in July 2025.
Great,
So,
thank you.
so we hold title now, but
Yeah.
there's a licence
right.
until that time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just marine management. I'm not sure who's responsible, but
Direct it to me.
thank you. The Marine Integrated Monitoring Program is meant to measure the strategy's progress against the Maritime Estate Management Program. A midterm evaluation of that was due to commence in 2023. Is that correct?
I think you're talking about the Marine Estate Management Strategy.
No, the
And
Marine
the
Integrated Monitoring Program. That's
Yeah.
meant to measure the strategy's progress against the estate management program.
Yep.
Yep.
So the lead agency for this strategy is our colleagues in DPI Fisheries. However, we've got joint responsibilities, and there's quite a number of the initiatives that we deliver as well. I think 1, 3 and 9. I'll have to just double check which out of the 9 initiatives, which ones we implement. So I just have to get back to you on the specifics of that report and when it's due, and whether it's been delivered or not. Yeah.
I would say, though, that the Marine Estate Management Authority would be the entity responsible for leading on that.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
think
but
we'd
the
have to refer.
evaluation, the midterm evaluation was due to commence in 2023. We're in 2024, so we just want to understand where that's at. What are you able to say today?
Well, we'd have to refer that to our colleagues in DPI Fisheries. They've got the lead on that.
All right. All right. Just in relation to the EPA, Mr. Chappell, just in relation to the waste levy, is it your view that that will be changed in the not too distant future, or is that staying the same?
Well, the consultation on that is a piece of work that commenced this year, and the review, and that will inform future government policy, but it's too early to make any definitive comments about the direction of that policy.
Thank you. What's the timeline for the review?
I anticipate it'll conclude later this year.
Okay. Can I ask you to comment on the energy from waste proposition, whether that is an important or has a role to play, or is it the EPA's role that there's other technologies that exist that could better manage waste?
Well, I mean, it's really important when thinking about moving to a more sustainable circular economy to think about the waste hierarchy. So we really need effort into repair and reuse, and there's major pieces of work going on there, and then of course recycling, and then after that it is possible to recover some materials and energy through the kinds of facilities you've mentioned, so they can have a role alongside obviously residual waste going into landfill. And there is one project that I'm aware of that's progressing through the planning process today in one of the 4 precincts where those facilities are authorised under current policy settings.
Okay. Some communities, though, do have safety concerns about energy from waste. Has there been some engagement with them to deal with those concerns, or?
Look, I understand there was, as the policy was developed, and extensive advice from the Chief Scientist was incorporated into that policy, and the settings in New South Wales aim to require global best practice in pollution control and safety of these facilities.
All right. Did you have anything briefly?
Briefly?
Keep going?
Yeah.
I can keep going while you go.
So,
There you go.
Okay. I want to ask in relation to the native veg maps. The Minister said this morning that there is a free, assessment that is available to landholders if they believe that there's incorrect land classifications. What's the process for that, Mr. Ling?
So when we release the draft maps, there's information on our website where people can apply for a map review. They lodge an application with the department. That's free, it's assessed, and if a change is needed to the map will be adjusted.
Is that going to be ground truth?
Well, no, the process, I'm not actually sure how it would work in the specific case. They may need to go out and...
You know, the major concern of people is that there is no ground truthing of these maps, and that it doesn't represent at all what is actually present on the ground. If people challenge the maps, will they be ground truthed?
I think the department works closely with the landowners during the map review process. The map reviews are completed within 40 days, but it's a collaborative process between the landowner and the department.
Mr. Lean, the Minister said she didn't think that the date had been set yet for publishing the maps. I believe it's September 24. Is that the date that the maps will be published?
No date has been set. I've written to stakeholders asking for their comments about moving from the draft map to the final map.
Do you think it's appropriate to not have less than a month warning if it is September 24 to enforce these on landholders?
Well, I wrote several weeks ago. I've asked people to come back to me with comments by the 6th of September, I think. It depends what comments come back in terms of how long it will take before we make a final decision, and depends what comments actually come back.
Have you considered a period where enforcement may not be, enforced, for want of a better word, where you've given, I guess, less than a certain period of time to say that the maps are actually going to be enacted?
Well,
and that'll allow for people to actually have these things
be a bit
ground truth?
realistic about this. These maps have been in the public domain for I think 6 or 7 years. They haven't been secret. We've formally released them as we've required to do under the Act through over a period of 18 months or so.
Yep.
We've advertised in local newspapers, and I think also in the land, that map reviews are available. So people have had a reasonable, more than reasonable, I would say, opportunity to seek one of those map reviews, and they will still be able to seek it.
The previous government also acknowledged that they weren't ground truth and they weren't going to
Thank you, Mr. Fang. Thank you. Ms. Fairman, we're now over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I wanted to turn to the PFAS reports in the Bullabula River again. When I left last time, I think, Mr. Beeman, you were saying that the foam was some combination of natural and chemical, or something synthetic?
Yep. No.
And so what's the safety profile of that foam?
So so foam by its nature, technically, and this is a discussion we've just been having with the community, by its nature it actually accumulates PFAS, because that's what the material is. More often than not, it's a surfactant, and so the fact that the foam will have a high concentration, but the water it's sitting in actually has a lower concentration. So it's looking at what are the exposure pathways and risks. So you asked the question earlier about so we did the sampling, and what we've said to the community, I was actually supposed to be out there last Monday, but it rained over the weekend, so I couldn't get out with the community. But what we said to the community is we'll go out and we'll look at the sampling locations the community is really interested in, including all the way down to the Bullabula. What we need to also do is, so our preliminary testing has shown that we need to do further work, so we use the document called the...
So when it says need to do further work, what does that mean? Is it, are you finding levels of PFAS at concerning levels anywhere in terms of, let's say, for livestock?
No, so the way this works is that the number isn't a set pass or fail. So I think Mr. Chappell talked this morning, it's a health-based standard and it was really based on the amount a person can consume over the regular life. So the modelling, the way the numbers are derived are over an 80-year period that you consume.
And are you talking drinking water guidelines, are you?
Yeah, but that's where the numbers actually hang off. And so the National Health and Medical Research Council numbers. So what you need to do is assess the distribution, type and concentration of PFAS.
All right.
So we need to know its temporal variation. We need to understand and what the extent of risks are, and then from that data, you can't just get one piece of data and do something with it. And if we want to look at something,
no, I mean, I think with respect, what we have seen in the media with the that first story that had levels, extremely high levels of PFAS after that had been tested. It wasn't just one sample. Plus the local community was saying, in terms of whether it's natural or formed by chemicals, they're used to seeing natural foam in their rivers, for example, usually about the size of grapefruit. They've all said that they've never seen anything like this coming down like a bubble bath, absolutely massive. So they're extremely concerned. So it's not just, one or two samples. This was a reasonably extensive study that they have undertaken, and they've undertaken a fair bit of water sampling since then. Yeah, and so have we, and that's what we said to the community. So we've already been out and taken another 23 samples from around those catchments. We were supposed to go out last Monday with the community to look at whether other additional locations they're interested in. Do you think does it seem to imply that that this would be coming from the Cadia gold mine, do you think? No. So if you look at the National Environment Protection Management Plan for PFAS, which is the national document that all the states use for doing the assessment, if you go to Appendix B, there's a whole range of land use activities that have been attributed to PFAS in the environment, and agriculture's one. It's used in a whole range. Okay, let me ask another question. How long has the EPA known about the seepage coming from the tailings dam from Cadia? How long has the EPA known that there has been seepage into the groundwater from that tailings dam? I'll have to take that on notice. But what we've the communities, let me continue, Mr. Beeman, because there's multiple minutes that I have access to since 2010 that seem to that do indicate that the EPA has had at least one representative at meetings of the AEMR, which is the Cadia community meeting, that essentially talks about the tailings dam seepage pond since 2010 going into the groundwater concerning amounts. The EPA has been part of this discussion since 2010. I'll have to take that on notice. I'm not aware of that. What I can advise, Mr. Beeman, this issue, Mr. Chappell, can I go to you then? This issue has been in the media for a very long time. The upper house has inquired into the issue. They're incredibly concerning, extremely high toxic levels of PFAS found in the Ballabula River and associated waterways. There's information that suggests that the EPA has been at meetings with Cadia since 2010, where discussion about seepage from the tailings facility is entering the groundwater. So why do you think Mr. Beeman is now sitting here saying he's going to have to take it all on notice?
I am not aware of information provided to the EPA about seepage. I can tell you that we're currently in court with the Cadia mine on 2 offences related to the tailings dam, so I'm not going to speak to that except to say that that's 2 amongst 5 charges currently before the court. There's been very extensive work done with the community on soil monitoring, water tank monitoring, air quality monitoring, and now water monitoring, and I've had multiple meetings with members of the community and they haven't raised that concern with me. I think my colleague Mr. Beeman was going to add, I think, a relevant point.
Only to say that those concerns have been raised with us, and what we've done is we've undertaken to review the groundwater, so have that independently reviewed and have our technical experts, and we've actually been out and the EPA's taken its own samples of the groundwater.
When did that start, Mr. Beeman?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Did that start when it hit the headlines?
I have to take that on notice when
I think that's the point I'm making, is that these documents seem to imply that the EPA has been in discussions, part of meetings with Cadia Gold Mine that have actively discussed seepage from the toxic tailings facility because of that.
Has the mine disclosed that, or has it been raised as a concern? Yes, these are meeting minutes, presentation minutes. These are the mine's actually disclosed when you dig into its thousands of pages of documentation and reports.
it actually does disclose about groundwater. The fact that I'm surprised that the EPA, for example, hasn't at least looked at whether the livestock watering is safe. I've spoken to communities, landholders who are very concerned about that. But the EPA hasn't
we have measured
suggest that they should not be watering their stock from the Ballabula River at this point in time?
All of our test results in the Ballabula River and the catchment are consistent with safe levels for livestock to use. So, but as my colleague Mr. Beeman mentioned, we need to do a more comprehensive piece of work to be more confident about the source of any potential contamination, because the one result we have had that was more elevated was actually upstream of the mine. But I can't accept the proposition that the EPA is reacting to media pressure here. I think one of my first meetings with the community, when they laid out some of their extensive concerns around pollution from the mine, led to the EPA taking very extensive, rapid action to bring the mine into compliance on its air emissions, which we did. We're now in court on 5
that was also
offences.
after it hit the headlines with respect, Mr. Chappell.
No, it absolutely wasn't. That was after directly engaging with the community and hearing those concerns for the first time, on my part anyway. But I'm happy to come back to the committee on this issue of reporting either from the community or the mine or any other third party about potential seepage out of the tailings.
Can I also just ask about other heavy metals as well? We're just talking about PFAS chemicals at the moment, but I've also been speaking with a community who suggests that levels of, cadmium, mercury, and others at certain test points are also high. Is any testing being done on that recently?
Yeah, so we released a report on surface water testing, so we're happy to share that with the committee. And so that
any
was
concerns
that was
about
published. No, all of that met the relevant guidelines. What we need to be careful of.
Was this from the 2 samples or 3 samples, Mr.
There were 2
Bennett?
sampling runs, and I think there was over 9 different sites. So it wasn't just one sample, but over 2 separate periods. And we're doing more sampling out there. The thing you need to be careful of is when you do sampling, is you need to make sure that you're actually following the methodologies that are in the Australian Drinking Water Guidelines, the Australian Water Quality Guidelines. And in doing so, for example, I know the community's taken some samples, and we've seen the results, but I don't know how they've collected them, because often you have to filter it out to meet the guidelines. To remove the particulate matter from it, and that's what I'm not sure what the methodology the community's used. But we're happy to share. We're happy to work with them. That's why I had organised to go out with them so we could do it together.
Yeah.
And we have actually engaged additional independent water specialists to analyse all the data as part of the licence review that's currently underway. So I'm confident whatever has happened going back to 2010, there's going to be a very rigorous analysis of all data that we have access to, and if there's additional data, we'd welcome it.
Thank you. Mr. Chappell, can I just ask quickly, what were the 13 facilities that were visited by the EPA since June 2023 as part of the investigation into recovered fines?
I don't have the 13 in front of me, so I might take that on notice.
Thank you. And if you could, I would like to know what were the 7 facilities with asbestos and what were the 6 facilities with the other breaches?
Certainly.
Thank you. Are you in a position at all to just briefly explain what happened between 2021 and 2022? I know I asked the Minister earlier, but and I acknowledge you were not in charge of the EPA at the time, but in terms of recovered fines, what happened?
Well, look, my understanding is the EPA proposed a series of regulatory changes to address the risk as it saw it, and I don't think anyone would quibble with the identification of the risk, but there was certainly a lot of feedback, both in government and from industry, around some of the unintended consequences or the systemic implications of those changes that hadn't perhaps been fully considered. And as a result of that feedback at the time, the EPA paused that approach and adopted a half a dozen other sets of action, some of which occurred after I came into the role, but there was new rules around construction site inspection of materials when they come off construction sites and arrive at facilities that were put in place, the ongoing compliance work you've talked about, but a very significant effort in education and trying to uplift
But it didn't
standards.
it didn't really work, did it? I mean, going from a finding of not fit for purpose and pose a risk to the community and the environment, and now we are where we are, none of that really worked, did it?
Look, I think it had some impact, but you're right. The systemic shift we need is something that's still needed. But I think the other piece that's evident to me is you can have the world's greatest regime at the end of the pipe, but unless you're dealing with the source of the problem, you're unlikely to be completely effective. And the work we've been developing...
But that's what the draft reg was seeking to do, wasn't it, that got pulled? Why did we pull it?
Well, no, it didn't, I think, adequately look at issues such as quality assurance at the source of the material. It certainly didn't look at the need to properly capture what we call rejected loads, where contaminants are rejected from one facility but then they go to another location.
Do you have confidence now that you have enough capacity, authority and empowerment to go forward and deal with what we're facing?
Yes, and we've announced we're making some changes. We're working with industry on clarification and codification of those resource recovery orders and the locations where these materials can be applied. But importantly, with the new legislation development that was sort of passed by Parliament just a few months ago, we can now develop quality assurance at the site level, and also with the integrated waste tracking system that the EPA has developed in the last 12 months, we have for the first time a national technology solution that allows us to track this waste effectively, as well as then the refinements we've asked for through the previous government, and the Minister referenced this advice for the Chief Scientist on about the appropriate thresholds and testing regimes. So that will all, I think, address these issues at the system level.
Thank you. What investigations to date have the EPA undertaken in relation to the unauthorised dumping of firefighting foams, including those that were alleged to have occurred at Lake Macquarie?
I might take that one on notice because I'm not aware of allegations of dumping of firefighting foams, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Any investigations to date about, like broadly about the environmental impacts of the firefighting foams, and is that like in terms of the EPA's work at the moment?
Well, I think I mentioned earlier, Chair, there's about 1,100 sites that we've investigated around PFAS, or that class of chemistry, from the fire retardants in the main, through working with RFS and Fire and Rescue about their historic use of those materials. And I'm sure there's some other work. I mean, there's some very extensive work underway about Lake Macquarie specifically, benthic studies, ecotoxicological work and chemistry analysis that's sort of flowing from the coal ash inquiry. I'd have to take on notice if that's particularly also including some of these fire retardant chemistry though.
Thank you. And I note that there was GIPA documents that revealed that a review into the firefighting retardant impacts about the dumping at Lake Macquarie. So I think you will, if you could provide that information, that would be very helpful.
Yeah. I can also add to what Mr. Sharpe has said then is the regulations were changed to ban the use of firefighting foams for training. So that's particularly for the sites where we've seen it around defence bases and fire training grounds, is where excessive foam use was used for training that subsequently, have contaminated sites and run off into the environment. So there's a prohibition on the use of firefighting foams for training. So there are other methods that fire authorities can use now. And if you do need to have PFAS firefighting foams, because it's particularly useful for catastrophic high-intensity oil fires, so there are a couple of industry sectors that they need to seek an exemption from the EPA, which we only give in 12-month allotments, and you've got to be able to demonstrate you can contain it on site, and then if you do happen to use it, you've actually got to demonstrate how you're going to dispose of it lawfully. And the example I'm thinking of here is if you go to one of the very large fuel storage depots, you'll see around the facilities these big sort of guns facing the facility. They're all pre-loaded with firefighting foam in case of an emergency. So, we've really sort of cracked down on the use of those firefighting foams.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell. Why? Who instructed and why the EPA to contest whether the Bellingen Environment Centre should be allowed to be recognised as a friend of the court in relation to sentencing and prosecution of the Forestry Corporation?
My understanding is the EPA did not contest that point. It made submissions as to I think the various issues the Bellingen Centre wanted to raise, noting that the EPA anticipated raising them, but it neither opposed nor supported the application from the centre.
Okay, so I suppose that's the point. Why would the EPA not support community participation in relation to such an important public interest matter, the prosecution of a public state-owned corporation in relation to breaches that are harming the public native forest estate?
I can answer that, Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Fang.
Well, Chair, you've given so many answers.
I think we, as I understood it, that was the appropriate legal position for us to take, but I'm happy to take that on notice and seek some advice as to what the specific instructions and the basis for those were.
Thank you. I'd be very grateful because it's really not... I mean, now obviously the court has made its findings. Can I ask, how many investigations have been launched by the EPA into allegations of unlawful forestry operations since March 2023?
I might have, since March 23, I think I better take that on notice.
You do it, Chair.
I'll take the number on notice. I'll see if I can find it before we finish, but I don't think I have data.
And I'm curious, I'm interested in how many of these have been substantiated, unsubstantiated, and how many of those are ongoing.
I think I'm very happy to take all of that on notice. I think we currently have 26 ongoing, but let me just
thank you.
Get some advice on that.
And just in the last minute, I'd love to turn to you, Mr. Fleming, just about and I know we've had conversations about this, but the Part 11 lands, just to confirm, will any new lots be purchased under Part 11 for the purposes of trials into establishing biodiversity stewardship agreements?
We haven't completed our analysis and thinking around the
trial.
That's on record, so we won't be doing anything else until we've completed an assessment and analysis of that, and then the Minister would make a decision about the way forward.
And I think she indicated at the last estimate she has some concerns about it, but she's watching that trial. Do we know, is there a time frame on that trial, and have we got closer to knowing when that may be complete?
There's not a specific time frame, no. I mean, I'd be happy to I think we've undertaken previously to give you an update as it progresses, so I probably should leave it at that.
Just in relation to that though, are we thinking of, is this a project that goes on for another 12 months, another 24 months, or is this a longer term project?
I think over the next few months, and I don't know whether that's 3 months or 6 months, we'd need to make a decision on whether to effectively go any further. So that I haven't thought beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Back to... How are we for time? Yes, it's over to you.
Thank you. Mr Hayes, I couldn't let you go without asking you a couple of questions. How is the contractor going with transformers for the transmission line from Central West Arana?
Transformers?
Yes. Have they secured a purchase agreement?
Contractor has a detailed program where they're looking at all these long lead time items.
Have they provided you any advice as to if they're having any difficulty securing transformers?
There's been no issue with supply of transformers.
No? They haven't advised you that they're seeking substantial discounts from the manufacturers and they're being knocked back because they can't make the numbers work?
No.
No. You might want to follow that up. Mr Lean, did you sign an MOU with Transport to provide the ability to move some of the renewable energy project infrastructure, such as wind farm towers and the like, through
turbines
to the Central West Runner?
I don't. Yes.
What?
I sign a lot of things.
No. This is fabulous. I think we're really learning how this works. Why did you have to sign an MOU with yourself, effectively being the government to the government?
It's not uncommon for agencies to sign agreements between themselves.
Okay. On the question of the decommissioning of wind farms, who can sign off on the decommissioning if it was to occur?
That would depend on the conditions of consent that applied to the wind farm. Okay, so it's reached its end of life. Who then can sign off on the decommissioning? And what are the costs to the landholder who's got a turbine on their farm? Say the company who is operating it, installed it, operated it, perhaps leaves the country or goes bankrupt.
Each project has agreements with its landowners, and decommissioning is one of the key parts of those agreements. But equally, I think the planning conditions are often, as the Secretary said, planning conditions do look at those, and the guidelines also look at those, the new guidelines that are to be finalised by the Department of Planning.
So in the example that I gave, if a company goes bankrupt or leaves the country and has left infrastructure on a farmer's land, and it's a wind farm, who's responsible for the decommissioning of it? Who bears the brunt and the cost of that decommissioning?
Really, these probably questions more for the Department of Planning, Mr. Fang, because they have been consulting on the guidelines. They looked at these very specific issues and considered bonding and other options.
There's no bond associated
Bonding was considered, and I think you need to talk to the Department of Planning as to where it's landed on that.
Okay, so nobody here can provide me an answer as to who's going to bear the cost of a tower, a wind farm tower that's...
I think, as we've said, it's an issue that relates to the planning conditions, which should be answered by the planning department, or it's an issue that relates to the landholder agreement. So I think you need to redirect your question. Okay, if it was to be decommissioned, does the MOU cover the transport back out of the same blades that have to go in to the rest? I'll have to take that one on notice, I think, but I'd be surprised if it did.
Thank you. Mr. Fleming, how did you select Professor McIntosh to deliver the improved native forestry method?
Mr. McIntosh is a recognised expert. He was on the previous. You'll probably know there's an independent committee that looks at things like the integrity standards. He's had a previous role on that committee, and I think it's in its previous sort of format. He's recognised. It's actually the Australian National University who we've contracted.
Was it then a direct appointment to that role, or was it a competitive process?
I'd have to take that on notice and give you details. I can't recall the details.
Thank you. How much was he paid for the work that was done and submitted to the Commonwealth under the EOI process for the ACCU?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice. Sorry.
Did you consider a range of the potential carbon methods before selecting and advancing that single proposal that could potentially end native forest operations in New South Wales?
Yeah, it was a rigorous process. It was an inclusive process. As you know, it was done through the steering committee that involves agencies across government. So we looked at a range of options and issues. At the end of the day, like the most critical factor is the legislated integrity standards. So every EOI that goes in, whether it's in this land management space or in another space, needs to meet those integrity standards.
I asked the Minister this morning if National Parks had provided the briefing to the Minister for Forestry. Did that occur?
I'd say two things. We, as I said, we progressed this through the steering committee. So all obviously DPI or DPIRD as they are now are on that steering committee. I certainly prepared. We prepared, and I provided to that committee some notes that were intended to help everyone brief ministers. And from memory, I contributed to some discussions with not only Minister Moriarty's department, but her office.
So in the circumstance where Minister Moriarty indicated that she wasn't really aware and not able to provide me an answer about the briefings that occurred, if she didn't receive one, would you say that then it's the responsibility of her department, because you gave her department the information to provide her the briefing? Is that right?
All I can say is that it was a whole of government process.
And
So,
did it go through cabinet?
I think the minister answered that question this morning.
Well, she did, and
I can't
that
add
was the
to-
problem.
I
So,
can't add to her answer.
have you done any formal or informal work to identify any productive forests outside the Great Koala National Park assessment area in New South Wales that this method could apply to? And what are those areas?
No, our focus is on, in relation to the EOI, our focus has been on developing an EOI. As I said earlier in the day, this is the first step in a technical process.
Yeah.
So it's an expression of interest.
So-
If it's shortlisted, we'll do further development.
So can I assume then from that answer that you won't seek to employ this on any part of New South Wales that's outside of the Great Koala National Park?
No, all I'm saying is that
You could have just said yes and we would have been all happy, but...
this is like an accounting standard, Mr. Fang, and so...
Yes, and nobody believes accountants like lawyers and politicians, I suspect.
But the point is, for any proponent, and as you will know, this applies to public native forests generally, not just in New South Wales. So any proponent can look at this, if it gets approved and further developed, and decide whether they wish to put in a project, and if so, what carbon credits would likely be generated.
Mr. Fleming, have you got...
Can I just add to that?
I've got very little time. I've got
okay.
2 minutes left, but I've got to fire off a couple more questions. Mr. Fleming, Mr. Chowdhury from Forest Corp, have you got his mobile number and email address?
I've spoken to him on regular occasions. I'm pretty sure I do have his mobile number,
Well,
yes.
When was the last time you spoke to him about the Great Koala National Park?
Oh, I can't remember.
Because I believe that you owe him a phone call. Is that right? Did you make a commitment in a... Maybe just give him a call and yeah,
Sure.
you might. Yeah, thank you. I'll take that as you'll give him a
Coffee as
call.
well.
You know, and it's
A call and
interesting.
coffee.
Mr. Chappell, this is my last question, and I'll pass over to my colleague. Mr. Chappell, you've been accused by environmental groups in relation to native forestry as, quote, doing backroom deals with Forestry Corporation and also being toothless. I want to give you the opportunity now, on the record, to give the public confidence that you are truly independent. You are truly an independent agency with significant powers to enforce forestry rules. Can you put concerns by activists and environmentalists at rest that you are a strong and effective agency in the native forestry sector?
Certainly within the construct of the IFOA, I think the EPA is extremely rigorous. The process that we've gone through on greater gliders, for example, is adaptive management, as it was always intended to operate under the IFOA. I can't speak to the previous decade where many of the settings didn't shift, but when a species is uplisted, the EPA is obligated to review those conditions. We did that. We said we'd review how it was operating after 3 months. We did that. We refined the condition. We added a temporary protection for gliders that were identified in surveys because our experience was their dens weren't being identified, though the gliders were being identified, and we'll continue to review and adapt each of those conditions to try and improve them as much as possible within the constraints of the balance we're required to take. I think perhaps I didn't clarify it today, but in contrast to the other legislation the EPA operates under that allows us to integrate environmental, social and economic issues, the Forestry Act requires us explicitly to balance environmental protection with the economic and contractual obligations that the corporation has. So within those constraints, we work very hard to be rigorous and independent.
The green is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kidman, my questions are to you. Hello, we're hanging around to the end. Can I ask you about the Auditor General's report and your progress on that? The Auditor General made mention in 2023 in that report interstate heritage assets that Heritage New South Wales is working to progress those draft reforms. Can I ask you to update the committee about how that work is progressing?
Yeah, of course. So the Audit Office made 8 recommendations in 2023. There are a number of things that they picked up. One was improving quality assurance over Heritage New South Wales decisions that were made under delegation. Another one is around the collection and use of data in the State Heritage Register, acknowledging that there are a number of items in the SHR that don't have a lot of data attached to them because they were transferred into the SHR 25 years ago. Providing more support to New South Wales government agencies in relation to the management of their heritage assets and implementing a heritage engagement strategy as well. So overall, all of those 8 recommendations have been addressed. So we've
addressed as in completed, or addressed as in they're progressing, or what does that mean?
In relation to the updating of information on the SHR, we've done the policy work that will enable us to start the process of updating the information on the SHR. So when you're making a change to a State Heritage Register item, typically there is a full consultation process that needs to be entered into, etc. So we want to be able to make minor amendments to the SHR without having to take them potentially to the Heritage Council or getting Heritage Council approval. In relation to delegated decision making, we have implemented a new structure in our regulatory space to ensure that we have like what's called a functional model, where a certain team will deliver a certain regulatory function rather than have that function split across a whole lot of different teams. Does that make sense? Just to ensure the consistency.
Your agency, Mr. Gibb. It's your agency. I'm just asking for
good.
progress.
Good. What else?
All right.
So I can confirm that we have substantially delivered against all 8 recommendations, with the exception.
When you say, sorry, I don't mean to cut across you, but when you say delivered, do you mean policy's been developed and you're starting to implement the changes, for example?
That's exactly right.
All right. So when do you propose to have relevant reforms ready for the Minister?
You mean Heritage Act reforms, legislative reforms? Oh, well, that's a question for the Minister, but we are, working. You'll be aware that the Minister has committed to the development of a heritage strategy. We are undertaking consultation on that as we speak. We hope to go out for public consultation as soon as possible, further public consultation as soon as possible, and then after that we will take some recommendations to the Minister.
All right, in this term, in this year?
That was the Minister's commitment.
Okay. Does Heritage New South Wales have capacity under its current funding model to have adequate oversight of the state's heritage assets?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I believe so, yes.
All right. You're comfortable with that presently?
Yes.
All right. And is Heritage New South Wales playing an active role in the preservation of assets managed by other government by the government agencies?
Yes, well, we have absolutely we do. We engage with government agencies. We have delivered asset management principles and guidelines for New South Wales government agencies. We respond to typically public concerns around the management of assets. We investigate accordingly. So yes.
How would you characterise that role? Is it advisory? Is it consultative? Is it proactive?
It's all of those things. So it's.
How would you characterise it? They're my words.
It's an advisory and a regulatory role.
Okay, just those two?
Well, how else can I characterise it? We.
That's right. It's not a trick. I'm just.
No.
It's a matter for you.
I think that sums it up.
All right. So the Auditor General also said that Heritage New South Wales has a role to play in encouraging government agencies to reuse heritage assets. What's the current policy for adaptive reuse at Heritage New South Wales?
Well, adaptive reuse is provided for in the Heritage Act already. I think where the Audit Office was going was that the adaptive reuse and activation of heritage assets is an important mechanism for their ongoing use and maintenance over a long period of time. And I suppose the recommendation goes to how can we how can we further enable the activation? And there are a number of mechanisms through which you could do that. You can do it through site-specific exemptions. Potentially there are regulatory changes that you could make, Heritage Council policy positions. There's a whole range of things you could do to enable that to happen.
So on notice, are you able to provide that current policy to this committee?
The current policy on adaptive reuse. Well, I can certainly. It's provided for in the Act. So there's a legislative provision.
Sure, I can read the Act, but I'm asking if
that is a consideration for the Heritage Council.
Sure, but do you have a policy document that you're able to enlighten? There's obviously lots of acts out there and lots of departments.
No, we don't
There
have
is
a
no
policy on
document?
adaptive reuse. No.
You don't have a policy document.
No.
There's no policy articulated on that.
No.
So have you progressed then that recommendation in relation to?
Well, the recommendations will feed into the heritage strategy, which will be taken to the minister.
Right. So you'll feed it in as part of the heritage strategy, but it's not a standalone policy document.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any framework around it that you're able to provide to the committee?
Around adaptive reuse
Yep.
or activation of heritage assets?
Yep.
Is that the question?
Yep.
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Is there disagreement in the sector over adaptive reuse? Is there opposition to the?
Which sector are you talking about?
Any sector. Is there disagreement about what should be done with adaptive reuse? Is there opposition to it?
I can't really speak for other people or organisations. I mean, it's like any policy issue, people take different standpoints. It depends on the item itself. There are some items that might lend themselves to adaptive reuse and activation for other purposes more than others. And that will depend very much on the individual item itself.
All right, well, let's go there then. Heritage New South Wales are providing input into Transport for New South Wales regional rail heritage strategy. That's correct, isn't it?
It is.
Yep, so what's the status of that?
Oh, that's a question for Transport for New South Wales, I think.
Well, no, you're the head of heritage. I'm asking you. It's not a trick question. What's the status of the input?
All I can say is that strategy, I don't believe it's finalised. I don't want to speak on behalf of Transport, but we have been providing advice, as has the Heritage Council, into the development of that piece of work.
All right, and when do you see that being finalised, or what's the timeline for that?
Well, it's a matter for Transport, and Transport will take it to the Heritage Council at some point in time for.
Sure. What's your understanding of the process? So are you still providing ongoing advice, or is your advice role finished?
Absolutely. We are still providing advice to Transport on its approach, but in terms of its finalisation or when that might be, that really is a question for Transport.
All right. So what details can you provide of those interactions?
About the interactions? I'm not sure how to characterise them, except I have personally met with Transport probably 3 or 4 times in relation to it. They've presented earlier draft versions of the or approaches to the Heritage Council for feedback. There has been ongoing engagement with Transport about the strategy.
Okay, and is it your understanding that that's the aim is to look at preserving the heritage assets, or are they open to adaptive reuse in that?
Well, the strategy is not finalised, so I don't really want to speak for Transport. I mean, when the document is finalised, it may articulate those factors, but I'm not entirely sure.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Beeman, why did you say no when I asked you whether the pollution might be coming from Cadia?
I didn't say no. I said what we're doing is doing further work to ascertain what the sources across the catchment are. There are a range of sources where various different types of pollutants can come from, like PFAS. So I'm not sure.
Have you ruled out, I think you did say no, but have you ruled out, do you know whether Cadia has used PFAS in its operations before?
That's what we're investigating now.
So it has. Apparently it stopped using it in 2015. I mean, if I know that, surely the EPA could know that. Also, you're aware of the significant fault line in the fault lines that have been located in the tailings dam. I assume you're aware of those as well.
I'm not a geologist, but I understand.
If you're going out there talking to the community, taking samples.
There's been a failure of that dam, and I know there are fault lines there. That's why I was going to go out and have a look with the community.
So I'll just let you know, I'll ask that water taken above those fault lines, so sampled in, for example, Carcoar Dam, extremely pure, lovely water, apparently, on most levels below that fault line, which travels directly from the southern tailings storage facility, is where the contamination is. So perhaps the EPA needs to really look at whether that pollution is coming from that tailings dam, wouldn't you think?
We're going to look at all. We're going to do sampling right across the catchment, so we can not rule anything in or out at this point. But actually,
why don't you go to KDF first and check that out?
So we're going to look across the catchment. We're going to, like I said, the teams are out sampling this week and did 23 sampling sites this week, and including the KD site. So we're going to go upstream and downstream.
Can I just ask, in the last 40 seconds, how much money is currently sitting in the biodiversity account, the biodiversity fund for the offsets?
Thanks very much, Chair. You're referring to the Biodiversity Conservation Fund.
Yeah, I am. Sorry, yeah.
Have paid in. I do have that detail in front of me. If you give me a moment, I'll find it for you.
Thank you.
Can I come back to you, Chair?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. And my colleagues, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Do you want anything quick?
No, you go.
Thank you. Can I ask about plastics? The plastic bans. There's a lot to say about banning plastic by the Minister when she was in opposition. When will you be announcing the next phase of plastic bans?
I think the Minister announced, shared today her intention to release in the next few months the next steps in problematic plastic. The regulatory settings will aim to address 3 problems. One is problematic litter, the other one is chemistry and the chemicals, including microplastics that some of these products contain, and the third one is keeping pace with other jurisdictions.
Thank you. Do you... just in relation to energy from waste operations, it was sort of gazetted earlier, more locations for those energy from waste operations, including in Wagga Wagga. Is government going to approve any waste to energy projects in the next 12 months?
I think that's really a question for the planning and consent authorities, because I understand there is one facility in the planning process, and at the Parks Activation Precinct, I understand there are a number of proponents, but I'm not aware of any of those being in the planning system yet.
Not in planning yet.
There is there's a proposal from Veolia at Woodlawn that's currently in the planning system.
It is in the current.
Yes.
It is in the planning system. Okay, I'm just working out who I can ask planning, who I can't. Okay. Yeah, clearly not. All right. And then in relation to national parks, just a quick one. How many vacancies are there in frontline firefighting positions in national parks?
I couldn't answer that off the top of my head, but I can tell you that I think it's 1,267 is the sort of number that we always aim to be at, and the latest advice I have is that in terms of fully trained and ready to go, plus staff that are in the process of renewing their accreditations, we're at or around that number. Okay. So we're well prepared for summer.
All right.
Very accurate answer.
And Mr. Lean, just a final one. Why are there no plans for the establishment of any new marine parks or aquatic reserves in New South Wales?
That's actually a question of policy that you should direct to the Minister.
Well, that's what was written to advocates of the Bongan Aquatic Reserve, so it seems to have been decided. I'm just trying to understand what the reasoning is and the thinking behind that.
Okay.
I think I've answered the question.
Thank you. We are over to the government for your time.
Sorry, did we have
we
an
don't
update?
have any.
Maybe at the end, just
Yeah,
the document.
we might just do this and then
Secretary
get
was
the
going to come
update.
back.
Yeah, we don't have any questions.
Okay,
so-
but we,
Mercy
we
rule.
will
Well done.
ask.
No, don't. No. We never
will,
did.
My
we will
question
use
is,
the,
did you have too many coffees after lunch?
we will use this time. Does anybody have anything they would like to update the committee before we close?
Chair, just
Thank
on the issues Mr. Fang was raising earlier today around the asbestos and mulch investigation, I think it's just important to put on record that this is a very complex investigation. There are multiple persons of interest, but it is too early to apportion any sort of liability. And if we move into a court process and if there are convictions, the EPA will absolutely look at seeking orders for compensation and costs, because we do have a polluter pays principle, but we need to prove any of that beyond a reasonable doubt to the satisfaction of a court to the criminal standard.
I was just going to clarify my answer around the native veg map. I indicated that it had been out for 6 years. I just want to be clear that's the transitional map, which covers sensitive and vulnerable land. Landholders have been able to seek a review of that since it was released, I think, in 2017. And there's been 205 reviews sought. In relation to the NVR map, or the draft NVR map, that's been released over a rolling schedule since 2022. We've had We've had 37 map reviews, and they've resulted in changes to less than 3% of the land area. I'll hand over to Kim.
So I've got a response to Ms Ward on the hydrogen. So there was an election commitment to issue the grant to the Plumbing Industry Climate Action Centre for hydrogen.
Sorry, could you just speak into the microphone? It's just hard to
A
hear.
bit closer. Sorry, is that better? Yeah. So there was an election commitment to issue a grant to the Plumbing Industry Climate Action Centre for Hydrogen Centre of Excellence in Glenwood.
Yep.
Initially, it was DQ who undertook an assessment of a proposal that was received as an ad hoc grant under the New South Wales Grants Administration guideline. As that sort of assessment was happening, there was actually an agreement between the Minister Sharpe and the Minister for Education to transfer that grant process across to the Department of Education. So that happened on the 30th of May. So it's now with them. My understanding is that the agreement is not yet signed. So is the Department of Education working through what are the terms and conditions and milestones? But on your other question as well about the value, the total value of the project, including the grant amount, I believe is $50 million.
Sorry, 50?
50, yeah.
Okay. And the tender, was there a competitive tender?
It was assessed as an ad hoc grant.
Okay. And the location, can it be transferred?
My understanding is that it is specifically for Glenwood, and I'm not aware of any conversations about sort of moving it since then. I haven't seen the final agreement with Education.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And also there was a question about the amount of funding that the organisation, which PCAC, needs to contribute themselves.
So it's 25 million of a grant, but the value of the entire project is 50, so 25 from...
So they need to contribute 25?
That's my understanding.
That's very helpful, thank you very much.
Any further things that were...
yes. Oh, the bell frog. Oh, sorry.
Yes,
frog.
go.
You want to go?
I'll just quickly come back to you on that question, Chair. So as at 30th of June 2024, we hold $204 million net of agency fees for outstanding credit obligations. What that doesn't factor are credits that we have recently secured but not yet purchased. So recently signed contracts with landholders, and so there's around a further $30 million in that value. And as reported in our public dashboards, we have committed to or purchased just over 36,000 credits, and that represents just over 55% of the credits ever transferred into the Biodiversity Conservation Fund.
Thank you. But so after that, though, there's still about 170 mil sitting in the...
There's $204 million sitting there at the end of last financial year.
Yep.
And you'll see in the next quarter that figure will go down, although payments will continue to be paid into the fund.
Thank you. And Mr. Lean, did you have something else?
The bell frog.
The bell frog.
Yes, so it's been listed as endangered since the commencement of the Threatened Species Conservation Act in 1995, and it remains of that status under the 2016 Biodiversity Conservation Act. It's listed as vulnerable under the Commonwealth legislation. There hasn't been any change in the level of listing. I just wanted to foreshadow that there is an agreement between the state and the Commonwealth to apply a common assessment method. So at some point they will look at aligning those two listings, but it's not currently listed by the Commonwealth as a priority for assessment at the moment. So for the foreseeable future, we'll have the two different listings. The question about characterisation of the brick pit as an environmentally sensitive area. So the brick pit is identified as an environmental conservation area under the State Environmental Planning Policy Precinct Central River City 2001. I think in light of that, further questions about the implications that need to be directed to SOPA, the Sydney Olympic Park Authority within the Department of Planning. What actions are we taking for the green and golden bellfrog as part of the SOS framework? There's a range of actions being taken across the eight SOS management sites. It includes restoration actions, including removing weeds and degraded habitat, or replacing weeds with native ground cover, shrubs and trees to provide connection. We're taking actions to protect habitat, including fencing, key habitat or fencing off areas accessible to the public, e.g. sand dunes at Crescent Head. Actions to restore connectivity and mitigate the extreme conditions like drought, and actions to augment or reinforce the species, including captive breeding and translocation actions. Have we investigated other sites for relocation of the frog? Yes, there are plans to reintroduce the species in the Southern Tablelands management site. In relation to the question around licensing, it became clear through the questions. I think what you're actually asking is what are the requirements around development. So if development were proposed on the brick pit, it would need to be dealt with under the planning legislation, and it depends how it's categorised, whether it's a local DA or state significant development. Detail on that probably needs to be directed to the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure. What I can say is in terms of the assessment of biodiversity impacts, given it is a threatened species or a listed species, the proponent would need to complete a biodiversity assessment report in accordance with the biodiversity assessment method. That would be then assessed by the planning authority before making a decision. Part of that would be avoiding mitigating, and if that was not possible, then offsetting any impact on the species. I can't predict, as we don't know what type of development there is proposed there, then I can't predict how that would play out. And then finally, have we been consulted? We're not aware that a specific proposal has been put forward such that we would be consulted through the planning process.
All right, thank you, that's very helpful. So just to clarify, the status you've confirmed is endangered and vulnerable under those two respective acts. That means, in your view, that it hasn't eased or been modified, it stayed exactly the same.
Sorry, I missed that part. No,
That's all right.
The status has not changed
Okay.
under either piece of legislation.
All right, yep, that's very helpful, thank you. And so just on the last one, in relation to that, is it your evidence that you haven't provided any advice, or you haven't been asked to provide any advice?
We haven't been asked through the planning system to provide any advice as far as we're aware. Understand there is an unsolicited proposal process underway. We haven't been asked for advice as part of that process.
Okay, thank you very much, that's very helpful.
And Mr Fleming.
Chair, in relation to the Pitt Town Sports Club, Mr Fang was asking some questions.
Yes.
There is effectively, in principle, agreement around an occupation licence. So the intent to offer the licence has already been referred to the NPWS Advisory Council, which is a step we must go through. Subject to their advice, it'll be publicly advertised in September. So a decision should then be possible, subject to those processes, toward the end of September or early October. So I think that's good news and hopefully meets that common sense test.
You've made my day, Mr. Fleming.
And the other thing I just wanted to mention in relation to Thurley, what I forgot to say to Ms Ward was there are 5 positions identified in relation to that role, and that's just important because for national parks, obviously, our investment in regional and rural communities is important, and that involves obviously staffing these places. So there's been significant additional staff in the West as we've been acquiring these properties.
Thank you very much. It's very helpful.
Right. The time
That was
has
fun.
come. I thank all of you for your attendance today. We know that it takes a lot to turn up, and thank you very much for your evidence. The committee secretariat will be in touch in the very near future regarding those questions that were taken on notice and any supplementary questions. The committee is very grateful to all of you. Thank you.
Till next time. Thank you.